week was out of town, but back to SCRIMS, yay, hey.
Oh god, the worst thing just happened to me. Oh my god, like literally the worst thing just happened to me. I just tried to take a drink of coffee, and like I'm still a little bit sick, but I'm feeling mostly better, right? I'm still a little bit sick. I tried to take a drink of coffee, and like while it was all in my mouth, I think I did like, what the fuck do they call it? Like a spit take or whatever? Like, you know when you got a bunch of like you know when you got a bunch of water in your mouth, you go and it all just like comes out in a mist. I literally just did that with coffee all over my desk, dude. All over everything. My mouse pad, my keyboard, everything, dude. Oh, it's everywhere. I'm trying to clean it up as best I can, but oh, that was awful. I like choked. I like took a drink of coffee and I like coughed. I had to cough. It was terrible. Okay, I think it's mostly cleaned up though. I think we're ready to go. Yeah, just asserting dominance. That's clearly what it is. Clearly that's what we're doing. That's all. How you guys doing? Hello, hi. It's good to see you guys. Let's get everything set up. I do have a special guest today. We have Hens is going to be joining us for casting. So just FYI, I'm going to be it's going to be a bit busy in voice. I'm probably not going to be able to get to all the subs and everything today. So just, you know, in advance, thank you guys all for the subs and everything. Let me get everything set up though. Just realized I never set up the master schedule. Completely slipped my mind. Yeah, it's all good. It doesn't really matter. I don't think it doesn't really matter too much to me. As long as whoever needs to invite me invites me, it's fine. Honestly, it's kind of cool. Oh, there's coffee on my fucking monitor. Oh god, I didn't even get that. Gross, dude. Oh, that's gross. Oh god. Ew. Disgusting. Anyway, all right, I think we should be good. Okay, I'm gonna get booted up. I'm gonna get Hens in the call, and I'll get a screen share going to him, and then we should get started with our first games here soon. All right. Hello. How's it going?
Doing good.
Hell yeah, you ready for the games? You excited?
I am.
It's probably super late at night for you, isn't it?
It is midnight, but I have the worst schedule possible, and I'm wide awake.
Perfect. Good. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want to hear. Good. All right. Let me know if that's okay. If it gets like laggy or anything, or if it gets kind of bad, just let me know and I can try to readjust.
Looks good.
Sick. Okay, so the schedule that we got looking for today, we have three different matches. We have three different matches today. We got Overheated versus Gas Station Slayers. Those are both pretty solid NA teams. People with lots of comp experience. They're not really like it's really not like the newer teams for my scrims. It's more of people that have already played comp a good bit. Same thing with the second matchup, X9 Clan versus Tremor. X9 Clan is kind of like Petroleum. It's kind of like Petroleum and Friends. I don't think Momo is there, but it's like the rest of Petroleum with like a mixed match. And then Tremor is like kind of like, I think Tremor's last minute filling. I think they were supposed to play against someone else, but then they backed out. And I think Dino just kind of got Tremor to come into play them. So that should be a really good matchup as well. From my limited knowledge of comp, I'm pretty sure Petroleum was like the best team NA or close to whenever they were like all playing together. Yeah, and I hear that Tremor is now the best team NA, so like I don't know. Again, that's all just the stuff I've heard. I don't have enough experience to be confident in these opinions. And then Prison versus Murderers Row is the final matchup, and I think those teams are a little bit more beginner, but they're definitely like solid teams. But I don't know the roster of Murderers Row that well, so I'm not actually 100% sure on that. But that should be a good mix of like not super like insane like high level, like, you know, maybe like the second matchup, but still should be pretty decent too. So should be good.
Nice.
All right, so that's what we got looking up for today. I think the first matchup too. Oh yeah, the killer matchups, dude. Oh yeah, it's a good week. It's a good week for you to come in because we kind of did our like high demand killers. We have Blight, Wesker, so Blight, Wesker, and then Spirit as a tiebreaker for this first set. Our second set is going to be Blight, Nurse, Wesker tiebreaker, and then our third set is going to be Wesker, Nurse, Demogorgon tiebreaker. So
those are some good sets. Yeah, I like to see it.
Yeah, lots of Blights, lots of Weskers, lots of Nurses. It's pretty exciting. Pretty good stuff. And yeah, here we go. We're already going into game one. So this is Overheated Skiller, Array. Array is kind of like, he's kind of become a legend around here. I don't know how much you've watched Scrim Nights, but Array is...
I know Array. I 1v1'd him and I got utterly demolished. He's really, really good on Blight.
Yeah, he is disgustingly good. Yeah. He's very, very good. He's somebody that we didn't really know about at all until we did like the old King of the Hill scrims, and then he kind of showed up and just annihilated teams, and we were like, oh, okay. And then ever since then, he's been kind of like a legend, and yeah, it's always fun to watch him play. So Array's gonna be going up against the survivors of Gas Station Slayers, and I believe Blight is gonna be played on Blood Lodge still. Am I right? Or no, is it Suffo? Is it Suffo Pit? Shh. I know this. I definitely know the setups of my own scrims. It was Suffo last time, but I don't know if we changed it up this time or not. Let me go look. Let me go look. Why do we have so many channels, dude? Oh god, this is so hard to find. Okay, there it is. I found it. Okay, it is Suffo Pit. Okay, it is Suffo Pit. In addition to normal bans, he also can't run Nowhere to Hide, and he also can't run Pain Res. And he can't run any he basically can't run any add-ons other than double speed. Like, you are allowed to run other yellows and grays, but who the hell would ever do that, you know? I'll give you guys something to gamble on. Okay, so what, in your professional opinion here, what do you think would be like the expected result here for Blight on Suffo Pit?
That is... Okay, that depends who you ask. I honestly think if it's like a really experienced Blight, it's probably 4K at 1 gen left, 4K 0, maybe like 8-9 stage, somewhere around there. But
Okay.
I think the survivors have more like perks than usual, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
so-
we do allow a lot for survivors. Yeah. The only thing that they're not allowed to run is dramaturgy and Made for This, which I think Made for This isn't even that good on Blight anyway. So yeah, they're pretty much allowed everything. So yeah, I think with that in mind, it really could go either way. But we have seen that Suffo Pit is a very, like, it's one of those split maps, right? It's kind of like the ARP, like, you know, type split maps. And I feel like maps like this especially, you can get punished really hard if you get caught out of position. Like, if there's any kind of bad positioning whatsoever, like if there's only one other person on like one half of the map while the other two are resetting or something, and you get caught off, like it's super punished. So like, it's one of those kind of maps where I think, yeah, it can be really swingy one way or the other. So it should be interesting. Should be interesting to see how they play this.
It's very, very tactical. The start decides a lot too. Is the first chase going to be good? Because if it's not, then it looks rather dire for the survivors. So if the Blight is really, really on point with every single dash, which is super hard, don't get me wrong, but if he's on point, then yeah, you would expect the Blight to do really well. And it's really hard to get survivors out at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's going to be a big important thing too. Oh yeah, apparently I forgot. Apparently Reassurance and Buckle Up is also banned. I actually knew that. I kind of forgot because I'm a dingus. In Wiretap and Blast Mine temporarily. Yeah. But yeah, that should be interesting. Array, kind of like you said, he is a really good Blight though. Like mechanically, he's one of the ones where, like, again, if you check that like unofficial leaderboard, which doesn't really mean a lot, but like it is like a playtime indicator at the very least. I think he's like number 2 or number 3.
I think honestly, when it comes to pure mechanics, I think Array is one of the best Blight. Like even someone like Virtual is probably not as consistent. What the top tier Blights have though, they have really insane decision making because they played Suffo Pit 1,000 times and they know everything, what to do, where to go, and they have the game sense. When it comes to pure mechanics, Array is definitely top tier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Which is a really interesting thing, right? Because I hear that a lot when people ask about like who's the best XYZ killer, you know, and you hear Blight a lot as like who's better at Blight, X or Y or whatever. And it's like it is so hard because like mechanics versus like game sense, like it's a really tough thing to like judge it all. But yeah, I do think like just purely mechanically, like if you're getting chased by a Blight, Array is definitely not one you want to be getting chased by for sure.
Yeah.
Like he will make your life fucking miserable. So again, that being said, it's definitely not impossible to have a good chase against him. We did see him, I think it was last week or the week before last. It was one of the recent scrim nights that we had where I think we actually did see him struggle a bit, at least a little bit in chase. I think he ended up bringing it back in like the late game, but there was definitely some teams that do pretty well against him. I also do think Suffo Pit, like that middle area with all the jungle gyms, is probably one of the better setups that you could have against the Blight. That being said, I mean, not anything is like super good, but it's probably one of the better setups.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see. That's when his mouse wasn't working. Yeah, what's his name right now? Array's Broken PC is his name. Array Gamer's Broken PC. Is he playing on a handicap? Is he okay? I guess we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. All right, so we should be booting up now, I believe, and it should be good. I am pumped for this. I don't know who's gonna be playing Blight for Gas Station Slayers, but I think this should be a pretty good matchup. Overheated. So the thing about Overheated too is that because they have a Ray on their team, they scrim Blight often, and they get a lot of good practice. So like we've seen these guys in particular play really well against Blight. So I'm curious, like when we flip flop, like this is currently Overheated's killer against Gas Station Slayers survivors. But when we flip flop and we have the killer for the other half, it should be really interesting because I think that survivor team should be pretty confident in their Blight play. I mean, the Overheated does pick Blight every single time we have Blight in the rotation because of this reason. So I guess we'll see. All right, here we go. There's like Deli Unbreakable on Leanne. I'm just gonna cycle through the survivor builds real quick just to get like a brief idea. Ada's got Dead Hard DS. Distortion, yeah, which is interesting.
To put distortion on someone with an aggressive build.
Yeah, that is a bit odd, isn't it? Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Like, what are they worried about? I don't know. Because also, you're not allowed to run nowhere to hide on this killer either. So, like, also, like, I guess just barbecue's really the only thing you'd be looking out for, right? Which is like
barbecue is kind of top tier. It's pretty meta when it's
allowed. I have seen a lot of people running barbecue on Blight. Yeah. Pretty?
That is pretty perfect because this guy's also the sprint burst user, which is like kind of a tell that could be the deliverance, and I think it is. If I
I'm really surprised that Igor was just running through the middle like that, like while he was rushing around. Doesn't quite get that hit though. That's pretty big. He would just be able to get away from that. What's he gonna do here? Is he gonna drop this chase? I think well, this POV is tough, man. I'm gonna try to get off of the killer when I can, but. It's rough.
It's rough out here. He's kind of like ping ponging. I'm surprised he didn't commit this chase.
Yeah.
Honest, but he has time.
Okay. Finds a hit. Only 3 rushes used too, so pretty good spot. We'll get his rushes back decently fast. Bomb's gonna be in a bit of trouble here.
Doesn't drop what?
Yeah, agrees that. Interesting. I thought she would just make that pallet. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think she could have just made that pallet if she ran to it.
Yeah.
Huh.
But this is first soak on someone that has a Death Heart and DS. That is kind of trouble for the Blight, maybe, if he tries to tunnel this.
And Resurgence, too. We've seen a lot of this with, like, Resurgence, and then, like, the player with Will Make It getting the unhook, and then just, like, healing them up in, like, a second. We've seen that a lot. Oh, they actually wiggled. Oh, no. What happened? Array got greedy. Has a 4-lane tile. Oh! Saved by the pallet. So yeah, that was very close. And he's dropping. Oh man, this is a good start for the survivors. I think they're gonna pop this gen on the hill before he gets there. They are.
Glorious, they do.
Oh, this is big. Oh, this is really big. Array's actually. This is a rough start for him.
Yeah, this.
Igor's got this corner tile, which isn't much. He's going to get his rushes back after this. Igor's going to be dead here pretty much. Just a matter of time. And he is going to try to buy as much time as he can.
Oh, okay. The gen lock on this side is broken. But no, he still has the 3-gen on this. Okay. So he still has the 3-gen on this side that he can hold if he wants to. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, over here. Yeah, over here on like on kind of the left side of it. Yeah. Or I guess that would be the right side. But yeah. Yeah, it's actually still a decent setup.
Very out, though.
Yeah, that's still. Yeah, two gens already done so early. That's rough, man. That is very, very rough. He did get the Deli Survivor, though, I believe. No, actually, he didn't. Never mind. Wait, who was the Deli Survivor? Oh, it was Leanne. Interesting. I thought it was Igor for some reason.
Do they have 2 sprint busts? Or am I tripping?
I don't think. No, only 1.
No, that was Lithe on Ace. Okay.
Yeah, because I think you had called Igor having sprint burst earlier, but yeah, it might have just been live, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
I guess I think I might have just missed it, and I think they might be. Oh, the survivor is here. As sprint burst is gonna go for this 1-for-1.
Ooh, there's nothing he can do. Yeah,
that's right. Gonna just go ahead and take the 1-for-1. That'll be Deli as well. He's gonna leave her on the ground. He's just gonna go after Igor. I think that's borrowed time though, right? Yeah, that's borrowed time. So he's got an extra 10 seconds. Yeah, an extra 10 seconds of
Such
endurance
a
and
strong
haste.
perk.
It really is. It's so good. He's just gonna go ahead and grab his hook.
I think at this point it's kind of like very hard to kill someone. I think before end game. So now you kind of want to maybe go for hook stages as many as you can.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. This is a really tough spot. Because yeah, there's really no realistic way to get a kill on somebody, I think, in like a fast way, unless he maybe. I think maybe his idea now is just to switch to Leanne, in terms of like if he does want to call someone out, that would probably be the idea. Leanne clearly has the borrowed time and also has like deli and everything, which means that she probably doesn't have very much anti-tunnel. So I do feel like if you were gonna try to tunnel someone out, Leanne would probably be the one. But yeah, you're also right that you might just start going for as many fresh hooks and just spreading out damage and just pressuring overall everything more than anything else. He does have eruption, so if he like goes around kicking these gens too, and as long as he's getting downs, it should be pretty good regression.
Yeah, if the survivors stay injured, then maybe he can snowball a little bit.
Oh, good play from Leanne there.
Barely not.
Ooh, has this pretty bad pallet. We'll see what she can do here. Array kind of messing up his bumps a little. You gonna stay alive. Nice. Getting the better of Array at these pallets too, which is pretty big. That's pretty massive. She is still gonna go down on this side though. So this is still good for Array. Being gonna get it down on this top side of the map is kind of massive. Kind of right actually in the deepest part of the 3-gen too, which is interesting. I kind of want to check that gen progress. Oh, really? Oh, is he gonna get to this? Oh, they're gonna. I think. Yeah, no, they're 100% gonna commit to it. That's huge too. And he misses that swing on ace. Oh no! Disaster for Array.
Not looking too hot now.
Yeah, these survivors are actually looking like they're in a clean spot to just take this at this point. There is still like the 3rd gen is honestly not that far out. It's still kind of in that D-wall. Like it's definitely not the best gen split for the survivors, but it's definitely not bad by any means. And especially considering that all 4 of them are alive, and he hasn't really managed to get a tunnel out or anything yet. This is still looking amazing, honestly.
Ooh.
Good.
He's not trading. Okay. If he no.
He found
one out.
Yeah, he found the rotating survivor that was going for the save. He will grab it. Oh, he didn't get the down on him.
Maybe go for the tunnel. Maybe he's probably going to try, right? Yeah. If he gets this really fast, maybe he can stay in the game.
Yeah.
And with prop and eruption, do something.
Well, does get it. So yeah, Leanne's gonna go down, and they do have a survivor on the ground too that they need to take care of, and they're also resetting right now, so no real gen progress. So yeah, he is kind of still in it. Yeah, like he can definitely still get this if this ends up playing out correctly. He's also gonna have a hook right now too. He knows that they're resetting. He might even try to find them resetting. I think he is. Yeah, he's actually gonna try to find them resetting, I believe. No. Never mind. Making me look like a fool. He's going to back out. He's just going to grab this hook. Again, still a great spot, though. These 2 gens that are topside are, like, pretty deep into topside to the point where I feel like it's a pretty big rotation to get to them, and it's pretty, like, rough to get in and out of there. And really that gen that's, like, kind of, like, mid-right side is really the main one that's going to be, like, a major threat. So, not the best position for these guys. And I think Array could definitely...
Actually gonna... Interesting decision to pop the gen, honestly. I would have probably tried to pop the other one again. But I think if the survivors split properly, maybe they can unhook and pressure the gen and kind of force them into an awkward spot. Yeah, they start a different one. Well, that's impossible. Like, now I can just, like, stay by the hook.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, Ada is doing the gen on main, and Dr. Sex is hanging out in that locker. He's going to come pressure this gen. Oh, he sees him, though. He saw the crows at the very least. Yeah. I definitely think he has an idea that someone's here. Oh. He's just going to win for one. Oh, no, he actually triggered kinship. Oh, 34 more seconds of this hook stage now. So that bar is going to be paused for 34 more seconds. That being said, I don't know how much this does for them because Dr. Sex got hit. So he's going to have to be really far away. 34 seconds is not enough time for Autumn to get this gen done. As a matter of fact, she actually ends up getting a skill check as she lets go. which is gonna let Array know what's going on. And she's gonna head over towards this unhook, but yeah, at this point, like, what do you do? He's gonna try to. Is he gonna try to body block this for the length of kinship though?
Probably not, but that was a nice try.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. And there's gonna be the eruption going off, and actually, yeah, this kind of does look like Array's gonna salvage this. I feel like it's gonna be really hard for them to get one of these gens done at this point. What? Okay. What do they have to do here? Like, is there a way for them to get this gen done?
No.
Like, if they both reset, and then what? Like, get the unhook without anybody dying or something? Like, double unhook? I don't know.
I feel like Array should have gone for ace and slugged, to be perfectly honest, but it's very hard because, like, I mean, now you have time, but the thing is that he constantly had a hook within the gens, makes it close to impossible in a 3v1 because you can't really do much. You only have one person on a gen, and he can kind of keep an eye on it. And with pop and eruption, I don't think that's realistically anyway. Dying inside that 3-gen was kind of
game ending. Yeah, I was thinking maybe, like, if I'm trying to be hopeful, I was thinking, yeah, he's gonna get that down too. This is definitely over. I was thinking the only way that it could maybe happen is if they manage to, like, double unhook and then manage to get everyone out of the 3-gen area, right? And then if someone can go down, like, bottom side, but how the hell, against the Blight, like, it's just probably not even gonna happen anyway, right?
Yeah, and the map is kind of dry at this point. There are probably, like, no pellets on that side of the map.
Yeah.
Endgame is hard against Blight. It always is.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, Dr. Sex is just staying way bottom side now. Hacking out. Probably going to want to try to get Hatch. And Hatch can matter, even with their new scoring. Hatch can matter, assuming the other team gets 4K1 as well. Which is honestly reasonable against a Blight, right? Like, that is decently reasonable. So this Hatch play actually does kind of matter a bit. Which is, I think, why you're seeing this bit of a standoff. Igor's getting slugged. Array's looking around for him. Can't quite find him. Doesn't want to stray too far away from the actual top side and throw, but is looking for him at the same time.
So in this situation, if the killer doesn't know where the slug is, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but there's a tech where you pick the survivor up literally a millisecond before he dies, and then he starts doing gens, and the moment he gets hit, he dies, and then you can get Hatch. But this doesn't happen as the survivor is found.
Oh, like you let him wiggle out. Okay, I see what you're saying. That's actually kind of hilarious. You basically just insta-kill him with your swing.
Yeah, exactly. The moment he gets hit, he dies, and then the hatch opens. So if the other survivor doesn't get found, you can actually force the killer's hand.
That's really interesting, huh? Well, unfortunately, we don't get to see that. I would love to see that. That would be so funny. But Array does find him. He does manage to salvage his game. Again, this is looking really rough, man. Like, early game, I feel like it was looking a little tough. But kind of like you said, I think the big changing factor here was people going down in that top side 3-gen that still existed. Which they should have known about, too. I mean, they have Deja Vu. They also just, I mean, just through general comms and everything, they should have been able to probably identify that. So definitely a little bit of a mistake from Gas Station Slayers there. They had a really good start, though. I mean, they were doing really well. So, like, it was unfortunate because I feel like if they could have followed up with that, we could have seen a really big result here. But instead, it's a 4K1. That's still not bad. I'd say that's pretty much like an expected result from what I'd guess would happen in these games. So that kind of puts their killer in a spot where they could still win it, but it's going to be a little tough. Overheated survivors are probably going to feel pretty okay about this. And yeah, there we go. It's going to be the hook on the ace, and that'll be it. That'll lock up the 4K. I wonder how much is I wonder how much Array's being affected by his broken PC. By the way, I don't know what is going on with this man.
Probably quite a bit. He seemed a bit more shaky than I'm used to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Like he did feel like he was a little bit, like a couple of his rushes, like for instance on like that top side on that kind of like weak pallet out front of main. I feel like his rushes were like a little sloppy there, and I feel like you don't see that pretty often from him, so it's a bit interesting. There you go, solid game. And I think going into game 2, apparently I'm being told that the killer for Gas Station Slayers is Numi. So
Ooh.
Yeah, that should be exciting. How much does Numi even still play Blight? I know Numi used to be like a hardcore Blight main, but ever since Wesker, I know that he's big into Wesker now. But
he's on the grind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This should be good though. I think this should be a good counter matchup in terms of a game to try to like compete with that one. Again, like I said, overheated survivors though, really well experienced against Blight. They scrim with the Ray all the time. They have very good practice. In terms of like survivors having a good chase against Blight, they seem to be very, very comfortable in that regard. So again, Numi's gonna have to definitely make sure he has a good, strong, clean game. I mean, obviously he's capable. Numi's a very, very good killer player. So he's very, very capable, but definitely gotta make sure he's on it.
Oh, the very start of this game is like probably what sets the tone, is really deciding. If Numi instantly hits a rush, that's gonna be really hard for the survivors.
Yeah.
But if they can delay a little bit, then you can do stuff. But you can still fail, even if you have like a really good early game. If you don't play everything properly against the S tiers, you're probably gonna die anyway, and that's what we've seen. So
yeah, exactly.
It's hard as a survivor.
Yeah, it's so punishing, right? Like you make like one little mistake and the whole game can just snowball off of that so hard. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Also, Dino, yeah, I'm totally okay with that. Dino's asking, I guess Overheated's Wesker player is missing this week or something, so Dino's gonna fill for them. I'm totally okay with that. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. As long as the other team is fine with that, which I'm sure they probably are. I mean, if they have an issue with it for some reason, then I guess no. But as long as the other team's okay with it, I don't have a problem with it myself. But yeah, it should be interesting because it's going to depend a lot on this early game. It's going to depend a lot on how they follow up on it. I think it's going to be interesting too because I think that we get you get some pretty dirty gen setups on Suffo Pit. Like I feel like it feels like you pretty consistently get like a 4 gen at least on one side. And I do think that if Numi gets to a good start, like if he does get like a couple hits early, and if he gets like a couple tags and finds like early before they can get some progress, I can easily see this game being like a 4K2, right? Like I don't think the win condition for Gas Station Slayers here is really out of the question. It seems decently achievable as long as he gets a good start. Oh, Ray, you play on 7K DPI?
Average Blight main.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. He said it felt like 3K instead of 7K. Wait, what do you play on, Hens?
400.
Same. I play on 400 too. I cannot imagine. I put on a DPI switcher to do like flicks with Oni, and it goes up to like 1900, and 1900 feels like insane to me. Like I cannot control it at all. It's wild. So playing on something like 3K, 7K, that is wild.
I actually got used to 1.6K, literally just for Blight, because when I flicked, everyone heard me like drag my mouse across my keyboard, and I got bullied from that. And that's why I got used to 1.6K DPI, so I don't have to drag as much. But yeah, I play 400 on almost everyone else.
Man, fuck that. I will be throwing my mouse across the room. I don't even care. I don't care. I have like an 8-foot mouse pad. It don't matter to me, dude. I'll use all of it. All right, so we got Rosé, we got Swifty, we got Palette Tour Guide, and we got the Blue Blur. I'm actually not sure who the Blue Blur is. Is that a newer member that I've not seen? I'm not sure. This should be a pretty good setup. Oh god, sorry for the occasional coughs. I'm still not 100%. No Flacco today, which is interesting. Flacco is one of the people of Overheated we see a lot, who tends to be quite the juicer. Flacco is quite the juicer. We don't see him today, so that's a little interesting. Not like the typical roster, but still surely could be pretty solid regardless. Flacco was removed. Oh. Oops. Big drama that I know about. My bad. Oh, that's Chungus. Got you. Okay. So I do know all the gamers. Got you. All right. So here we go. This is for the Blight set. So this one's pretty big. I mean, again, seeing as how Overheated had selected Blight and that they were confident in this, they're definitely going to be wanting to take this set. The win condition is going to be 4K 2 gens for the killer. And for the survivors, it's going to be just simply finishing all 5 gens. If they can just finish all 5 gens, that'll be the win. Just going to quickly cycle through the builds. Unbreakable Deliverance with We'll Make It on Swift. A little bit of a mixed bag here on Rosé, Blooper, Rockin' Dead Hard DS. And just going to quickly cycle through. It looks like a chase has already started. Numi found... Oh, gonna bail from it though. I think he found Ada is who that was, but he's gonna bail from it. No, Ada's right there. He finds Ada now. Ooh, misses that tree. Unfortunate.
I think Ada was one of the passive builds that yeah, okay, so this is the switch up because the Nia has a build that includes DS and Dead Hard, so she kind of wants to be tunneled, but Numi is aware of this and doesn't fall for anything and gets first hit. Perfect. Nice.
Yeah, 2 very fast tags right there. Finds Adam as well. And Adam might have had the... Did Adam have the... No, it was... Okay. I thought Adam might have been the deli player, but it wasn't. That's actually the ace. And Adam gonna be in some trouble here. Does have lucky break, but not really saving him a whole lot here. Numi's still sticking to him. Kind of at this isolated corner now, so I think even if he doesn't die here, he's gonna get zoned out and die eventually anyway. And he is gonna die regardless. So there he goes. And what's progress looking like? Not a whole lot. No. Yeah, pretty much nothing. Pretty much the progress that Adam got on that gen before he got chased off. So essentially nothing.
And we have barbecue on him too. This is a really strong start. He has so much info to work off now. And there's pretty much no gen progress for this first hook, so Nui being in a really good spot.
Yep, looks like there is a bit of a 4-gen top side too, which we kind of got saying earlier. There seems to be 3 bottom, and then there's 4 top.
Yeah.
So, and Rosé is hooked in that top side too. So that's gonna be, if he can just keep everything going on down there, that's gonna be a bit gross. Leaves entirely though. Finds Chungus. He's just gonna leave that hook entirely and stay here on Chungus on the complete opposite side of the map. The unhook and heal comes in really quickly. And gets the down. So I mean, hey, he got another down on the other side. He might be able to find this gen that Ada's working on and get a pop kick on it as well. And there's not a whole lot of other progress because they were too busy rotating around and going for the saves and everything. With the barbecue, yeah, he's gonna head over. Barbecue actually getting so much value here.
He's kind of playing for 4k5, I think.
Yeah, you think so? It kind of does seem that way. Yeah, he doesn't even give up a single gen. He's like, yeah, nope. Oh, a little sloppy from Ada there just to eat that hit without even any rushes or anything used. Does avoid that one though. Lies away as well. Very needed. If this Ada went down right there, that would have been pretty game ending. So still kind of risky. Still not looking great. She's gonna die here. I think both other people might have been topside. No, Survivor got down there and got the unhook pretty quickly. But still, like, so many hooks coming in. This is a 3rd fresh hook coming in on Ada. Still not a single gen done. Swifty getting some progress on this hill gen on top side. The top left gen. Which Numi's going to see the progress of. Might wait for Eruption, but might just go ahead and... Yeah, he's going to go ahead and kick it.
Is he going to find the ace? Doesn't look like it now.
Yeah, it does not seem like he's going to find the ace. The others were resetting, and I think he had an idea that they were resetting up here topside. Okay, finds that hit on Rosé now. Rosé has been hooked before, so this is where you're starting to get a little scary into death territory. The heal comes in really quickly on Ada. That happened in this tile. Numi finds more survivors here too. Who's he gonna choose? Looks like Ada. Just gonna run her down.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, he can one, and now you have your rushes back instantly, and you can just zone her away from everything, probably.
Yep. And there you go. Another very fast down. Not the DS Survivor. No anti-tunnel at all, really. So, really good target for this. Also has the toolbox. Has Deja Vu. So, yeah, a pretty good target to be sitting on hook and being tunneled. As you're hooked right next to a gen that has a bunch of progress, too, that's going to get kicked. And pressured. So, man, overheated, not looking great right now. All that,
no, absolutely not.
I talked him up so much, and Numi's just working him, dude. My lord.
Numi's playing very well. He's hitting his rushes. It looks clean. There was another one.
Yeah.
I mean, those always hurt. Like, there was the last rush, kind of like to go back towards the hook. And if you get an injury for that, that's so good for you as Blight.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Like, it does feel like everything is just going well for him right now. Like, he's playing this so well. Jungle's gonna flare out, head over towards this tile. That's on the corner. Isn't gonna fall for that little moonwalk. Numi trying some shit though.
That was a virtual attack, but it failed.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to use his last rush to come back here and get the hit off hook though. So still good value out of his rushes regardless though. Like doesn't end up wasting them. Has a 5 rush cooldown though, so it's gonna be a minute for him to get his rushes back. But this Ada is death hook, and that's only the first gen popping just now. And yeah, there's the down. Yep. This is this is pretty brutal, man. Assuming they don't get a save here, which Numi's trying really hard to avoid. He's really looking around. Assuming they don't get a save here and 8 actually dies, which looks like is going to happen. 3v1, 4 gens left. Well, 3 gens left, so they did pop another, but still. They popped 2 different gens top side, so there's still a 3 gen bottom. But that middle
absolute domination. He didn't even care about protecting the 4 gen. He just went bottom, and then he started popping every gen in existence, and but now they got a little bit of pros going.
Yeah,
it's probably too late at this point.
He did kind of just big dick this, huh? Like he didn't even like he got like a fast
Absolutely.
down. Yeah, like he got like a fast down in the 4 gen and was like, nah, dude, I'll just go to the complete opposite side and just fuck shit up. And it worked pretty well. I mean, looked like he was he trying to bait a dead hard there? He is the dead hard survivor. I think he did bait it actually. Huh.
Oh,
that's
wrong.
Crazy. Gets it down on the other side of that vault too. That'll be another hook. Blue blur will be going on 2nd stage. There's another survivor getting very close to death. Everybody's injured too, so looking very volatile here for any survivor that gets chased. Like this survivor is going to be in some trouble. Unfortunate. The firecracker almost got him away, but I think he underestimated how much distance that it actually gave him. I think if he would have just held W there, he actually wouldn't have got hit, but hard to calculate that in the moment. He's got deli, so he'll be able to get himself off hook, but at this point, I don't know if it really matters. There's so much pressure, man. Like, what can they do? Like, where's the last guy? Just trying to get the 3rd gen done? Maybe they're just trying to hope. They're trying to pray for a tie, maybe, at this point.
But they can't really save this one. They will need 2 more generators, and I think the one by main is gonna pop, but the other ones are gonna be hard to get.
Yeah. And even now, like if he wants to protect, if he wants to just stay near this hook, they can't really get the unhook without dying, because like they're all injured. So yeah, I think Chungus is gonna be on his way out. There he goes. He's dead. So yeah, there's pretty much no way, unless like, because again, even if Rose has a good chase here, Numi will probably just bail and go back to the gens, right? If he does. And then if he finds whoever's injured, ooh, that was clean. The eruption pops too. Yep, he now gets information on where Swift is and gonna head back over. And eruption lasts so long too. This is like what, like isn't it like 14 seconds or something? The aura reading.
Yeah,
it's some crazy ridiculous number. Yep, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Numi, absolutely dominating this game, dude. My lord, he played this so well. Ooh. Like what? Even that was so gross. Like my mid-ass blight would have immediately just swung at the pallet after the first bump, right? But he has like the reaction, the awareness to like just know exactly where like where he went, like bump in the right places, and just do it all so quickly and so fast. It's crazy. Like I don't know if it actually looks as impressive as it is to people who don't understand it that well, but like I feel like to me it's so impressive. Like God, he just plays so clean.
Yeah, it's a lot of prediction on what the survivor's probably gonna do, and he predicted right, and he's also really fast at just turning around and doing everything.
Yeah, just so good, man. Just very solid play from Numi. And that's gonna be 4K3, and there you go. Gas Station Slayers gonna take the Blight set from Overheated. That's interesting. Again, Overheated they usually first pick Blight. It's a set that they feel really confident in terms of getting wins. And they're not going to be able to take that one, so that's going to put them down 1-0 going into the second killer, and that means that they're going to have to win this next set in order to stay in this best of 3. And if I'm not mistaken, especially considering Numi's on their team, that means that these guys probably picked Wesker, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's going to be Wesker. So I think we're actually going to also keep this lobby because I'm sure Numi is going to be playing the Wesker for Gas Station Slayers. So yeah, this should be interesting now because now going into the set, Overheated needs this win. Numi, a very known Wesker main, like plays a lot of Wesker, is very fucking good at him. And they're gonna have to beat that in order to stay alive in this best of 3. So this is gonna be spicy. It's gonna be a little bit spicy.
Absolutely. I think Numi is Countess of ours on Wesker, and he can do absolutely everything, every tech, everything. Like he studied every loop to perfection. It's very impressive.
Oh yeah, dude. I've seen some of the shit that he can do, and it's so gross. It is so gross. Let me give you guys your payout since I know you guys care about that more than anything else here. Bam, 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 bam. I'll give you guys a new one too. All right, so Wesker is going to be played on probably Cool Tower, I believe, right? Let me go check just to be sure. Yes, Cool Tower. So it will be being played on Cool Tower. No special balancing other than not allowing. We don't allow the iridescent Ouroboros vial thing. Actually, wait, I thought we banned lab photo recently too, didn't we? Oh yeah. So actually, you can't run either one of his ultra rares. No lab photo. Also, no eerie vial. The two of his stronger add-ons are taken away, but that being said, you know, still lots of good options for him. And it is going to be on Cool Tower as well, so relatively small map. So, I will ask you the same thing. What do you think would be a rough expected result here?
Wesker Kotor can swing really hard. So if you have a good start, you can really get going, and even up to a 4K, but a 4K is pretty hard to get. If the survivors play the map correctly and they drop a few pallets, then it's very, very difficult to get that far. I would say like the average is probably like 8 stages, 7.
Yeah, that seems fair. Yeah, Wesker can be really, really strong, but he is one of those killers that, like, you know, you got to get 2 hits. There's no one-shot downs. If a team has good macro and is in the right place at the right time and just positions well, you know, they could run to the opposite side of the map where like gens aren't, and it's just really it can be really hard to have like the perfect kind of game like you can with like some other killers like Blight. But
his chase, I mean, if you compare Blight and Wesker, it's like Wesker is there's more input for the survivors from the survivors in chase. There are like more interactions where the survivors have like meaningful choices and they're not just gonna get hit for free. And it's like pretty easy to win some of those. And Wesker has a pretty long cooldown on his power, and that way you can get time and get gens done.
Yeah. Like from what I understand, and feel free to correct me if you disagree or if you think this is wrong, but I would say that like with a lot of the interactions in chase with Blight, it feels like you kind of are in situations with Survivor where you have like maybe like a 10% chance of not getting hit, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to just try something and then just hope for, like, pray to God that it works. Whereas with Wesker, you find yourself in more situations that are like 40-60, maybe 60-40, maybe like 50-50. Like you find yourself in situations where like the thing you do is not necessarily going to work well. Or actually, you can even find yourself in situations that are just 100% a lot of the time. But like even like the more like playable tiles and stuff, you still have like a more decent chance to avoid getting hit, as opposed to having like this tiny minuscule chance where you're just kind of praying that something goes wrong on the Blade's end. So yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Wesker's power is like if he misses 2 rushes, it's 12 seconds. The thing about Blight, if he loses a mic cam on a pallet, he's just gonna break the pallet, and he has less cooldown than Wesker.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, it's pretty brutal. Even like punishing the actual mistakes against a killer like Blight is significantly less too. Yeah, so that should hopefully help them a good bit. That being said, like you said, Numi is tricky. He's tricky. He's pretty consistent at like all the little text that you can do on Wesker and stuff. Like I would not be surprised at all if we saw some. Like I don't think we're gonna be seeing it like constantly, but I feel like we probably will see one.
We have spawn offerings on, right?
Yes.
Okay, that depends a lot. What happens out of spawn? Cold Tower is also a bit as a killer. I personally want to spawn main because it's way harder if you spawn on shack side because the survivors have main. It's way easier to spread out, and you can't really like clump them in as well because you can't have 4 people behind the shack. This doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Where you spawn kind of matters, and like, can you maybe find someone instantly that is not positioned very well and get an early hit? These kind of things matter a lot on Cold Tower specifically.
Yeah, that is definitely true. So I guess we'll see where the actual spawn is. And again, kind of like you said before, and like I mean, I say this like pretty much all the time. I'm sure I sound like a broken record, but first chase is gonna matter so much. I mean, it matters so much in every single game, pretty much no matter what. But definitely gonna be huge here, especially on a map like Cool Tower that can be pretty snowbally. So we'll see, man. They're gonna have to definitely make sure they play us well. And again, a reminder. Overheated needs this set. They need this set or else they're donezo. If they don't win this Wesker set, then they are out skis. And Gas Station Slayers will just take the clean 2-0 and go. So if they want to go to the 3rd set and have a chance to actually win this best of 3, they need to win this. So the survivors are going to want to come out of this with a good result. They're not going to want to come out of this getting like 4K'd or anything. That's probably not going to feel very good. So pressure's kind of on for them. All right. Here we are. Ooh, dead man switch. Wait, why does he only have 3 stacks at? Oh, someone didn't load in. I was like, why was it? They have 3 stacks of pain res. What the fuck? Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Did they not? There's only 4 gens, dude. Did they not realize? They. Reggie's internet crashed. Got you. Got you.
That is an incredibly. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about you, but Deadman switch together with Pop is kind of like a sin.
Yeah, it's, you have like a 15-second window. Yeah. It is.
It's very hard.
Yeah, it is a little funky because you'll like hook somebody and then you'll go to a gen that you want to pop and then it just gets blocked in your face and then you're like, oh, I guess I got to come back to this in a little bit. It does kind of feel a bit weird. It feels like it messes with your macro a bit, right? Because like if there's somewhere that you want to be, but you're like, oh, but I gotta wait for this deadman switch to go away so I can get this pop value. Yeah, it is a little funky, I think, for sure.
He's also using the egg add-on.
Yeah, egg.
Very interesting.
Yeah, egg. I've seen a lot of discussion about egg. Apparently, it's like bugged or something, and you like get more move speed or something. I think I saw them saying.
I mean, it's like it's a bit weird. I think that's how extension add-ons works. Baba's Chili also works the same way, where it like kind of like drags out the curve of how you slow down, which means you slow down slower, and when you come out of a dash, you actually get like a tiny bump where you get like 0.2 meters further, like right out of the gate. So like it extends your dash a little bit, the first one. So,
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
if that's bugged or not, I'm not even sure. But that's just how they do the add-ons.
Yeah, behavior does that with a lot of things. They don't just like shift their speed from like one number to another number. It's almost always like a curve, or they'll like it'll go from like you know X speed to Y speed, but it'll be like over time, right? It'll be like a slow, gradual thing as opposed to just instantly going. So that's kind of interesting. So yeah, an add-on like egg, I guess extends that, like it makes that like a longer curve, which means that you stay at a higher speed for longer, which is really interesting, huh? That's bizarre. I never actually knew that. So yeah, it's basically just like what Loose Crank wants to be, essentially.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I kind of like publicized that a little bit.
Oh yeah,
I'm taking a tiny bit of credit.
Yeah, oh yeah, was that
the acting?
Like, was that you that like actually figured that out? Because that's interesting.
I don't know. I think people are kind of like, I don't know. I think I publicized it. But
yeah,
like people have kind of like, yeah, it was a bit known before. I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe the Wesker mains knew already.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there's like a little fucking underground community of Wesker mains that probably know all kinds of wild shit. They probably know all this like secret shit that they're not telling any of us, honestly. Like they probably got all these like confidentiality agreements, dude. They're like the fucking Wesker mafia, you know. Lord knows what kind of information they know. Who knows, man. But it is interesting. I do think that like I've probably learned more intricate details about Wesker in the past like couple months than like any killer ever.
Yeah, Aaron knows absolutely everything about Wesker. It's like I've never seen someone know so much about the main killer. Like they literally know everything about like how everything works and every number, and like it's actually crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Rosé. So is his internet like gone? Is he coming back, or is he done so? Are we gonna have Dino Melon filling in on Survivor side too, or what's going on here? Also, as far as I'm aware, because this is like a no-fault crash, I'm pretty sure the protocol is just that everybody can like change up their builds if they want. Like, obviously, Numi was able to see the survivors and what builds they were running, and who had what. And obviously, the survivors were able to see Numi's build, so everybody's allowed to change their builds, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay, that is correct. So yeah, just FYI, in case anyone's like, wait, this isn't fair. Yeah, that's how it works. So if they want to, if they like, I'm like, all right, well, this person had like Deli Unbreakable, and we want to move to somebody else to be tricky or whatever, you know. Or maybe the ultimate mind game is to keep everybody on the same builds, because you know you wouldn't expect that. Who knows? But the point is that they're allowed to do it. So at least the killer's like not 100% sure, and the survivors are also not 100% sure either. So. Yeah. Oh god, dude, my fucking lungs are killing me.
Oh no, are you feeling better yet?
I'm feeling
a little bit at least.
Yeah, I'm at least on like the upswing. Like I'm definitely doing good. I just think talking a lot takes a lot out of me. Like doing that event yesterday at the end of the fog, like afterwards, I was just hawking my lungs out all day. Like it was pretty bad. I'll probably do the same thing after tonight, honestly.
Oh no.
But it's fine. I've been like literally laying around and just, you know, resting for like a week straight. I'm so tired of it. I don't want to rest anymore, man. I'm sick of it. I want to do stuff.
Sick of being sick. I guess
exactly. I'm not the kind of person to get sick very often too. Like I'm usually sick like once every like couple years. So like it feels really weird to be sick, right? Like I'm not used to it and it just feels weird. And especially because it's lasting so long, I'm just like, all right, man, like enough. Like for fuck's sake, I just want to go do stuff. Like Jesus. Does he need this invite? Okay, there we go. Should be good. Should be good. Sick. You look like you were dying at the tournament yesterday? Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught it, but there was a moment in the tournament. Because, like, basically when they would pull me off camera... Okay, when I was on camera, I would try my best to, like, keep myself composed, right? Like, I was trying to stay as professional as I could. And when I was on camera, I was trying to make sure I wasn't coughing. I was trying to make sure I, like, looked pretty decent or whatever. But at one point, like, they kind of switched to camera without, like... Because we had, like, a voice scenario where they would tell us when they were switching to camera or, like, when we were muted and when we weren't muted. And at one point, they switched to camera without telling me. And here, I'll turn on my webcam right now. They, like, switched to my camera, and as they did it, I went... Like, I did, like, one of those. Like, I was just feeling like shit. And I just, like, rubbed my face down, like, ugh. And they switched to camera, like, right as I did it. And I was like, oh, God, I just did that right on camera. Fuck. It was not great. It was not great. Yeah, I felt kind of bad. I was trying to avoid doing that the whole night because I was trying to just act not sick. But I guess I let it slip at least once. Oops. And here's a shot of Tofu completely over this shit. Yeah, that's basically what it was. Yeah, here's Tofu completely over it. All right, here we go. Loading into game 2 for real this time. We got 4 offerings. Hopefully nobody's game crashes this time. And again, just to keep the hype built up at least a little bit. This is a high pressure situation for the survivors. Especially the survivors. I mean, Numi is in a pretty comfortable spot. He's playing a killer he knows. He's playing a killer he's comfortable on. I mean, we do have high expectations for him, so I guess maybe there is some pressure on him there. But for the most part, like, his team won the first round. So even if he has a slip up and maybe has a rough game, it's not the end of the world. They're not out of it. Overheated, they can't afford to slip up. They need to make sure they play this well. They need to make sure they have a really, really strong performance here. So we'll see if they do. He's Prestige 69 on Wesker. Nice. All right. So... Deli Unbreakable on Ada. A little bit of a mixed bag, but Toolbox Deja Vu onto Renato. Balance and then some Gen doing perks there. And Chungus has got the Dead Hard Decisive Strike. And same build on Doobie that we saw before the reset as well.
He's destroying the main building, but he couldn't find anyone yet. Ooh, scratch marks going.
He did get that bottom side spawn, like you said. So the survivors all spawn on top side means that they at least have a little bit of a better chance at like stealthing around and not getting seen. But he does manage to find Renato here. We'll see how he plays this tile. This is a pretty playable tile, I think, for Wesker. As you can see. There you go. And
he's going to get thrown edge map.
Oh, that's huge.
I saw it coming.
Does he even make this? He doesn't. Oh, yeah. That's probably the single best play you can make as Wesker is getting a throw edge map. Like, that is brutal, dude. That is just pure, that is just straight death. Well,
the thing is, he's kind of inside the gens, which is problematic.
Yeah. Well, there's actually topside has a lot of gens. There's like 3 here. There's actually a couple like the one on the left side of the map is pretty close topside too. It feels like topside generator situation seems a lot more dangerous than the bottom side at the moment.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe the fact that... Oh, interesting that they were going for that so heavily. Huh.
The thing is, he's nearly infected now. So in 5 seconds, he's going to be fully infected. And at that point, taking a chase is close to impossible.
Yeah. He is going to throw this God pallet. This is interesting how fast this happened. And I don't think Rosé was even the deli survivor too, so they just like fast unhooked that. I don't. Do you think them unhooking that fast was a mistake? I feel like maybe.
A little bit. Yeah, I think so.
Egg value. Yup.
No way.
And that's another rehook very, very quickly. Pop Goes Wiz will be back up. Still not a single gen done, and someone's going to struggle state. 1 o'clock gen's being worked. Looks like this gen off to the left side is being worked too, and then also main has a little bit of progress. Yeah, Deadman switch coming out on the 9 o'clock gen. But man, and the 1 o'clock gen too, so they're both blocked. No progress coming in for at least a little bit. Survivor on hook have anything that can help him here? No kinship, nope, no nothing. Off the record's all he has. He does have off the record, which helps a little, but as we saw last chase, it didn't do a whole lot for him that chase either.
Oh,
dude,
gets that.
Oh, and the throw too. It's also a throw.
No.
So even better recovery. Oh my god. Not even, again, not the deli survivor again, which is a little surprising. Like Ada not going for these saves. He's going to go ahead and take that hook and then go after the chase, which maybe ends up being a little bit of a mistake. Maybe, I don't know if he didn't realize that he didn't have off the record before, but he is going to have to hit Renato twice. Like, hitting Renato off hook here would have been pretty valuable just to get us off the record out of the way. Maybe he didn't realize it last chase, but yeah, he's got to hit him twice now if he wants to tunnel him out.
I mean, he's going to slow down, which is definitely going to help.
Yeah. How close is that? Very close. Very, very close. And this tile as well is definitely not the best. Especially against the Wesker. There's the off the record hit at least. That at least gets him a little bit. But again, the slowdown is so brutal, dude. He's going so slow. Yep.
Oh my god.
This is going to be a kill at 5, maybe 4 gens.
Not preserved maybe with Ada.
I'll see you dead.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is going to be... They'll at least get 1 singular gen done, but like a kill at 4 gens is definitely not the start that they wanted. Again, especially because I kind of got to say, they need to win this set to stay alive, and it's looking really bad now. It's looking really bad now.
On top of that, he has another hook stage and 1 injury. So this is not only a kill, but he's going into a 3-1 in a pretty decent spot, I would say.
Yep. And on top of that, they still haven't even charged their deli yet either. So like, they also might end up not be gonna get their deli value if things play out correctly. Finds Rosé again, who is injured, so this should be a relatively fast chase. Seeing as only needs 1 hit, and yeah, the hit's gonna be right here.
Too bad.
And that's gonna be another fresh hook, potentially a pain res. I think Ada will be able to get this gen done before the pain res comes in. Yeah, she will. And she's probably gonna want to get this unhooked. They're gonna want to get that deli up at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think she will get the opportunity. Looks like Numi's going to be heading back over to this left side. He's going to find Chungus here. Who has this filler in the middle map, which is an okay tile. So it's a pretty decent setup. We'll see how much Numi wants to play this before he just gives up. Oh, what's he doing? What's he up to? Okay. Yep. Gets a hit there, too.
Very well played.
Yeah, that's interesting. He kind of just stood there with his power out, and I feel like Chungus probably shouldn't have even vaulted. It's such a weird situation.
So, yeah, the thing is, as soon as the survivor enters the animation, you can just double dash and hit them, and there's nothing I can do anymore. But yeah. So you not vaulting, definitely the play.
Yeah, this is just and then another really clean dash there to get another down as well. Take a hook on bottom side. Tries a skinny Burt, but his Burt's not as skinny as he thought. That gen's gonna get blocked by Deadman Switch. And man, this is...
He knows where he is too.
Yeah, he knows. He finds the rotating survivor. This is just, yeah, overheated. It's just, they're looking so in a bad spot right now. I believe he has balance, so he'll get a little bit of distance here. He's just gonna use that to go top side and get the fuck out of here. Ada is gonna grab the sun hook, get slapped in the process. But there's really no redeeming this, right? Like, they're pretty much done, though. At this point, it's just like get as many gens done as you can. But like you said earlier, I mean, the expected result here against the Wesker should be better than this. Like this will be DS. But even if they finish like 2 more gens and get like 4K1, that's still not a great result. So
4K1 is possible. It's hard, but like anything above that is borderline impossible.
yeah, like if they don't,
you would need.
yeah. Oh, that lands too. Interesting.
Did he use his pop once? Didn't, right?
I don't think he has. I legit don't think he has. I think he will be able to here though. So yeah, he'll finally be able to here. But yeah, I think up until now, I don't think he has. No, it was just there for the late game. That's all. Clearly. Deadman switch kicking in here too, though. And yeah, again, I don't think they're even gonna be able to get to 4K1 at this point. Like they're trying to just get these gens done and just try to make the result a little less painful. But yeah, like if they could get to if they could get to 1 gen left and end there, that at least gives them a chance to like hopefully tie. But if they don't, which it's not really looking too promising right now, this is, again, I don't want to call any match over before it's actually over, but it's definitely going to be looking decently over, for sure. Newbie showing off a little bit, doing a bit of a hug tech slap there. Gonna get that down on Rose, and he's gonna be on his second hook. Okay. Blacko gonna come over with Pop, kick this gen on the hill too. Ada, as we know, was kind of chilling in shack area, and it's looking like she might just be going for hatch at this point. I mean, I don't know. I think it's looking pretty hopeless, I believe. Oh. Numi's just kind of keep an eye on the hook. Holding down this middle area. Yep, he sees Rose give up, so he's gonna head over towards hatch, and that's gonna be it. That's a huge result. I mean, there's really no other way to put this, but Numi just kind of worked these survivors on both killers. Like, there's really no other way to put it, right? Like, he just fucking worked these guys and was just hitting every dash on both killers, and these games were just dominations, dude. My lord.
Yeah. He played the killers close to perfect in both of those matches, and he showed that he can control them perfectly, and that was overwhelming for the survivors.
Yeah, that was really, really ridiculously good, honestly. Like, I can't even stress enough how good that was. That was fucking gross. The survivors, a little bit sloppy on their side too. Like, there was definitely some minor mistakes. Like, there was some macro, like there was a couple little macro mistakes that mattered earlier on, but then there was also some of the micro mistakes in chase that like got them killed when they could have stayed alive. So definitely not the best performance we've seen from Overheated. I mean, I know that this team, and we've seen this team play multiple times, and we know that they're very, very capable. But I mean, everybody has their on and off days. I think they might have just been having a little bit of a bit of an off day today. On top of like Numi, also like I think a good player is gonna put the pressure on you and make you, you know, like I think a good team is gonna look a little less good against a good killer too. Clearly, right? Because they're gonna like really put the pressure on you. But
yeah.
Definitely know that this driver team is capable of more. I think they might have just been having a little bit of an off day today, so gonna not get a very strong result here. They're gonna get this exit, actually, maybe. Well, no. Firecracker saving themselves?
No.
Oh, imagine if you Firecracker saved yourself, though. That would have been pretty sick.
That would be insane.
Doesn't get it though. So down goes Ada, and I mean, what's there to say, man? I don't know. Numi just looking insanely good right now. Just looking so
Did you
good.
just hug-tech the survivor on the hook?
I think he did. I think he might have hug-tech the survivor on the hook, yes. Is that like the ultimate BM? Maybe?
I think it is.
Yeah, you just say to their dying body, yeah. Oh, Lord. He hug-teched the entity. That's impressive. And there you go. I mean, 4K3, I'm assuming we're still going to do the second match, but it's going to be pretty rough now. I think Dino was also filling in to play Wesker too, so hey, Dino. The win condition is pretty easy, man. You just got to get a 4K 4 gens left, and then you win. So you got this, man. You got this.
Hit everything and do that fast.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how this goes. Dino going to be playing Wesker up against the survivors of Gas Station Slayers. And
some people love being in that spot where they have like an unwinnable win condition and they can just go and try it.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because like you usually see like some of the weirdest, like funkiest builds whenever that happens too, right? Like you see like you see people run like weird shit like Infectious and like Forced Hesitation and all this like weird shit where they just want to like snowball super hard. And then usually they usually end up just getting like nothing because their whole build's committed to it, and then they end up just like getting nothing. But it is still interesting to see. Who am I even inviting for this? Hey, gas station slayers, you guys just want to maybe join off me because I'm dumb and I don't know who to invite here? Hey, I'll accept you, sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just wait for one of them to join, I think. All right, so Dino clearly has his work cut out for him here. This is looking to be most likely, like, again, I don't want to be that guy, but this is looking pretty much over. Unless Wesker gets, unless Dino gets a kind of like a miracle here on Wesker, it's going to be pretty dunzo, I think. Which means I don't think we'll be seeing the third match, which is going to be which would have been the Spirit game. And we'll probably be moving on to the next set, I believe, which, unfortunate, that's our only Spirit game of the whole day today, at least. We have a guaranteed Spirit game on Sunday, but for today, that was our only potential Spirit game, so that's kind of unfortunate. No Spirit. But that's okay. That's okay, because I think the next set's going to be really exciting, too.
The second set has some of the best players in NA, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. It definitely seems like it's going to be a very high caliber game. Oh, Mother Mary is who I was supposed to be inviting. Oh. Oopsie. Mother Mary is Autumn. Okay. Yeah, I definitely knew that. Yeah. Dino Prince 4K5s like he's the US Mint. Oh. Okay. Sick. Well, that's good. That's what they need. That's perfect. That's perfect right now. All right. We got the squad. We got Autumn. We got Igor, Leanne, Dr. Sex, PhD, and fucking. We're ready to go, dude. We're ready to go. All they got to do is finish 3 gens, though. That's it. The Wake Edition for Survivors is finish 3 generators. For Killer, he's got a 4K with 4 gens still left. If he 4K 3s, it ties it up, which would at least force game 3. So really, we'll even just say that 4K 3. If you 4K 3s, that would be insane. And would at least keep the series alive. But again, it's Wesker on a map like Cool Tower. I mean, on Wesker on pretty much any map. I say a map like Cool Tower, but Wesker really on any map. That's not a really easy thing to do. I mean, Wesker is not a killer that really should be running wild the way that we just saw. It was just a bit of an unfortunate game for Overheated, a very strong game for Numi. But assuming Gas Station Stairs plays this decently and just plays like a tight, solid game on their end, should be a pretty achievable win condition. Well, we've been having people suggest that we put Wesker on Garden of Joy, since apparently Garden of Joy is like Wesker's playground for techs or something. But that sounds like a bad idea for scrims. Yeah, I think
that was
like
a Survivor suggestion, right?
No, because Alran has basically said that like Garden of Joy is like there's so many techs you can do on it, and apparently like I think in like a pub game setting at least anyway, right? It's like his best map because there's just so much like fun dumb shit you can do. But again, in like a scrim setting, I don't think anyone's gonna be wanting to play on Garden of Joy in a fucking scrim setting, you know? Like fuck that shit. But you know, hey, you never know. Like maybe if we get a bunch of Wesker main mafia in here and they start pressuring me, you know, who knows? Who knows, man? They might threaten to bust out my kneecaps or something unless I do it. So if I end up putting Wesker on Garden of Joy, just know that I was probably threatened by the Wesker mafia, all right? And it was probably against my will, but it could happen. You never know. All right, so here's Dino the champ going in. We'll see if he can pull this off.
What build would you use if you have to 4K3?
Yeah, that's interesting.
On Wesker,
dude, I don't even know, man. I mean, obviously corrupt, but like, I feel like you need something like infectious, right? Like infectious on Wesker is kind of huge too because he has the bigger tear radius. I don't know, dude. I would probably unironically run something like infectious, like Chorophobia. Just try to take advantage of your massive tear radius. Just fucking tag a bunch of people and then just try to snowball like crazy. Because you honestly, like, maybe, right? If you just like spread tags, have Choro, you can cover a big section of the map. Maybe, right? I don't know. I mean, at that point, you might as well fucking try something, right? I'm gonna cycle the driver builds real quick just so that we have them on record for the people on staff. But yeah, here you go. He's actually running the same build that Numi ran. So just the exact same. Hey, he said, you know what? If Numi can do it, so can I. I think that's his attitude, so I respect it.
Oh, he's looking, my man. He found someone.
Yeah, he got the same spawn. He spawned bottom side, and then all the survivors spawn top, which gives them a little bit of that edge stealthing. But he does find Dr. Sex pretty quickly. Ooh. Stubbs is
he didn't.
dope.
It's like actually like a very similar situation. That's funny. It's the same tile too.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, can't quite get the hit though. Dr. Sack's gonna get away from this one, at least temporarily. Has a pretty good pallet there too. Chargers will be coming back, but he also has a car pallet here he can use as well. And I think he should be able to make a window here as well. Oh, actually, no, the window's not there. It's on the other side. Never mind. He's gonna eat some damage there, but again, gens are gonna be progressing while this is going on, and they only need 2. They only need 2.
It's a bit slow. And Dr. Sex staying on the top side. That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Now he's chasing the ace because he kind of needs. He kind of can't have the gens pop like that.
Yeah, he's kind of just gotta like get a lot fast. Oh no!
Oh no!
Good firecracker from Igor there. There's one gen done. Halfway towards a tie condition. No, Dino misses the rush on the vaulting survivor. He's feeling the pressure. You know he's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the 4K4 gen pressure. He's gonna get that.
It's pretty hard.
M1.
You have to hit the exact middle to hit someone that's medium vaulting.
Yeah. The hitbox is really funky. Yeah. Especially when you're at like a weird angle like that for sure. They still have this pallet up too. They're gonna use that to get some distance. He should be able to make it back to the T-wall as well. So actually, he's just gonna loot main. This feels a little bit more risky because yeah, you can get caught off by this maybe. Well, it doesn't get caught off. Never mind.
Ah, that's bad.
Yep, Igor makes that. And yeah, this is gonna be basically done. So these first chases, there's gen number 2 pop in. That's gonna lock up the tie. Next gen that completes is the win. And Dino's gonna get his down now.
I find it interesting that they both go for pop instead of brutal or bamboozle, which are both really good perks on this map.
Yeah, that is interesting too. Yeah, or like would you get rid of Deadman Switch for that either? Like I think like either pop pain res or pain res DMS both seem good. But
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah, because I do agree that like they both seem like pretty good, solid choices. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, odd that they both went for the same build. But there you go. There's the hook. When it comes in,
Yes,
from the deli survivor
on the top side. That is nice, a strike on the ace, and now we're going for the tunnel. That is gonna be trouble.
Yep, gonna delay this even longer. Yep, because even when he does eventually get this down, he's watching for the old tech. But ooh, was that? How did that slap? Was that dead? He dead hearted or
That's a
something?
good question.
I'll see you dead.
He
No one knows.
He doesn't even have dead hard. I don't understand how that was a slap.
Yeah, that made no sense. Beautiful dash though, and the DS has been used, and it's not a good tile against Wesker, but let's see what he can make out of it.
Oh, he manages to transition away though. Yeah, he makes it to this filler, and this filler is definitely a much better tile than that other one.
Yeah.
There's your number 3 popping, so that's going to be the win being confirmed for Gas Station Slayers. But at this point, we're just going to see what kind of result Lemon can get here. Sorry, Dino Melon can get. Melon, lemon, melon, whatever, you know. Oh, the locker is staying alive a little bit longer. Gonna get this pull out. The old wag of the finger. That's gonna be hook number 2, but another gen's gonna pop. Oh, they're all gonna pop actually. Gen number 4. There's no pain res. So yeah, all 5 gens done. Yeah, this tunnel out just not happening fast enough. A little bit too weak of an early game. Driver's got all the gens done. There's also no late game perks to work with either. Obviously, since the win condition was, you know, so brutal, really can't use end game perks. So looking like the survivor's gonna get a really strong result here.
I'm gonna try his best, but yeah, now they're tanking hits, and the gate is being opened. That 3 people to tank hits for Zarina. That's probably gonna be it. I would imagine. Oh, that was a
Even-
good attempt, but sadly not.
The problem here is that even if he manages to get Leanne has Deli too. So like, it's pretty.
Oh.
It would only be one additional hook stage anyway, which is pretty unfortunate. I'm pretty positive she has Deli. Yeah, she does. So yeah, even this is just working for one more fresh hook. If I got the most, he could maybe honestly like throw Igor back into the map here, and maybe kill him. Yeah, like that would be pretty much perfect. He's also slowed down now. So you can kill Igor, which again, I mean, you're just getting an additional hook stage here pretty much no matter what. Oh, geometry. Oh. Okay.
He is slow, so he's moving very slow, but they can just fill the gaps. Maybe. Oh, he's getting thrown at map.
Yeah. Edge map throw. She better get him now too. There's so many people that are in danger, but Autumn's still there.
Overcome.
All right.
Okay, strong.
There you go. I mean,
Jeez.
very strong result from Gas Station Slayers. Not really much to say about that. Very dominant in this whole set. Overheated just couldn't quite keep up today, and Gas Station Slayers gonna honestly looking really good, looking really strong. Taking both of these killer sets very decisively, very decisively. So gonna get out there with all 4 survivors. I think that was only like 2 hook stages for Dino, whereas Numi obviously dominated his game as Wesker. The Blight set was also slightly in their favor too. So that's gonna be the 2-0. There you go. GG's. Well played by Gas Station Slayers. Good try from Overheated. Again, a little bit of a rough day for them. But hey, you know, it happens. Not everybody's playing at 100% every day. So, you know, like, what are you going to do? Unfortunate. But I believe that we will be moving on to set number 3 now. Or, sorry, set number 2 now, I believe. So we should be having X9 Clan versus Tremor. Assuming everybody's ready. I know we're a little bit early because that was only 2 matches instead of 3. But assuming everybody is ready, we should have these guys up. And this is going to be another Blight game and then a Nurse game afterwards, which should be interesting. We haven't seen a ton of Nurse. Honestly, we put Nurse in rotation a good bit, and then we don't really get her selected very often, which is a bit odd because I thought there would be a ton of people wanting to play Nurse, but we don't really see her a whole lot. So I'm kind of excited to see her
Nurse
tonight.
kind of fell off.
Yeah.
She used to be the #1 killer that everyone played in comp, like Nurse Cold Tower all day. But she kind of fell off when it comes to popularity. She's a bit stale, and it's a bit figured out. That's how I would put it.
Yeah. I've heard people say that about Nurse, especially Nurse Cold Tower, just that it's so figured out. Yeah, and I get that, right? Like if you just already know exactly what you're gonna do and exactly how the result's gonna be, just because everyone plays it in the same like exact way, that does kind of make sense. Yeah. Because with Nurse too, like assuming you're good enough at Nurse where you're just hitting your blinks, I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of variety, right? Like I feel like a killer like Wesker, again, there's a lot of like Wesker or Blight, there's a lot of like differences you can do in terms of like are you going to get the hit, are you going to get the hit with like 2 rushes or 5 rushes? Yeah. And there's a lot of variance in terms of like how the hits come in. Whereas I feel like with Nurse, it's just like, yeah, you just get like a 2-blink hit and then you get a 2-blink hit.
Yeah. and then Nurse is literally just you run to the right, you die in the right spot, like period. That's just all there is. Like there's no juking, nothing. If you juke, you're probably gonna lose your team the game. Well, it's figured out, but like there's still potential and things can definitely happen. Like, it's not that crazy, but it also depends a bit on RNG. Do you get a 4-gen on either side? Where do you spawn? Who gets chased first? With those words, you can probably do some finicky stuff with Lucky Break, though. I'm sure you could pull something off with like overcome Lucky Break.
Oh, it is important to note too that I was mentioning Nurse Cold Tower, but Nurse has not put on Cold Tower for our games, by the way.
Oh,
she's played on
what
Groaning.
Is this?
Groaning Storehouse.
Okay.
So, yeah, pretty. Like we originally put her there a long time ago because when we first started doing scrims, it was like there wasn't really a lot of like. Sorry, there wasn't a lot of like of the actual like competitive player base that joined. It was mostly just like the teams that it was a lot of just like learning teams, right? So like so like the general skill level was like pretty low. And both Nurses and Blights would basically just dominate constantly, no matter what map we put them on, because everyone was just still really sloppy with things like rotations and positioning and macro and everything. But since then, people have improved a good bit. We have moved a lot of the killers onto like stronger maps or onto weaker maps and stuff. But Nurse, we've just kept on groaning because she still has seemed to do okay. Like with most games that we've had, she still seems to do okay on groaning. So until we get games, like I think it should be pretty rough for her, right? Like it seems like the type of map that should be really rough. But until we really see that happening, I kind of just
Like
I've been pretty happy with her on it. I don't know.
in a vacuum, it should be a pretty rough map, yeah, where you should not really 4K anymore. You should get maybe like 7, 8 stages, but things can definitely happen. So Nurses is the type of killer. If one mistake happens, everything changes, and all of a sudden the Nurse is expected to win. So it happens really fast. And even like the best teams, they still make slip ups because like coordinating yourself properly with someone else is just hard. It's even if you play a lot of time together and you practice, mistakes constantly happen in almost every game. So
Yeah, like having good high level comms is like one of the hardest things ever. Like contrary to what your like favorite Reddit killer might say, where every Survivor Friends is cheating in a God Squad. Yeah, it's really hard to be able to like really like identify where everyone is all the time and know exactly where you should be and where everyone else is and like what's going on. It's really hard to constantly keep up for sure.
What should you say, what you shouldn't say, and also like retaining the information of your teammates is hard. That's why comp players usually say everything twice. That's like the meme. So like you can actually like input the information into your brain, because like if you actually play, then you kind of have to play yourself. Then you have to see what info do I give to my team, what do I get, and then sometimes people talk at the same time, something gets missed. It's just easy. Like perfect communication does not really exist. Like it's just impossible. You can just be as good as possible.
Yeah, it is tough. And also like when you're actually in game too, sometimes like I've dabbled in Survivor Scrims here and there, and like it's also like in game too, like if you're like in the middle of being chased or something, right, and you're like worried about your own like mechanics in chase and people are making calls, sometimes it's hard to like even like grasp that because you're like trying to not die, right? Yeah. So like someone's calling something and you're like, wait, what? I didn't even like hear what you said because I was too busy trying to not die to this killer, you know? So yeah, it's definitely tough. It is definitely very, very hard. It's a way harder than people make it out to be, for sure. Oh, we need to fill a bit of time. Do we want to do like a couple like little scuff scrims? Do we want to have like any like killers go against any team of survivors or anything? I think most of the teams, like for instance, if we had gas station slayers come back and play, that's a pretty good survivor team. I don't know, like I feel like normally for scuff scrims I like to just pull random killers out of chat that like have never played comp and kind of give them a chance at it, but like going up against a team of that high caliber might be a little rough. I want to play more of the mastermind. I'm down for newbie to play more of the mastermind if you guys want. If there's a survivor team for you to go against, we can just do that to fill time if you guys want. I'm down. I am down with that. Is your survivor team still around, Numi? Is Gas Station Slayer still around? Because if they're willing to just scrim your killer, we can do that just for like a fun game to fill time basically.
What is your favorite killer to spectate?
Oni. Definitely Oni.
Really?
Yeah, I love Oni. I just think like good Oni players are so exciting. And I think like I don't know, for some reason I just get like I get all like giddy though. I'm like a little kid on Christmas whenever Oni like pops his power. I don't know. Like I see an Oni like go like fucking going into Blood Rush and I'm like, yes, here it comes. Like it's like someone's about to get fucked up, you know? I don't know. I just love it. It's like so exciting to me. And I think it feels good to watch too, because I think like the early game as well, and like the opening of like having to just get a hit without anything to help you is like such an interesting mechanic, and I think it's such like a good like I'm a bit of like a DBD purist like at times, right? Like I used to play back in like 2016 when like there was almost no anti-loop at all other than like Nurse for like years, and everybody just had like normal chases where they were all loopable. So I kind of love seeing that built into like a modern day killer that still does have power otherwise. Like it's so nice. Like he satisfies that like purist of me that like enjoys just a normal 4.6 chase, but then also like when he starts going, he just gets really fucking exciting. You know what I mean? Like he pops his power, he's flying around, fucking shit up. It's really, really exciting. I love that killer.
He's like a good mix between micro and macro too.
Yeah,
like he's like you can outsmart survivors really hard within like 20 seconds if you find someone, or like you dash into the right place and then you down someone and then you catch someone else off guard. All of a sudden the game is over. It can flip really hard.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way for sure. Yeah, and I think like also seeing some of the creative ways that like they managed to get hits like early game too. Like I feel like I see like some of the cool, like obviously you can do this with any killer, but I feel like with Oni it happens more often than not because they don't want to get into that, you know, rhythm of just like kick you know, kick pallet, then go to the next tile, repeat. So I feel like you see some of the most interesting mind games on tiles when you get Onis. Like you see like weird shit happening on jungle gyms and stuff. Like they're always just trying wild shit to get hits, and like when it works, it's just so fucking cool. Can we see you scrim? Oh, you could watch me scrim, but I'm pretty bad. I'd be down. You know what's funny? I played some Survivor scrims off stream the other day, which chat's gonna be fucking blown away by that. I never played DBD off stream ever, but like it was actually, I think Wednesday night. It was like before Into the Fog. I couldn't sleep. Like I had Into the Fog in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. And I hopped in and played a couple games with like, it was like Swing Blade and Watery Melon and Diabetes, and yeah, we played a couple Survivor scrims. It was fun. It was actually really fun, man. I don't know. I want to do scrims more. It's actually super enjoyable. Like it's hard to like enjoy public match DBD once you like start fucking around with competitive. I feel like I don't know. It's just a whole different world.
That's true. It is sometimes it's cool to challenge yourself in such a manner. Also, it's just a different world entirely, especially on Survivor.
Yeah, it is. It's way different. That's kind of why I like it though. Like I don't know. It's a nice, like I think to me, like anything being new at this stage of the game is like crazy to me, right? Because again, I've been around this game for so long. I've been playing forever. Like I feel like I've just seen and done everything there is to do. So the fact that there's something like, I love the fact that I'm fucking bad at scrims. Like I love it. I love that I suck. Because I love like improving, and I feel like in like public games, there's really no room for that anymore, right? Like if you're like a decent player in public games, as killer, you pretty much just win all the time. And unless you get like a mega stacked squad and you're playing like a, you know, like some dinky killer or something, but it's very rare. Like I feel like you just dominate most of your games. And on a Survivor, it's like if you're a full squad maybe, but otherwise you just deal with your boosted teammates. It just feels like, I don't know, like it feels like there's really not a lot of room in public matches to do much of like improvement. Whereas I feel like in like scrims, I'm like getting my ass beat and I'm like, this is sick. Like I can actually like work on shit and like get better. Like there's things for me to improve at. It's amazing. Melon said you were.
I think Lisa.
Sorry, what's up?
We would. I think we wanted to play actually, but like we never could manage to play in your scrim night because it was so late. Like someone was always asleep.
Yeah, I've heard that a few times before. I was thinking about doing like an earlier scrim night to like help. I don't know if like earlier or later would be better. Earlier would probably be better, right? Because I don't think people want to like wake up in the morning to play DVD, right? Like I don't know if I did later, I could maybe do it at like 9, 10 a.m. Europe time, but I don't know.
I mean, you could like. I mean, with this, when you literally start stream like today, that would probably be possible. But Laser goes to bed really early. But otherwise, I think.
Yeah, but like say say I started the night at like 4 p.m. my time, so like 2 hours earlier. So yeah, it would be like 10 p.m. I think for you guys. Like, that would probably be doable if you were the first set, right? Yeah. I was thinking about doing that kind of stuff because I do know there's a lot of people like that are from Europe that would like to play. Like right now, I think we have like literally 2 European teams and that's it. And they end up like going against each other all the time because we just don't have anyone else from Europe for them to go against. Or we'll do like EU versus NA, you know, which is like not ideal, but you know it does work. But yeah, I would love to have more EU teams, and I would also love to have more people like, especially more like content creators and shit to like come in and hang out, right? Like that'd be great. There's so much stuff like that I would love to do. So yeah, maybe I'll look into that. Maybe I'll look into the idea of starting a little bit earlier. Oh yeah, we can do a Gamba for this. Wait, what should it be? Numi. I'll just say Numi result. Shit. How many different results can I have? Like how many can I do? Like 4?
I think it's 4, yeah.
I'll do 4K 1 plus 4K 0. 10 to 12 stages. And then 9 stages or less, I guess. Again, keep in mind, like again, according to most people that I hear from, Hens also basically just confirmed it as well, that Wesker should really be like the safe bet here should be 9 stages or less. Like that should be a really safe bet. But again, with what we saw him do earlier, you never know, right? So feel free to Gamba. Feel free to Gamba it up. Maybe I should have made the middle results a little more. Like 4K0 is a very exact one. Whatever, it's fine. You still got the schedule up. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, hurry up and hurry up and game on that because I got to close it once the game starts. Yeah. Go fast. Tofu versus Hens team when? Yeah, if you want to get your team together and come shit on me, I'd totally be down for that. By the way.
Okay, we can do that.
Dude, I've been looking like on days that I've been playing, like sometimes I'll just be playing pub games and I'm just like, dude, I just want to find a team that just will come shit on me. Like I just want to go lose some games. Like I get so sick of winning all the time. I just want to go fucking lose. So I am totally down for that shit. Like at any point, I don't know. And that's for any scrim teams, dude. Like during the week, if you guys are ever bored and you want to kick my ass on stream, if you want to come showcase how good you are or something, feel free. Come to my stream and be like, hey Tofu, you want to lose? And I'll be like, yes. Okay.
Ooh.
Shadowborn. Okay.
That's a flex and a half.
He's got brutal this time. He's also got pain res. He finds autumn pretty quickly. The survivor build seemed pretty spicy too. I saw some weird stuff in there. I'm gonna do a quick cycle. Like what even is that? Is that the new thing that makes your footsteps silent?
Oh no. Yeah, no silent footsteps exactly.
Yeah.
Interesting park choice.
Hope. Chemical trap. Fucking chemical trap. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, he wants the Skywesker, yeah.
Oh, dude, hardcore parkour, baby. Oh, I thought that was gonna be a throw too, but not quite. That was pretty dirty, dude. That one's going in the montage, baby.
Oh.
Someone's working to generate behind him. He hears it. But Jake's in trouble here. He's got nothing. Yeah, he's gonna go with the pebble defense. Oh my god. Okay. This fucking guys. Come on, you fuckers. My lord. Hey, Igor.
You play against your own team.
Yeah. This is, I guess, this is what in-house scrims do, huh? Igor, though, using the Pebble Tech gets away. No. This is super serious gameplay. No, he used the Pebble Tech, the legendary Forbidden Tech, gets away, and now Numi's gonna be on Autumn. Oh, no way that goes far enough, right? No. Good little hug tech, but just doesn't manage to go far enough with it. Autumn gonna be in some trouble here. Gonna die. Oh. Yep, gonna get yoinked. So 1 gen pops though. Could be a pain res. Not a pain res. I think went for a hug tech there that didn't land. Finds Leanne. She's playing this tile next to the hook, which is definitely not ideal. You definitely don't want to be looping near the hook. But hey, 2 more gens pop, so still looking to be in a pretty okay spot. Are the survivors? Numi can't quite get his double dash. And the chemical trap! And the fucking firecrackers to boot. What the fuck? Okay.
Going down. Oh, he's fully infected.
Yeah, fully infected Igor. He actually has the chalice this time around. What's the chalice do? I can't remember. Is that one the one where you carry them further?
I think it's more throwing range.
Oh yeah. I think you're right. I think it's throwing range. Yeah. That was the second down for Igor. He's gonna be getting put back on hook. Still only 2 gens left though. They did manage to pop 3 of them. They're currently doubling up on main gen at the moment. Newbie does find the only survivor that was hovering for the save though, so this is pretty big. They're gonna have to get somebody off that main gen to get the unhook.
Ooh, doesn't get stunned. Nice.
Zoning out that window. Misses the dash though. Good juke from Dr. Sex. Having a little bit of a standoff here. Oh, really? Okay.
Wrong.
Okay, Numi playing that path pilot pretty well. Gets the double hit on the Dr. Sex. Down he goes. Oh my god, these guys are trolling a little too hard, my lord. Leanne's here. Igor is on death hook and he's kind of just chilling over there, but looks like Numi wants to get Leanne here instead. Oh.
Aha. Okay, strong like him.
I mean, it worked. You know, it worked. The pickup's gonna happen over here onto Dr. Sex. Leanne's gonna get put on hook. I think she's got deli though, right? Maybe? Wait, where is she? No, no deli. There's actually no deli at all in this game. But never mind, I lied. Jake's here too, and he, even though he's full health, he's max infection, so he's in trouble. Deathhook and max infection, he's gonna be pretty fucked. And yep, that's gonna be. Oh yeah, yeah. I think Chalice is definitely longer bound extension. I think because that was really fucking far.
Yeah.
Wait, he's not Deathhook. Why did I think he was Deathhook? Oh no, he hooked Autumn and then he
let him go with the treble.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Yeah, I'm losing my mind now too. Okay. Okay, you guys. Okay. All right. I don't. I don't even know what to say about.
Going big.
He's gonna get that hook onto Dr. Sex. I think at this point, I think he's just gonna want to try to make something flashy happen like that, but didn't quite get it. I think he collided with the barrel on his dash there, right? Maybe I think. It looked like it stopped a little bit early. Okay. Huh. Guess I don't know and just running up. That's interesting. Just not even any mind game. Just running up and swinging gets the hit. See what we're gonna do now. Oh. Oh, almost gets the egg value, but not quite. Leanne doing the old switcheroo. On the other side now is max infection, so the chase is gonna be a little bit harder now. Ooh. Leanne kind of juicing, I'm gonna be honest. Kind of juicing the shit out of him at the moment. Like, he's going for some funky stuff, but...
Yeah, he had enough of the setup. He's gonna break it.
Yeah, he's like, all right, all right, all right. He's gonna get that down too. The egg value means he can sit there and just wait all fucking day to make sure he gets it. They are doubled up on a gen though. Dr. Sex hanging out nearby to get the save. Pain res though. All right, so that's gonna regress that a bit. This is way down on the bottom left side of the map though, so the complete opposite corner of where the hook is. They're gonna pre-bail though. Huh. Okay.
Oh. Oh, he was. Did he want to go on top of the water tower?
I wonder if you. Yeah, can you? Maybe. I mean, based on how that went, it kind of seemed like it. Oh. Slow vault attempt there did not work. Little ambitious from Igor. Doesn't get away with it. I think this could be a pain res too, right? Only 2 people have been pain res. I'm not sure who exactly it's been. Not a pain res though. He's actually just dead. This gen's gonna get kicked too, and they're doubled up now on the 1 o'clock gen. So I know this game's not very serious, but like the survivors are still looking in a good spot to like finish the gens at least. They have a good split. They got bottom left and top right. So I think they'll be able to get all 5 done. Again, for the sake of the people with the gambles, since I know that's what you guys seem to care about most out of anything. It does seem like they're going to be able to get all the gens done. Gets a good slap there on the Autumn, but they're still doubled up on the top right. Let's see how he plays this. Just hello? The patience? Hello? Look, I'm watching a hundreds player right now. Jesus.
Oh. They love jumping off hills.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, just love being airborne. Autumn has really nothing here in this window that just got blocked, so she should be pretty much dead. But again, I think he wants a clip. Oh, I tried to get the hug tech, but a little bit early. I think he wants a clip. I think at this point he's just trying to farm clips.
Yep.
He's literally not killing her to try to get a clip from her. Oh lord. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh. Outplayed. Unlucky. Unlucky. What the fuck? All right, GG's. That was a ridiculous match. Good try from Numi. You know, I don't know what to say. I mean, he clearly tried his hardest. I mean, he definitely gave that one his all. He definitely didn't mess around at all, and gave it his complete full effort. But the survivors were just too good for him, and you know what we're gonna do? They managed to get 3 out. So I guess I'll pay out accordingly. And GG's. That was an interesting show match. Very interesting show match. How are we looking, Nino, on the next teams coming up? That's right. Nor do the survivors mess around. That's right. That's right. That's right. They should be ready. Okay, sick. Sick. Let me go ahead and pay out. Let me also set up everything. I gotta get some ads in real quick too. I'm just gonna get some ads in. I'll give you guys a prediction for the next game as well. And hopefully we'll get all that set up pretty soon. Hopefully sooner rather than later. So the first killer should be from X9, right? I believe. Yeah, it'll be X9's killer versus Tremor survivors, and then we'll flip flop. So it'll so whoever they have playing Blight up against the survivors of Tremor, and then we'll flip flop, and then we got Nurse afterwards, and then maybe Wesker if we need it. So this should be good. This should be a really good set. I'm excited for this. Here you go. Let me give you guys a prediction. We did see X9 play their very first time last week, I think against shit. Who was it? Cruelty, I think. And I believe they won the set. They were looking really good. Like they looked very strong. So
they're extremely experienced. Yeah, they have been in the comp scene for a long time.
Yeah. I feel pretty good that this matchup is going to be like extremely high level and very solid. So I'm pumped for this. I am very pumped for this. I'll give you guys the Gamba. You guys can go ahead and Gamba away. And we will wait for the invite. Now they're cursed. I know. I usually curse people when I say that. I usually curse people when I say that, but I feel pretty good about this one because, again, these are like, from what I'm told, like aside from Team Cynic, they're like pretty much like two of the best teams in all of NA, essentially. Like they're up there. Like they're both like easily like top 5, maybe top 3. Like I don't know. Like they're very strong players. So I feel like this might be one of those ones where they're probably too good for me to even cast a curse. At least I hope. But yeah, I never know. Cast a cursing seems pretty powerful, so who fucking knows? All right. So I think the killer is gonna be Peps, right? I think it was Peps last time.
Ooh.
So I think we're just gonna wait for Peps. Yeah, I've heard that Peps is like a very cracked Blight. We saw him play last week. He had a little bit of a rough game. He seemed pretty unhappy with his performance. He even played really well though. Like he played really well. He seemed a bit unhappy with his performance though. I think he didn't play as good as he thinks he could have. But I was still impressed by it. I still think he played extremely well. But he's going to be going up against Tremor survivors. And again, Tremor, very good survivors. We also saw one of the survivors from Tremor. We saw maybe like a week or two ago, Zaphis. And that motherfucker was like hard carrying on Survivor. Dude had like the dirtiest chases against like multiple killers. And played really well. Yeah. I think Laser was talking him up and called him like the best survivor, like the best like M1 chase killer or survivor in like all of NA or something. Like he was talking him up quite a bit, and it was like the opposite of a caster curse because he talked him up and then afterwards it showed because the motherfucker was juicing. He was juicing. Killer's not Peps. Oh, got you. Not playing today. Playing too much killer, just chilling today. Got you. All right, so I'll just wait for the invite. We'll see. We will see. I'm not going to make any assumptions. I'm just going to wait. Gonna wait and see. Can you curse both teams equally? Yeah. I'll curse them both equally. There you go. If I talk them both up, right? If I talk both of them up, then it's impossible, right? Because they can't both play bad. Well, I guess they could both play bad, but like, then it'll be even, right? Even if they both play bad, then there you go. At least it'll be a good close matchup, you know? So
I think both of them are gonna play good.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel pretty confident in these guys, yeah. Also, this is kind of irrelevant to everything, but I kind of want to... So somebody did mention this in chat earlier, and I was kind of watching a replay. I was watching a replay, and I kind of felt the same way, and I'm curious to see... I'm curious to know what you guys think. Is the overlay a little too, like invasive? I feel like the, score overlay at the top could be pulled up a bit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's taking up a lot of the screen. Like, I feel like, for instance, it can be like this, right? Like, there's like this big gap between like the name of the teams and then like the actual like scoring or whatever. Like, it could just be pulled up and be like this instead, you know? Like, I feel like it's taken up a lot. I think it should probably shrink a little. Wait, can I do like some makeshift shrinking here? Is that possible? No, that's not possible. Is there like a dumb way that I can... Oh, I can. Look at that. See? You can just do this.
No way.
Right?
That's good.
That's perfect. Like,
Perfect.
Yeah, like you could just do this. You can do this, but like actually make it look not terrible, you know? But point is I think we should maybe look into that. I know we had somebody like do this overlay for us, which I appreciate, right? I didn't even like pay, I didn't commission anybody. I think somebody just volunteered, just made it for us, and we just used it, and we were like, fuck yeah. So I mean, I feel a little bad to be like hitting them up and being like, hey, please revise it over and over and over again or anything, or and everything. But I think that would be pretty nice if we can get it just a little bit, like, it does feel like it takes up a lot of space, like a big chunk of the top of the screen, you know? So I think if we can like maybe make it just a little bit tighter and everything, that would be kind of, that would be pretty legit, I think. Pretty legit. Tell them thanks for the work, but it fucking sucks. It's too big. No, but it doesn't fucking suck. It's awesome. It's a really good setup. It's just got to be a little smaller, you know. That's all. All right. So it looks like we got Light on Killer. He's gonna be playing Blight, and then we're gonna have the survivors from Chemra coming in. So I don't know if I know Jaw. Again, we've seen Zappis play. We know that Zappis is absolutely nuts, giga cracked. Don't know much about Jaw, but if you know any of these players and you want to, share any info you got on them, let me know, because I think you probably know this guy's better than me.
I mean, Light has been in the comp scene for quite a while, so he's been in the top NA teams for like at least 2 years. Trauma is kind of like up and coming. They quickly became, I think, like at least top 3 NA, and they are playing extremely solid. But I don't know the players that well of them. I don't think they're like crazy experienced in comp. Like, I don't know, I might be wrong on that, but yeah, like X9 has been in, like those players have been in the scene for a while, but yeah,
that makes sense. Like, I think X9's like the more
the upcoming talent.
Yeah. This is like, even though I think X9's filled with like a bunch of like people that are like pretty much like young kids, we can consider this for the sake of DBD comp, we can consider this like the old fucking veteran versus like the new upcoming young blood, you know?
The old veterans are 17.
Yeah, the old veterans are like 17-year-old kids, yeah. But they're old veterans, that's right. Old veterans of DBD comp.
Oh, Zaka, yeah, okay. So, okay, I know who's gonna play Blight for them though. That's gonna be a Zaka. He's one of the best Blight mains.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
In the world.
I've heard that a ton. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Osaka's Blight, and we've actually seen him too. I mean, we've seen him play Blight, and we've seen him play multiple killers. He just seems like a really good killer player. Like every killer we've seen him play, he just like, it feels like his like game sense is just like on point. His mechanics, everything just seems like super solid, and like, again, like nothing like crazy like flashy, but like it just feels like every decision is like correct. Like it's like very mesmerizing to watch, honestly. It just feels like he just works the map and like the players and just everything just so correct, and it just usually goes so good for him. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
It kind of fits that he's playing Bill. He's generally the one that he doesn't play like crazy flashy, but his decision making is just really good, and he gets the result.
Yeah, that's definitely what we've seen, which has been like really, really gross. I do recognize a lot of these guys. Draw's actually the only one I don't recognize. We've seen Ronnie play on a previous team before, and Ronnie is fucking good. Ronnie is a fucking juicer. I've definitely seen him play before. Again, Zappis, we've seen pretty much hard carrying games on his survivor side by just like being unkillable. Osaka clearly solid like all around. I don't really know much about Jaw, but this looks like a very good, solid, intimidating team. So I think this should be a really, really good game. Again, we've seen X9. We've only seen X9 play once so far, but again, I've heard a ton about him, and even the one showing we have seen them has been really, really good. So, yeah, this is going to be a good set, man. This is going to be a really good set. I'm excited for this. I'm real excited for this. This is the kind of set that makes me want to host a tournament, honestly. Like, I think about it more and more all the time, and I kind of want to host a tournament.
You should.
Yeah, I kind of do. Like, it's a lot more work. Like, I feel bad because like I all the people that are doing work like for staff behind the scenes of this are just volunteers, and they just like, right, they just like dedicate their time volunteering to do all this stuff for me, and it's already like they already do so much, and like a tournament's so much more, right? Like right now we're not even really doing like ping checks and stuff unless it's like someone that's like a little bit sus or something. Like we don't even do like ping checks or anything crazy. We kind of just are like whatever, just honor code. Just hopefully nobody does anything stupid or fishy. And if we did like a tournament, clearly we'd have to be more strict, right? Like we'd have to really make sure everyone's like behaving themselves and doing the right things and no one's up to any like fishy sus behavior, and it would definitely be a ton more work for people, but I would still be down to do it, dude. A tournament's so fun because it's like you see these like good teams play against each other, and then one team will like win and get the other hand, the upper hand. Like for instance, in that last match we just saw, where like Gas Station Slayers like played so well, and we were so impressed with how they played. And like what makes tournaments so great is that you then see them going up against an even stronger team later, right? So like you see like Numi just annihilating shit, and you're like, damn, that's crazy. But then after that, he has to go against one of these teams, right? And it's like, holy shit! Like I don't know, it's just so like it's so exciting as the brackets go higher. I miss it, man. I really want to do another tourney. Like I really do. So maybe we'll look into organizing that at some point soon. I don't know.
You should. That's why I was pretty hype. Actually, I loved watching that.
Sorry, which one?
The last one that you. I mean,
oh yeah,
Swish,
the
tournament that you also did.
Yeah, they were so good, dude. Like those, that's actually what got me into comp. Like I didn't even, I knew about comp, but I wasn't really like super into it. And then like Swish just offered, like he was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like run a tournament, and then you know, like if you want to cast it, you can. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then I just loved it so much that I was like, dude, this is fucking great. Let's keep doing this. And it was, yeah, it was so good. I would love to keep doing it. It would be really good. I'm also though like I'm gonna be a bit of a stickler when it comes to a tournament that I run though. Like, okay, tell me how bad of an idea this is, Hens, because I feel like it's definitely not what teams are used to, but to me, I really value it a lot, and I think it's really important to enforce it. I want for my tournament, if I have one, that teams are gonna be fucking locked when you first sign up. Like in like the Swiss tournament, for instance, you were like allowed to change your roster like every week. And it was really strange because I feel like people would get like invested in a team, and then like the next week it would be like a different team, or like a player from one team would then be on like another team the next week, and they'd be like, wait, what? Like I feel like from like
it's actually not a rare. Like what people oftentimes does is like you have one emergency sub in the entire tournament, and that's it.
Like that's understandable for sure. But yeah, like I really like from the Swiss tournaments, that was the thing I think I hated the most, was like the unlocked rosters, because I felt like it was hard to like get invested as a viewer because everyone just kept switching around, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like what? Whereas I feel like with a locked roster, you can really like get invested in a team, right? Like if you see a team doing well, you get like invested in the players and everything, and it's, I don't know. So if that's okay, so that's not a bad idea, and that's actually like something decently standard nowadays, then that's sick, because that was probably the main complaint I had about the previous tournaments I did. But anyway, we can discuss this more later. Here we go. We got Light, one killer. We'll quickly go through the survivor builds. DS Unbreakable, or sorry, Deli is on Ace. Jaws got DS Dead Hard. He broke out that little wall. Bit of mixed bags on both these other two survivors, but we'll come back to that later if they get chased.
It's actually going in basement. Wow.
Looks like it, yeah. Yep,
he's the Deli player. He doesn't want to be found.
Yeah. Gonna get really hidden. Looks like Adam Adam's gonna be found first. I think Adam did have Dead Hard DS, right? Oh, but gonna switch off and head to Zaphis instead. Has this double window.
It's kind of like a dead giveaway that there's Lithe in play, and he's not gonna be surprised by this.
What, the fact that he stayed? Yeah, that slow vault, yeah. Finds Osaka.
This is kind of bad for the survivors. They're kind of clumped up. There's 0 gen pro is being done right now. Like no gen has been touched, and yeah, well, the pellets are gonna go down, and maybe there's gonna be a down soon.
Yeah, they're using a lot of resources. This tile's not the strongest. Good play from Osaka though, avoiding that down. And yeah, while this is going on, you bet your ass that everyone's going to be on fucking Chans, except for the Deli survivor, who's still just kind of chilling. But Osaka's going to be going corner map. He's just going to die. But yeah, they do manage to get some gen progress, but like you said, probably not as much as they would ideally want, seeing as how everybody was kind of grouped up and pressured at the same time. They do have some. It's definitely not horrible. And there's also a survivor relatively in position to...
Wait.
No way.
No way.
He can body block this if he wanted to. He could just body block that, but I guess they're just gonna let it happen instead.
Oh
This-
my god.
That works out so perfect for these
Nasty.
guys. What the fuck? Ronnie's just like, oh, thank you. Why, thank you so much. Thank you for delivering that survivor right to me. I appreciate that. Especially if Light tries to proxy camp this too. Like if
This is actually like a game changer because he's like patrolling the gens. He looked, there's nothing, and now he's gonna wait for the fatigue. Now they're probably gonna unlock and just heal.
yeah, that's huge. Yep, there's the heal with well, actually just leader, but still a pretty fast heal. Osaka's gonna be back to full, and that's pretty huge. Yep, pretty massive. Light does block from getting out. Does get the initial hit on him though. Ronnie's gonna take a hit and get him some more distance, but still pretty big.
Ideally, he wants to cross the map because he doesn't want to die next to the 3-gen anymore, and it looks like he might be able to do that.
Yeah, they popped one gen top side and they have a ton of progress on another one. So the gen pressure up there is way better, but he doesn't. Oh, for the people! For the people from Adam. Gonna get him a little bit more distance. Okay. He has his T-wall, but that's it. Oh.
That is so well played.
Light's not gonna be able to get this. All 5 rushes with no hit. Osaka's gonna be able to make his way up the top side now. They managed about 2 gens up there, so no potential for a 3-gen up here at all. So Osaka heading deep top side right now is really good for Tremor. This is looking really, really good.
That was a beautiful play from the survivors all around. Like everything was scripted pretty much.
Yeah, like the fucking the basement, the for the people after the down, it's just so solid, so good. And he's gonna try to carry him as far into the map as he can to try to get him as close to the bottom side as he can. But they also pop a gen bottom side too. But now they have pretty much a perfect gen split, 2 top, 2 bottom. So no potential really 3-gen situation at all now. Incredible progress from the survivors. They do though, because they got so much gen progress, they do have a bunch of injuries right now. So if Light can manage to hit a couple rushes here, this could get dangerous fast. Oh, good prediction, but can't quite get the hit on him. Ronnie's gonna get away from that one. Does he have... I was gonna say, I thought he had kinship active. His bar was not moving. You know, it does come in, and the heal though. So Osaka, the Deathhook survivor, back to full health, and he's heading topside again. Again, this is probably where more of the resources are.
He still wants to opt for the tunnel. I think that's a bit of a blunder. You're probably not gonna hoard the gens if you do this.
Yeah. I feel like at this stage, like it's probably like you recognize that like the tunnel out 3v1 situation is probably over. But if he gets this really fast, I mean, it could still be possible to get something going. I feel like that pallet breaks.
Yeah, maybe. He needs to down right now though. On this
Yeah,
switch.
like the longer the chase goes on, the more this becomes a really bad play. Yeah. Ooh, just barely gets. Barely gets that. Looks like Jaw's kind of just hovering. I think he's just wanting to stealth on this top side just to have the survivor down here. We're gonna pop gen number 3, and then, or sorry, gen number 4, then heal up.
We'll make it too. So there's no genlock anymore. The gens are split. The survivors were also smart enough to split up on both sides, and everyone is full health. So there's gonna be a free tag, but
Yeah, but Jaw's
Josh
currently
probably
working a
walking
gen.
one of the gens.
Yep. He's working a gen top side, and Zavis will be here hovering in, like around the middle map. He can work on a gen and also be in a spot to get the unhook as long as he stealths, which he probably will. He's probably just going to stealth here pretty hard after this hook. Make sure he doesn't get spotted through barbecue or anything. And then again, it's going to be pressure, right? Because if Light heads down to top side to take care of the gen that Jaw's working on, the unhook will come in. We'll make it in play as well, so look at the heal real quick. And then again, there's 2 people on bottom side pressuring. So it's just so much overall map pressure. Oh, Delhi actually.
The only way to win this is to actually find the one that's stealthing on your own side. In this situation, but that's like probably a bit much to ask from.
It seems like they might actually not even Delhi and just get the unhook to keep him full health. That seems like it's probably worth here, right? Like, I feel like having someone broken for 60 seconds feels like it might be a little not great, especially when you can just get this heal for free and get the will make it. So yeah, they're gonna do that. They're gonna opt to not use Delhi and just grab the unhook with will make it, get the heal off, and there you go. Blight making his way back, but he did not manage to find Jaw. He just kicked his gen with Pop and Eruption. So Jaw will be back to pressuring that again. Ronnie gets found and hit. If he keeps getting these downs really fast on the Ronnie, though, I mean, the Eruption keeps going off on those gens over and over again. And if he can get a kill on him, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's definitely going to be hard. Oh, he's going to bail.
Ooh, interesting.
Good stun. Only 2 rushes used, though, so those rushes will be back already after he kicks. He's got to at least get a tag here, at least. Oh, that's not good.
That is really rough.
Yeah, because again, this whole time there's going to be 2 survivors bottom side pressuring. So, Jaw doing a really good job playing this window. Is going to get hit there, though. He has rushes back, too. But yeah, they're currently doubled up on a gen at about 70-80%. Light, recognizing the threat of that, is going to head back. Is he even going to get there? He should get there. Yeah, I think they're going to... they're going to pre-get off of it. But he's going to see this amount of gen progress and be like, fuck. Because it's going to be really hard for him to leave this bottom side now, right? So Jaw's going to have pretty, like, free... Like, Jaw can probably sit on this gen pretty freely. And look at how much progress that one has, too. Oh, no. Yep, nope. It's looking pretty donezo. Ooh, okay, good, actually.
Ooh.
That's big.
You probably... I don't think you can pick that. You would probably need to go for one of them. But, yeah, the gens are going to pop.
Yeah, like, whichever one he goes for, the other one's going to pop, right? Like...
Yeah.
He sees the aura of both of them, so he knows, but... Ooh, good tag there with only 2 rushes. Hold on a minute. And Jaw got off the gen temporarily. Okay, no, he's back on it. But everyone is injured. Is Avis going to get that unhook? Oh, he tried to get back to that gen 2 in time, but he couldn't. Yeah, Avis can grab that unhook now. Both the other hooks are fresh hooks other than Ronnie, so either one of these that he goes after is pretty good in terms of overall hooks. But both the gates are topside. So it's not entirely unreasonable for him to actually still make something happen here with like slugging and stuff.
It's a bit sad because he could have had a 4K if he went for the Nia. He knew where the Adam was. And if he downs the Nia relatively fast, then he can slug her and go for the Adam, but he decided to pop the gen instead.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that is interesting because like the gen wasn't really threatened if you have the Nia down, right? Like if the Nia is like hit and downed, like there's really no pressure on that gen anymore. It doesn't really need to be regressed. So yeah, you're 100% right. I think it was a little bit of a misplay there. Does get that down in that hook though, and also comes over and finds someone on this gate. Zav is gonna grab the unhook. Ronnie's here doing the gate. He's only worth 1 hook, so I don't think Light wants him. Oh no! Did the little back bump thing. That shit's so awkward. I still don't even really understand it myself. But like if you rush too fast, you can like back bump or something. I don't know. It kind of looks like that's what happened to him. Zavis doesn't get hit there. Live kicks in. I don't know if he'll be able to get out though. It's looking like he's probably gonna die. Yep, down he goes. Oh. But why? But why?
Wait.
Do they have some kind of a plan to keep Nia alive? I don't understand.
Oh.
I guess they're gonna do that, and then Ronnie is gonna body block the hook for Nia. I think this is them trying to get the fresh hook out over the other guy. Like he took that hook, so the other closest hook if he body blocks. But this is risky because if you don't get the wiggle, then you're just giving up hook stages for free. He's not even.
Wait, this doesn't work out at all.
Yeah, I'm confused. Wait, he actually is not gonna make that. He's not gonna make that at all. But he's a blight, so like he's still gonna catch up to this, right? Unless Ronnie gets like a really good body block, which
it's so hard to body block a blight though.
Yeah, it really is.
Ooh.
Well.
So at this point you kind of need to. Oh, okay, they're just gonna leave.
Yeah. Little strange how that played though. I feel like I thought they were going for something that they weren't, but I was a little confused. Nia's still over to the left. I heard her a little bit. Yeah, she's over here crouching.
Oh.
Is she trying to pretend that she went bottom side? I don't know. They're healing up at hook. She might be able to go bottom side now. They're getting forced out. Jaw's heading back to the map. He's trying to buy some time, I think. He's just trying to buy time for her to get bottom side, I think, for Hatch. She's got live too, so yeah, she's going. And she'll be able to make it. Yep. So she'll get out. That'll be 7.
Eight?
Yeah, 8. No, 7. No, 8. Yeah, 8 stages.
7?
7? 8? 7? 7. Because there was 5 stages missing,
7?
right?
Okay, 7.
Yeah.
true.
So 7 stages. So, goddamn. Yeah, it'll be 3
Well
fresh
played from the
stages.
survivors.
Yeah, very, very well played from the survivors. Yeah, that was extremely well played. That was like so solid. Like I don't even know what to say about it. Just very, very solidly played. It felt like everything went right, especially that early game, like that first tunnel out he tried to take on Osaka. Just brutal, man. Like the fact that Ronnie was already in the basement hiding when he carried him basement was just like, it was like fucking couldn't be any more lucky in that situation, right?
I have never seen that actually. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that was a really
Someone
good
actually
setup
like
for him.
literally instantly goes into the basement. Well, it makes a lot of sense against Blind, yeah. The first down is always going to be fast.
Oh god, I'm so sorry for the coughs. But yeah,
Fine.
yeah, it does. It did end up paying off really well. I also think that like for the people positioning was so good too. Like he kind of stayed mid map and went down. And if you would have got that hook, like mid map, like kind of mid like bottom side, you would have still been in a pretty good spot. But for the people coming in and keeping Osaka up, and then Osaka also after that managed to like juke him pretty well, and he used all 5 rushes and didn't get a hit. And then from there it was just basically like that was basically just the game turning too much. Like the momentum just shifted way too much that the survivors were just miles ahead. And it was very, very hard for Light to make anything happen from there. But good try from Light. He still got like a decent result, but definitely probably not what he wanted. And it's definitely looking decently winnable for Tremor here. Their Blight's gonna be up next, up against the survivors of X9. And I'm guessing it's probably gonna be Osaka, right? I would assume Osaka Blight.
Yeah, it is.
And this should be good because again, like kind of like you said, and like most people have told me before, Osaka, one of the best Blights in the world. I've heard him called the best Blight in NA many, many times. Possibly one of the best Blights in the world. So definitely going to be a tough matchup for X9 to get a good result on it. And they're going to need a very good result. So
There used to always be a discussion who's better, Osaka or Virtual on Blight. I'm not sure if this is resolved now, but he was definitely like those two were the number 1 and number 2, and in which order was not really clear.
huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've heard a lot about both of them, so I'm not 100%. It's probably a hard comparison too, since one's EU and one's NA, right? So like, I don't know how do you even compare. I mean, to be fair, how do you really compare at all? I don't know. It seems like a tough thing to really decide. But I mean, the fact, regardless, the fact if you're even being talked about as like the number 1 Blight in the world, then clearly you're doing a lot right. So,
Oh yeah.
I mean, I would say that X9 has a chance. Yeah, like I don't think it's like over. Again, that was a really
No, it's not.
really good result from Tremor, but the same thing could happen, right? I mean, X9 is an insanely strong survivor team. I mean, kind of like how Tremor was just like everywhere at the right time. It's definitely possible for X9 to do the same thing. And especially like, again, Osaka, we're talking him up a lot and we're talking about how good he is. But no matter how good of a player you are, everybody has bad games every once in a while, right? Like no one is like going to be playing 100% perfect all the time. So it's not going to be impossible for them to get this win. Again, I won't lie to you and say that it's likely. It's definitely very likely that Tremor's going to take this win, but definitely not impossible. It's not out of the realm of the possibility by any means.
So X9 kind of needs to prevent the tunnel out. What's going to happen here is Osaka wants to get one survivor out as early as possible. And that's where Trauma did an amazing job of keeping Osaka alive for a long time with all the people healing him in the basement. And they just did a great job of keeping him alive for so long that it became like he still got the tunnel out, but he was just in a rough spot afterwards where the gens were on both sides and it was just not really holdable anymore. And if they can do something similar, then that is definitely possible for them.
Yep. That's 100%. Oh, they sent me a friend request. Got you. My bad. So yeah, it should be pretty interesting because that's definitely how it's going to play out, right? On a killer that's strong like Blight, if you can manage to get a tunnel out, right? Like if you can manage to secure that first kill, especially while still having like a good gen setup on either side, like if there's a solid like 3 gen setup on either bottom or top side, That is really, really hard to deal with in like a 3v1 scenario. Like that is incredibly hard. Like that almost secures the 4K. Almost. Like it puts you in a very, very good position to 4K. So yeah, that's gonna matter a lot. It's gonna be like the first chases, how they handle the first hooks and like the in like the tunnel and like the tunnel line in general. That's gonna be a big role in terms of how it goes. Wait, I got 2 different invites. I hope I got that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Is Hag comp? I mean, every killer can be comp, but Hag is definitely not a very good one. Hag is not really built to play comp very well. I feel like Hags will get completely shit on. Yeah, I don't think it would go very well. I don't think it'd go very well at all. I would love to see it, though. We don't have any Xenomorph today, guys. I apologize. Again, we were supposed to see Xenomorph in Scrims last weekend, and everybody was hype about it. And then I got fucking, I think COVID. I don't know. I got some kind of sickness, and I couldn't do Scrims last week. But I mean, to be honest with you, I'm barely even able to do it this week. But it was like really, really bad last week, so we missed all the potential Xeno. But next week will be Xeno. We did move the same rotation to next week, so there's going to be possibility for Xeno next week. I know we haven't seen him in Scrims yet. Again, I don't think Xeno's going to do that well in Scrims. I really don't. I think Xeno's going to be one of those like 6-7 stage killers against most teams, I would assume. But then again, we don't know. We don't know until we see for sure. So that's my guess, I would assume. But next week, we'll probably have some people playing them, and hopefully we'll be able to actually see for ourselves. Yeah, Hans, I'm curious. Like, how do you think Xeno would do in comp? Maybe you already know. Maybe people have already scrimmed and you've already seen it. I don't know.
I think, honestly, that depends. I'm not sure. That depends how impactful flame turrets are, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
How impactful can you make them? Because like they cannot break the power, and they can, like if done properly, I think they kind of like make him an M1 killer. And if that's true, then he's not gonna be that strong. But his early game is absolutely insane. With the tunnels, he can instantly go into a tunnel. He can get a chase with his power. And he can probably get it down fairly early, which is very good for killers in comp scenarios. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's the big wild card for me is the early game. Because I think that, like, once you get turrets set up and everything, it does feel like... Because, okay...
Yeah, then it's rough.
Yeah, in my personal opinion, I feel like turrets are mostly used as, like, a way to make the killer like kind of just take a little bit longer to loop so that you can kind of like transition somewhere else. Like that's kind of what I've seen, right? Like I don't think like turrets are everyone has this thing where they think that like if the turret doesn't break them out of the power that it's like useless and does nothing. But like from what I've seen, if you get like good turret placement where you put it like kind of out in the kind of boonies but still within range of a loop, the killer kind of has to deal with it, and as he's dealing with it, you can use that distance to like get away, right, and like prolong the chase.
Yeah.
So I think
you can just hold W for a long time with turrets because it's pretty much a hit tank. That's like the way to like your opponent sets up a hit tank, you go to that turret, then the killer is forced to hit that turret, and then you get distance in there. You can run to another loop maybe, or to another turret.
Yeah,
and if you can chain that together, then it's pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good way to think about it. I haven't really thought of comparing it to like a hit tank, but yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is. So yeah, it's basically like having like little teammates like around to like body block hits for you all the time almost. Yeah, which is really, really sick. So yeah, assuming that you get that kind of value out of it, like I feel like once the survivors get some turrets set up, it feels like the chases for Xeno are going to be hard, right? Like assuming they just run to the turrets and like keep them going, especially if they like continue to do a job of continuing to set them up even like while the person's being chased. Like it could be really difficult. Again, to me, I think you're right that it might just depend on that early game because, like, I feel like it takes a minute to get turrets set up, right? Like you gotta go to the stations, you gotta grab them out. You're like all slow as shit while carrying them, right? Like if the Xeno like early game just pops out of a tunnel, finds some person carrying a turret all slow and shit, gets a free hit on him and starts the game that way. Like that's very insane, right? That's a really good start. So I really don't know either. Like I really don't know. Like I kind of just said like baseline that I think it's going to be something like 6-7 stages because I feel like just good macro teams are going to make it really difficult for any Xenomorph. But yeah, I mean, it could be the opposite. Maybe the early game will be strong enough that it'll be, you know, a different result. I don't know. Hard to say. Tomorrow should hopefully, or sorry, not tomorrow. Next weekend should hopefully be a good. Well, okay, next weekend will be a good test for assuming motherfuckers pick Xeno. I think last weekend, the weekend they got canceled, I think only one team picked Xeno. Like we only had one guaranteed Xeno set, and every other, I think there was like maybe one tiebreaker, and then like there was one guaranteed set, and that was it. No one picked them, dude. I was like, seriously? boring ass motherfuckers out here not trying to play the new killer and shit. Please.
Like comp people always need like a few months. They're like few months behind what actually works. Same with Wesker.
Yeah.
Like at the beginning, no one really played Wesker. It took them a while to understand.
Yeah. See,
Wesker is good.
I was hoping that they'd be willing to just kind of wing it for the sake of scrims anyway, right? Seeing as how there's not really anything on the line here, you know, like it's not like I'm like giving out prizes or anything. Like we're kind of just playing to play. So I was hoping they would just say like, fuck it, let's just wing it and we'll figure it out on the fly. But yeah, I guess it makes sense. All right, so here we go. Late game, Osaka. He needs 8 stages to win or 7 stages for fresh. We got X9. They need a really strong result here. I love the Ash Williams pick. Just gonna quickly cycle through the builds again for the people on the Dead Hard DS. Ash has the Deli Unbreakable. Just gonna quickly cycle through so that mods can see them all. And here we go. Osaka spawn top side. He rushes down bottom side. He's checking for Deli in basement.
No, that's crazy.
There is no Deli in basement, but he's checking.
Does that actually matter?
I've seen it quite a bit. I actually really have.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been seeing it quite a bit. I don't think it's like an every time thing, but it has been something I've seen at least fairly often.
I mean, I can see like because if you find a Deli in basement there, then you win the game. So
yeah, right.
I think.
That's quite like an interesting thing because if it becomes like a strategy that people do, it instantly becomes worse because as people learn about it, it becomes like impossible to do. So yeah, even like already it feels like it's risky since people are clearly going for it. Wispy gets found though. Ooh.
Good stun.
Yeah, good stun. All 5 rushes are back up already though. Ooh, Hug Tech was a little slow. Still more rushes though. Oh, and can't quite get it. Bumps instead. That's big for X9. That's very, very big. Down comes in shortly after though, so unfortunate. Osaka, I mean, Wispy was getting the better of Osaka there for a second, but then Osaka had that pretty bad pallet there. And gets the down pretty quickly, so that'll be a first circle on the Whiskey with in like a relatively quick manner. Off the record on that
on the side where the gens were being progressed, so that's also really good.
Yep. Gonna break out some of these walls. Has pop for this gen. Looks like the others are gonna pop a gen. I think. Yeah, they're gonna pop a gen somewhere. I can't really tell where that is. Somewhere mid map. I think like mid bottom, I believe. Yeah, that's like the mid bottom one. Like getting spotted, but not gonna eat a hit there. Sokka wants to catch off the rotating survivor and does. Finds the Ash. 4 rushes used. Goes into cooldown. Ash not gonna rush this unhook. Gonna just head over to the hill instead. Might just be trying to.
Saying the way he fatigues, he's always next to the hook, so that he can actually contest the unhook.
Yeah.
It's like experienced Blight players always like they are very mindful of how many rush they use and where they end up afterwards.
Oh. Yeah, you're 100% right about that. Also, a very interesting choice there that he hit Wispy into endurance rather than hitting the survivor that he could have downed, which would, I mean, like Notes. So Note has like Deli Unbreakable, right? So downing him wouldn't have been like, it would have been okay, but not insane. But Wispy has off the record, so that hit was actually kind of important. It was actually really important because the down came in so much quicker. Like for instance, now Osaka has to hit through both off the record and then another hit afterwards too. So it's gonna be like 2 more hits. But I thought it was an interesting choice there to not take the down and instead put into endurance, not knowing whether off the record it was in play or not. But pretty good heads up play and pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, that was very interesting, by the way. So one thing that happened there was that Deli got denied because the ace Wispy died so fast that it was not 10 seconds. And what happened was there was 4 the people so that the deliverance person could save again, and now deliverance is up.
yeah. Actually, you're right. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, they actually for the people the Deli player, which is significant though because that means that for the people isn't up now for Wispy, who was getting tunneled out. Yeah. And interestingly enough, Osaka left Wispy to come down here. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I'm not sure either.
Huh.
He seems to really want to protect the gens here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he might have recognized that they broke up the 3 gen on the top side. I think that's what it is. I think you recognize that on the bottom side. I think you recognize that like his 3 gen on the bottom side was looking pretty much donezo. And he realized that if he chased Wispy down to bottom side, that this 3-gen would be gone too. So I think he just realized, like, okay, tunneling out here might not be worth it because I'm not going to have any good gen setups afterwards. So this is actually interesting. It's a pretty, like, I think it's a pretty interesting heads up play, and I think might be the correct play. Because like you said, like when we had Light on Blight, we kind of made that same critique where like Light committed to the tunnel even once the gen setups were looking bad and once it like took a long time. So Sokka kind of doing the opposite here. Okay. Oh, good job there. Gonna get that down to keep really.
Yeah, there's no way to win that anymore for the Claudette. She's in a position where, yeah, he can just react.
Yeah, because if she does involve, then he just rushes and it's so fast that she doesn't get away with it, right? Like you can't, like I don't think she can react to him rushing and get away with
you
it.
need to predict when he waits and when he rushes, like perfectly, which is like, I don't know, very, very...
It's one of those like little like 5% chance things, yeah.
Huh. There's a lot of gen progress though.
Oh, good rushes there. I think that was the 5th rush. Gets the hit on the Wispy. Wispy going to be heading down bottom side. Osaka not interested in taking the chase though. Wants to stay top and protect these gens.
Interesting.
Sees Ash. Ash has a ton of progress on this gen. He's going to bolt out. This is going to be pop and eruption again. Osaka getting some good tags here. Like getting that tag on the Wispy is going to keep Wispy bottom side 100%. Wispy being death hook is not going to be a risk coming to this top side at all while injured.
Yeah.
See some scratch marks here. So again, this is where I think, like, again, Osaka, we talked him up a lot. This is where, like, the game sense part is going to be huge. Jesus, that flick. Gross. My God. This is where the game sense, I think, is going to be huge, right? Because, again, like, him coming down to this bottom side like this, I think, is kind of risky. But finds Wispy, who is injured. Knows he has another survivor tagged here, too. I'm sure the survivors are probably going to try to trade this for a gen popping. My Lord. Doesn't quite get that. They do pop a gen top side, so no more 3 gens available. But is threatening a kill here. Ooh. And gets it.
Playing it safe.
Yep. Gonna grab that kill onto Wispy. Ooh, the gen top middle is gonna pop though. The gen of the hill has regressed a ton. It's down to about 40.
This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, this is. They honestly, X9 is still decently in this. They have a gen deep top right that has a ton of progress. I think are they all topside right now though? Well, these guys kind of headed mid-map. Huh. No getting chased off this top right gen. The other survivors were healing, and I think like mid-right.
So if Note gets tunneled out, which is not gonna be easy because it's Deliverance, then he would be winning already. So getting this guy on the hook would be pretty decent.
Yeah, because if he just gets him on hook, that'd be hook stage number 6. Yeah, he would just need to hook him twice, and that would be it. Because if he gets 7 stages 4 fresh, he wins. Because the other one was 7 stages 3 fresh, so reasonable. The fact that the survivors even still have a chance to win this is incredible, though. Like, they've done such a good job with this. They've pressured like the right gens at the right times, really put the screws to Osaka. He was trying to play as safe as he could and hold this top side 3 gen, but they made it like borderline impossible. He's gonna come down here and find Ash again. And again, even still, like Ash is staying on this top side, making sure that Osaka feels like he can't leave without this gen on the hill getting done. Oh, good hit there. But while this is going on, they're doubled up on the gen beside Shaq. And the fact that this is deadly too is so good. Ooh.
Very nice.
Eruption. That survivor has Unbreakable though on the ground.
True. What?
Oh,
He knows.
the basement, but the eruption. Why would you do with eruption? Oh no. Interesting. Okay, he got out and he's back on the gen. Oh Lord. Evilly gonna be going down now, bottom side. This will be hook number 6. Note's gonna go back and pressure this top right gen again. Best he can. Man, like they've done such a good job thus far, X9 has, but I just feel like it's gonna be a little too hard. It's like again, it's like one if it's a hook on the Note wins. A hook onto another survivor ties.
It's rough, yeah.
Yeah, like at this point, even though they've done a really good job of staying in it, it feels like the win condition is just a little too close. Yeah, I know it's gonna go down. And Osaka, he should just take this hook. Like, if like for the sake of the win condition, that hook wins. He's gonna head down to the bottom side though. This feels like greeting a better result.
I think he thinks that he can fuck at this. He knows that this is Delhi too, because it wasn't like the Unbreakable kind of confirmed it 100%.
Yeah.
And he could free himself, and now someone actually has to rotate to the other side.
Good attempt there to flick, but can't quite get it.
There's nothing here. This is like the dry part of the game where you just like find the right spot.
You've already used everything, and like, what do you have now? Either like there's this pallet, but my lord,
what?
Good prediction there from Keeperly, heading around the outside. Light doing a gen sideways. Keeperly gonna grab that pickup, and you know, again, still looking like Osaka's gonna take this win, but X9 keeping it close. The most slow-mo moon dash ever there. Not getting the hit. Gets the pallet throw, gets away with it. Has God pallet too. They're gonna be doubled up here on top right. They're gonna get off as fast as they can. And Light's gonna hop back on bottom, which has a ton of progress. This is so unfortunate for the Stravers though, because again, they ideally would want Delhi to get put on hook, but again, Delhi being put on hook would lose in the game right now. So it's such a weird spot to be in.
Yeah.
But Keeperly getting put on hook would also be somebody dying, which is not great either. There's really no good option here. And there's the down. Eruption going off on the gen that Light was working on too. He almost had it done as well. He's still
not aware of the win con.
Still not picking up note.
I mean, those kind of things are like hard to keep in head when you're actually playing.
Yeah. I figured his team would be in comms with him, probably telling him, but maybe not. Gets that down though. He might just go for the 4K here. He knows that UB's already gone.
Yeah.
And yeah, both gates are down here. Ooh, but how's Light gonna handle this? Is he gonna stealth and go for the pickup? Oh, he's trying to rotate. Sprinting though. But I think Osaka will probably, maybe, not catch onto this trail actually. Huh. Yeah, he's just patrolling the gates. Win condition still not confirmed. Still not confirmed win condition. Still possible for X9 to somehow win this. Again, very unlikely still, but still keeping it possible. Osaka goes for a very aggressive flick that doesn't land. And everyone's back up. The problem here, though, is that if anybody goes down other than Keeperly, it's pretty much done so. Because if Light gets hooked, they have to unhook him, right? They can't leave him on the hook. He does have dead hard.
Yeah.
If Keeperly dies, they can let him die and get out, and it would be a tie. If either Ash or Ada gets hooked, though, it's pretty much game ending. There's no way, right? There's no way, right? Oh, no. Ada's going to go down. Okay. Yeah, finds Ash, gonna down him too, and yeah, now we're kind of looking back into the we're looking back at the 4K section again. Unfortunate.
I feel like he just wants the 4K for Werner.
Yeah, I feel like that too. Finds these two here as well. Has a bit of a standoff. Nice, gets that down to Claudette, and he should be able to follow up on Ada now before she really is able to. I mean, UB actually means he'll be fully recovered, I believe. But still, like it's just gonna be like Passionate Torch at this point, I think. Sprint burst.
Ooh.
Ooh, Osaka being patient. Using all rushes, really securing it. And yeah, Light's not gonna have much to work with here. Has God Pallet, doesn't have God Pallet, just has Shack Window. And yeah, that's gonna be it. There you go. Osaka gets the 4K, 0 gens. So again, Interesting that it was as close as it was, though. Like, X9 kept up really, really well. They did a really good job with this. Like, especially with how well Osaka was playing early game as well. Like, he wasn't even really making that many slip-ups early game, and they still kept it so tight. You know, like, we're putting so much pressure on him, made it hard for him to really want to commit to the tunnel out. Had a good, like, macro gen setup going into, like, the mid-late game. Just so good from X9, so good. I mean, unfortunately, not enough to take the win. Tremor's going to take the Blight set, but still very, very impressive showing from X9.
Definitely top tier survivor plays from both sides. Like they definitely know how to play Blight Suffer Pit.
Yeah, for sure. Like genuinely very, very impressive. It literally was one of those situations where like it felt like from a spectating point of view, it literally felt like there was like a 5th survivor doing gens. Like it just crazy, like how like efficient and how much progress they were getting all the time. Like I don't know, it's so wild. It's so impressive to see. And it's getting drawn out now thanks to the deli. He's gonna go pick up Keeperly, maybe. Maybe. Well.
Ooh, no, that hard.
Oh. Oh no! But rush right past him. Oh, beautiful moon rush there, though.
Nice.
Disgusting. And there you go. That's gonna be the 4K. There you go. Very, very well played. Again, Osaka, disgustingly good Blight, as you can see. Like, just did such a good job here. Very, very few mistakes. There was like a few slip-ups with like rushes where he didn't get hits, but like very, very few. The survivors, very on point with everything. Again, like the efficiency and everything was just so good. And again, from like in a vacuum, like if we didn't look at like the win condition or whatever, this is still like a good, strong result, right? Even just being able to finish all 5 gens. Pretty solid, I would say. Like that's still a good overall result. Just unfortunately not a better result than Tremor got. So they won't be able to take the win here. They're going to go down 0-1 going into the second set, but still a very good performance. Still really good. And we're going to be going into the Nurse set now, which should be interesting. Do you have an idea of who will be playing Nurse on either one of these teams?
Ooh, I think. Oh, I'm not sure. I think Note is a Nurse player, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure Note plays Nurse.
Interesting. Doesn't Note play on console?
Does he still?
I think so. I think Note's a console player. I think
Wispy can also play Nurse, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And Osaka can play Nurse for Tremor.
All right. Sounds good. Apparently, Light is also a Nurse main as well.
No, Light is. Yeah.
So yeah,
I think it was Light. Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. All right, tell you guys what I'm gonna do before we get this Nurse set going. I need to play some ads, and I also need to refill my coffee. I need some gamer fuel.
Go for it.
I need some juices. So let me give you guys a payout real quick, and let me give you guys also a new prediction. And while I'm gone, hens, feel free to talk to my chat, call them all nerds, make fun of them all, or don't. Feel free to ignore them all too. I mean, that's also fine. I do that plenty myself too, so they're plenty used to it. I'll be back, guys. Just give me a minute. I don't know if we're gonna keep this lobby or not, but we might be. I'm just gonna go to Killer just in case because I need to make sure I hold it hostage. And I will be back, guys. BRB. 1 sec.
Hi, Nox. This is gonna be interesting. So this is Groaning Storehouse. It's a map that is incredibly big. It kind of doesn't play into Nurse's favor a lot. It also has 2 pockets, which are kind of like ideal to die in. It's a bit of a static one where you kind of need to, as a nurse, you kind of have to find someone or do something special to get a great result. These 2 teams are experienced enough that I would expect them to not get 4K here, to be honest, especially with those wood sets. I would probably expect 6, 7 stages, maybe 7, 8. I would be extremely surprised if anyone gets 4K here. And the boy scrim Willy. I didn't like his build. Unlucky. Yo, Anon, thank you so much for gifting 3 months to Nightlight. That is incredibly kind of you, Anon. Thank you so much for hooking my boy Tofu up. Yeah, it looks like the same lobby. What kind of add-ons are allowed? I'm gonna guess the green ones, right? Probably the extra lunch and the mangled. So like, I don't know, the only way to get a 4K here reliably is probably to find an unhooker. That's the thing. You need someone to stealth to create a scenario where the survivors fuck up and their position is bad. And then maybe you can snowball and get something going. But what we're going to see here is first chase is going to die in the corner in one of the 2 pockets, probably. And the nurse kind of try to hold the 3-gen, kill that one guy off. And then get a few more hooks, maybe 1 or 2, and then over. When is Turbo Turtles playing in Community Cup Scrim? Community Scrim. I'm actually good with Turbo Turtles. Oh, we should. Why would we bring the Germans? Home community sleep schedules. Who is not on a DGen schedule? We're on the internet here. I know you Europeans are still watching. What's the third set? Who's the number 1 in A team now? Is it actually Trummer? I'm not sure. That X9 team looks pretty strong. The Nick? Probably. Misery better when they put hands on killer.
Okay. I'm back.
I'll come back.
Did somebody in chat at me when they were trying to ask you a question?
Maybe.
Brownie? Yeah. Yep. Nice. Interesting. All right, let me get everything off the screen. It looks like Osaka is going to be the nurse, so we can just go back. You guys can go ahead and Gamba again. Map will be Groaning Storehouse. Let me change that all up and everything. Good. Don't blame me. Sorry, man. I just first thing I saw when I sat down. You know, first thing I saw. So hard to fucking talk. Anyway, what do you think? Expected result? Nurse on Groaning.
7, 8 stages probably.
Okay. So something that I think I've noticed on this map, and maybe I'm completely wrong about this. Like, it's definitely possible. Yeah. But I've noticed that even if the map is, like, fucking huge, and that seems to be, like, very good for the survivors, right? Like, the fact that, like, the deep pockets of, like, 3 and 6 are so much further away from main and everything, it feels like what ends up happening is sometimes it gets used to the advantage against them. Like, I've seen a lot of times where, like, someone will get hooked into, like, in, like, the deep pocket of 6 or deep 3, and then the nurse can kind of just hang out in, like, mid-map and kind of just try to catch people off rotations. And sometimes that ends up going really, really hard. So... yeah, I don't know.
At this, you know how the guy was literally in the basement preemptively, right?
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if something similar happens when with the pockets and someone runs there, because they like see this scenario coming.
Yeah.
But like if the nurse finds the unhooker, that's when the nurse is usually gonna win on this map, I think.
All right, that makes sense. So if they're taking a chase deep 6, it's because somebody is hiding deep 6, for instance, right? Yeah. Is what you're saying? Yeah. Like that definitely could make sense.
Ooh, they're actually staying in the corner. Interesting.
Yeah.
That is rough for them.
Ooh, 1 blink hit on the Wispy too. Oh no.
That's a rough start.
Yeah, immediately has both. Oh, that was a good blind though. Only 1 blink used though. Wispy looks like has lucky break. Not really do a whole lot though. Vision still had. Oh shit!
That was an insane outplay.
Yeah, that was really good from Wispy. That was not a very high chance of surviving that, and comes out on top. Keeperly's gonna get found here. Osaka's gonna bail and take somebody else. Ooh, doesn't get those blings either. This is a really good start for survivors. It was looking kind of rough at first, but now it's looking really good for survivors for sure. Oh, pretty big overblink, but the follow-up also not there either. Uh-oh. Not looking good for Osaka right now. Survivor's off to a really good start. I'm sure the gens are probably being slammed in like the middle of the map. Doesn't get that one either.
He's kind of getting nervous. He's not playing properly anymore. He's not walking when he should. And he's just prediction blinking.
Yeah.
That's safe.
Like not walking up and taking the more safe blinks, which is probably the more like proper play. Yeah. Gets that though. Maybe he found his rhythm now, but that was a very, very strong start for X9. The down is gonna come in. They do have a decent bit of gen progress. They're currently doubled up on this like inside like 2 o'clock gen-ish. Interesting gen spawn. Is main not there? I guess not. Probably. Not, no. Note is kind of here with Deli. Osaka, I don't think so. Doesn't seem like it. Gonna come kick this gem with Pop. Note's gonna quickly grab that unhook while it's happening and try to get Keeperly away as much as possible.
Alright, this is still really good because he managed to pop the first generator.
Yeah, manages to get that pop off before the first gen gets done.
Oh.
Loses some distance there. Keeperly's going to be able to head into this 6 pocket, I believe. Yeah, so Keeperly's just going to head deep into here. Okay, good fatigue. Just securing the closeness. Off the record, though.
Ooh.
Oh, man, this is taking a while. This is taking a good bit. Keeperly completely silent here, which is helping a lot, too. Does get that down though, so there you go. Not in time for eruption though, unfortunately. Like the eruption that went down on that gen didn't go off. It popped right before that down happened. So they get done with 2 gens. I think there were 2 inner gens too, I believe. I think it was like inner, or no, actually, no, that gen's not there. It's just a hook. So yeah, there's like inner 3 gen, and I think they might have got this one off to the side too, but I'm not 100%. I'm not sure what other gen they got done, but I think it might have been. Actually, no, I can't tell.
This is actually. The fact that the Claudette didn't die all the way in the corner is really punishing them, because now they got a hook literally in the middle of the map that is controllable, where you can always go for the turnout. So
yeah,
that kind of works out for the nurse.
Yeah, the nurse can basically go anywhere and check on pretty much any gen and still make it back to the hook pretty easily since it's dead center of the map. Does see some people progressing this gen. Does have pop. Maybe wants to get it down here. Doesn't get that hit because of sprint burst. That's 2 blinks too though, and a swing, so long fatigue and a kick. The unhook comes in, so they take advantage of it really well, and for the people as well. So
It's a massive punishment.
Yep, X9 punishing that really, really well. And looks like Osaka doesn't even want to go after him anymore. That's 2 health stages plus off the record, so that would be a 3-hit chase on Keeperly. So yeah, Osaka said, you know what, fuck that. We'll come back to that later. Okay. That's a good hit on the note here. Note though, the Deli Survivor means it's probably the least amount of pressure you can get from a hook. Gets it down relatively quick though. So still solid. With Agi, you could probably carry this into the middle into middle map too, if he wants to. Gonna keep him back here instead.
The problem is this guy can jump off the hook.
Yeah, true.
His deliverance. What?
Oh, why are they even here? There's the Deli. I'm a bit confused on multiple things right now. I'm confused why that survivor was even there, and I'm a little bit confused why the Deli was so early too, since the nurse was like you can just like either bait the nurse into hanging out nearby or like wait for him to leave. Goes down again pretty quickly afterwards, so there's going to be hook number 2 on a note. That being said, I mean 3 gens are done, only 2 more are left. They're also doubled up on one of them. That seems like it'll likely... Actually, all the gens are likely going to get done, it looks like. I don't think they're going to get here in time. So I think that's going to be all 5 gens done. Not going to get there. Oof. No late game perks either. No, like, well, no, it wouldn't make sense, but no way out or anything to help with this late game either. Ooh, okay. Goes for a prediction blink and actually gets it on the light, who is a fresh hook. So securing this kill would be 7 stages.
That is not terrible.
Yeah. Get a gate open.
I mean,
how crazy would it be to go for a save?
Considering that's sad.
I agree. How crazy would it be to go for a save here for survivors? I feel like in these type of situations, we usually see survivors just leaving. I feel like it's kind of rare to see people go for saves, but it feels like with everybody being full health, and especially there being a gate kind of close.
Is that gate open?
What I mean, one of them is open. I just don't know which one.
So if that gate is open right next to it.
Like right next to it. This feels like one of the situations.
I don't think you can save that.
You don't think?
You shouldn't be able to. Because like you can hit and the nurse can one blink in the middle of the gate and then zone away. Like realistically, I don't think you should be able to, but you might as well try, I guess.
They're opening the other gate. It feels like the worst.
Well, the reason why this is happening is because now you save 1 hook stage. And yeah, that's the safe approach because notice that now and you save 1 hook stage and now it's only 6. That's a pretty... that's honestly almost below average.
Huh. That's interesting because I feel like in my head, I mean, maybe there's just something I'm not getting, but in my head, it feels like if they just like double unhook there,
no,
or even
because
like
the guy, whoever gets hit, like whoever takes the first hit, right, he is gonna get zoned away from the gate, and he's never gonna make it to the gate. This is impossible.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I figured if they had both gates open because they were pressuring the other gate. If they had both gates open, he can then go back there after the zone.
I mean, if you have that up maybe or something, but.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I mean, they still end up with a really good result, right? It's kind of like you said, like 6 stages to refresh. Like that feels like kind of like you said, like probably like a below average result. So very, very strong result from X9 here, which they kind of really need that after losing the Blight set. They need to win this nurse set to keep this best of 3 alive. So very, very good result. And now as long as their nurse can beat that, then we'll be having a tie in this set, and we'll be able to go to game 3. Which I am kind of rooting for. You know, I know I'm supposed to be the unbiased caster here, but these teams are really fucking good, and I like watching them. And I am not going to be upset about a game 3. So I hope that we go there. I really hope that. Again, I know I'm not supposed to be picking sides, but I kind of hope X9 wins this so that we can see a game 3. I would love to see these guys play the Wesker set. That'd be sick. So I'm an idiot, and I actually forgot to play ads while I was getting coffee. So I'm going to do it now because I'm a fucking idiot. So yeah, I'm going to play ads now. So I might have to hold this hobby hostage. Oh my God, I can't talk. I just said hold this hobby hostage. That's what I just said. Hold this hobby hostage. Jesus Christ. I'm going to hold this lobby hostage. Yeah. Oh my Lord. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to hold this lobby hostage for a little bit while they play, but we're going to be getting everybody in anyway. So hopefully it won't be stalling it too much. Yeah. That was a good solid result though. Yeah, it's kind of like you said, it was a really interesting because I feel like Osaka had such a good start with that like one blink hit like on Wispy like through the wall. It felt like it was like such a good lucky blink that like opened up with a hit, and I feel like the follow up just wasn't there. I mean, the follow up wasn't there, but you also gotta give credit to Wispy. Like the firecracker blind was like perfectly timed, and then that pallet play was like so it was one of those weird situations where like the killer is like probably like 80-20 to get a hit on you, but if you just happen to like predict perfectly, you can get away. And I feel like that's exactly what Wispy did, which was sick. So yeah, kind of a shame. If that down would have came in quicker after that first hit, that could have been snowballed out of control really hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, instead X9 ends up recovering, and then they get a really, really strong result. And man, that's tough. Again, every time we see these guys play, it's kind of like I said, it's the same thing as like the Blight set. Every time we see like X9 play, and again, the same thing happens with a team like Tremor too. I can't help but feel like there's like way more gen progress on the map than I feel like there should be. You know what I mean? Like it literally feels like there's a 5th survivor doing gens. I mean, I think it's maybe just because I'm used to watching other teams or whatever, and then maybe I'm just not used to watching a team that's like this efficient. But it just I always expect there to be less gen progress than there is, and then it always just ends up being insane. Like right there at the end, I was like, well, let's check on the gens, and they were like both just done already, and I was like, what? That's crazy. Like how are they already done? It's wild. It's so impressive to watch, man.
They don't waste any second. It's also something you're not really used to in normal DVD. Like no one is really top efficient with rotation. This doesn't happen in normal DVD. And honestly, it only happens with like maybe 10 teams where you feel that way.
Yeah.
So it's not even that common in comp. Like you can watch comp and not feel that way, but yeah, these people, this is just figured out. They know what they're doing. Every rotation is perfect.
Yeah, it's
generally speaking.
It's honestly crazy to see. Like it is absolutely wild. Like it just they feel like a fucking machine of like efficiency. Like it's wild. So yeah, it definitely makes me not jealous of the killer players, that's for sure, but it's definitely really, really cool to watch. Light now is gonna be playing Nurse for X9. He's gonna need to beat 6 stages 3 fresh. So either 6 stages 4 fresh will beat it, or just 7 stages in general. So pretty achievable win condition, but again, this is kind of like the last set, how we said going into game 2, not unwinnable for sure. Like it's definitely looking pretty good for Tremor here looking pretty good for X9 here to probably take this. But I don't think Tremor's not out of it by any means. Like they definitely could get a better result than that. It's just really going to depend a lot on how the early game goes, on how Light's blinks are. It's just a little bit of everything. I mean, we'll see like whether or not there's any mistakes on the survivor's end, but it really could go either way. I'm loving seeing the Ada representation in comp, by the way. This is great. I feel like you usually see the same survivors, and I feel like you don't ever see Ada, but like I feel like we've been seeing Ada all day. I know we saw Light playing Ada, now Osaka's on Ada. Oh, you love to see it, dude. You love to see it. The Ada gameplay. Ada should be good, right? Because isn't she like, she's kind of silent when she's injured or something, which is good. So I'm surprised.
Her breathing is very quiet, and her injured noises are also very quiet. She just has very loud footsteps. But other than that, she's good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I feel like a lot of people will go for their favorite character though. Like even though like no one's gonna pull up on Jeff, but there's a lot of favoritism.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I feel like that's what I would do. Like, I feel like unless it's like maybe like a fucking $1 million tournament or something, then maybe I don't know. I might bust out like the Stealth Claudette or something. But otherwise, yeah, I'm probably just gonna play whatever probably whatever the fuck. All right, so here we go. Light on killer playing Nurse needs a good result here, and again, X9 needs this because currently Tremor's up in the set 1-0. So if X9 cannot secure this win, it's gonna be the end of the best of 3. But if X9 can take this, if Light can get a good enough result, we're gonna see a Wesker set between these two teams, which is gonna be kind of sick. So I hope he does. I hope he pulls through and gets a good result. We did see this Survivor team go absolutely nutty on the Blight game. So I mean, this Survivor team, we know that they're very, very strong and they're capable. So it's definitely not going to be easy on them. All right, pretty much same build, I think. Well, maybe the add-ons are different. I actually didn't see what add-ons were there last game. Maybe I think I was just not paying attention. Quick run through. Interesting that the Lucky Rig player doesn't have Overcome. Overcome wants somebody else. Okay.
Player spotted.
Light does manage to find somebody. So something that Laser told me about this map, and I'm curious to hear if you agree. I think he said that like on the Survivor side, you just shouldn't even bother stealthing, and you should just run and just make sure you keep a long head start, so that if you get found, it's something like this, right? Where you have such a big head start that it just takes her a while to hit you anyway. Which is interesting, because yeah, like you did kind of comment on that last game how they stealthed in the pocket rather than like leaving, and we kind of see the opposite approach this time.
They did not spawn in the. I think that was the more favorable spawn for the survivors. But generally, it's not worth it to spawn. It depends what build you have. If you have Delhi, then obviously. But there's gonna be like 2 aggressive builds who just run at you. Generally, okay. Insane miss. But now he dies in the corner.
Yeah, those are pretty unfortunate miss. He does get a little bit deeper in the corner. That could matter. They're doubled up on a gen. They looks like they're gonna be able to pop that before Pop comes in too. Oh, yeah, there they go. They do manage to pop the gen before Pop goes the Weasel come in, and I don't know if there's really much other gen progress at all. So Pop's probably not going to be accomplishing a whole lot. He does get hooked deep in the pocket too, so not like a middle of the map hook. So like we commented on earlier, like if he tries to go, maybe check on the gens that are far away from this, it kind of makes it so he can't really get this tunnel out anymore. Survivor on the hook has off the record. Deadly Survivor is... I actually can't even tell where that Deadly Survivor is.
That's the... No. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Is that by main?
I wish Ronnie would rotate his camera. I actually can't tell. I think it might be like the 1 o'clock base tile, maybe?
Yeah.
I think it's right there, I think.
So I would expect that Survivor not to move, and the other two are just doing the gen. I'll be surprised if he makes a move here. Yeah, that's where he is. And the Survivor goes second. 2 gens are gonna pop for this, and then they need to get the Anok though before he dies, and then play the 3-1. They could even... Okay, he has a 3-gen here, so that's what he wants to play for.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But this one is a bit... it's a bit iffy. You can't really protect that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much map out there for them to run to as well, right? Like, yeah, anyone you chase that is full health is just gonna be fucking gonzo. It's gonna be really, really difficult to hold that. Ooh. That feels like probably a distraction, right? So that Zavis can get it. Yeah, Zavis is gonna sprint burst in.
Ball time is gonna make a massive difference here.
Oh yeah, that's gonna let Ronnie get really far. Ronnie also had off the record, but I think the speed boost, that was pretty big.
Taking that.
The speed boost here from Bard time could matter, but no, actually Ronnie goes down pretty quickly. So that's actually really good from Light. Getting that. Oh, for the people. For the people. For the people.
That is so greedy for no reason.
Still gets it down anyway. Oh my god. So it's almost like you just got a tag on Adam, basically. Yeah. That was really greedy though. You're not wrong. If you would have got out of that, if Ronnie would have got into like the main building, like past main building, that could have been huge for Tremor. Yeah. But Ronnie ends up dying. That's 3 stages. 2 gens still left to go, but it's mostly just this 3-gen. So the survivors are up to. Davis is running around water tower. Jaw looks like he's gotten out of there. But Zavis is still here. I actually don't even know. Did Zavis even get Deli? Down comes in. No, yeah.
Fast.
Yeah, actually no Deli from Zappis too, so this is huge. He's going to be hooked in the 3-gen now, and actually this is looking massive for Light. Like the fact that he got this down to the 3-gen, no Deli. He's deep in the 3-gen. This is actually... Am I wrong? This is looking kind of over? This is looking extremely... Much, yeah, this is looking extremely good, because I got to go into this deep pocket to get the save now in this 3-gen. Progressing these gens is going to be crazy hard, because he can just pressure them by kind of patrolling this and also keeping an eye on the hook at the same time.
Honestly think that Tremor was a bit too passive on the gens. I think they had to start walking that gen that Light is walking to now. He doesn't even have line of sight on it, really. Yeah, the fact that Nancy didn't pressure that kind of meant they didn't have enough gen pressure and they kind of have to save.
Yeah.
Like saving was kind of like, it's a pocket, you know? That's the problem. You cannot really get in.
Yep. And yeah, this is looking over. That's looking over. That's going to be 4K too. They're just giving up. They just said, yep, they were like, there's no way we get out of this. And they're just going to walk up and die. And then there you go. That's going to be it. So insanely strong performance here from Light. Like you said, maybe a little bit of a slip up from Tremor though. So like, correct me if I'm wrong. Basically what you're saying is that Tremor should have recognized that Light was like kind of just like camping him out and kind of protecting this 3-gen area with him, and they should have hard pressured like one of these gens that he was protecting, right? Especially like this one.
That would have been ideal. If that gen would have gotten progress, that would have probably been ideal. And then, yeah, sometimes you need to take risks, right? Like, and if the nurse blinks there, maybe you can juke or you can trade. Especially if it's the sprint burst Nancy. I mean, you could probably get a scenario. Maybe he whiffs a blink and you can raid the hook. Yeah, had to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, that's interesting though. Light ended up playing that really, really well. Put them in a bit of a tough spot, and it feels like they just didn't quite respond the way they needed to, and ends up getting a incredibly strong result. I mean 4K2 compared to the fucking 6 hooks is a pretty big deficit. So gonna take that set pretty decisively. X9 is, and you know what that means? We're getting to game 3, baby. We're going to the Wesker set. So this should be good. We're gonna go to the Wesker set. X9. X9's killer is going to be playing first against Tremor Survivors, and then we're going to flip-flop. So I'm not sure who the killer is going to be. Wesker for X9, I guess we'll see. Light, I guess. It's going to be Light again. Unless he's maybe... Actually, we'll see. He might be inviting me into a lobby of somebody else. Oh, yeah, it's going to be Wispy. So Wispy will be playing Wesker against Tremor. And then we will see. I'm not sure who the Wesker player will be for Tremor, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And it should be good. So Wesker is going to be played on Cold Tower. We've already seen Wesker already previously today. Wesker Cold Tower, we did see some pretty good results earlier. I mean, we saw Newbie play very, very well. Again, this is not a crazy strong setup. Survivors should probably be able to get some out. With this being such a high-level set, I imagine we'll probably see things more close to the actual expected result. Oh, God, sorry. That fucking burp slipped out of me. That was gross. Excuse me. That just slipped out of me. It sneaked out. I think we'll see things closer to the expected result, though, which is good. And yeah, here, I'll give you guys your payout. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this time around, I would expect people to chase more towards the corrupted side, and just generally make it a bit harder for the Wesker with like macro plays.
Yeah, good solid macro here should make life very, very difficult. And again, kind of like we said before about like these teams being so efficient that it feels like there's like a fifth person on gens. Like assuming you have like good macro and you're taking the chases in the right places, I mean those gens are gonna pop. It's gonna make like the late game gen scenarios so hard. I mean fuck, we even saw it against like Blight, right? Even like the Blight players that were doing work and getting like hits and downs like crazy, even those killers were having trouble like holding down an area in terms of gens just thanks to the good macro. So if something similar happens to Wesker, he should be struggling pretty hard to I mean, not necessarily get good results, but to get 4Ks, right? I mean, I think just getting a lot of hook stages is a good result. So I guess we'll see how they opt to go for it.
I mean, it's possible. Like, it's possible to 4K. It actually is realistic, even on the highest level. But you just need to win a few 50-50s. It's the easiest way to put it. Like, if you have good chases and you actually like outplay 2 or 3 pallets, then you get into a position where you 4King is definitely possible. But by default, yeah, it's relatively rough.
Yeah, that's fair, and I think especially the first chase too, right? Like we've been saying, I think especially if you can end the first chase incredibly fast, right? Just like winning a couple coin flips, definitely can go fast from there. But I'm sure even the tunnel lots are kind of the same way, right? Like if it happens fast, it's going to be huge. If it doesn't happen fast, back.
I would say like if the fast hook is fast and the next chase is fast too, at that point you can 4K. Like even if you get like a first down really, really fast, I wouldn't even say that like in that position you're 4King. It's like you need one more thing to go well, and then you're in a 4K scenario.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, not impossible. Definitely a bit unlikely, but definitely not out of the realm of possibility. It does feel like one of those things though, where like again, like I say this a lot, but DVD is a very like swingy, snowbally game. Where like if it's not gonna be the standard result, it feels like it could swing into like a 4K, right? Like it feels like it's gonna be one or the other. Where it's probably either gonna be more standard or like swing pretty heavily. Because of just how snowbally games can be. But we will see. This is going to be for all the marbles. They're currently tied up right now, 1-1. I don't think we're doing any kind of a tiebreaker thing anymore. So on the off chance that they tie, I believe it'll just be a tie. I don't think we really got to worry about that. But I'm pumped to see this. We've seen Wesker on Cool Tower a bit, and I feel like so far, most of the games we've seen, I feel like Weskers have been kind of dominating. But I also feel like it does come from like a lot of slip-ups from the survivor side. So I think it's going to be really nice to see this like really, really high level play where I feel like there will be hopefully like very few slip-ups, and I think it'll give us like a more expected. It'll give us a view of like how a game like this is more expected to go, I guess. Which
Wispy is also a very interesting player that usually goes for, let's say, out of the ordinary things, and oftentimes it works out. Very smart player.
Yeah, I know Whiskey's like I'm very aware of Wispy being a really good player. I know they played a lot in the in like the Swiss tournament and were absolutely insane. But yeah, I think I have heard that about them before, and that's kind of exciting because I wonder if anything like that's going to happen here or not. I guess we'll see. I mean, I feel like the build should be pretty standard. Although we say that, but then again, we saw the fucking paid res Deadman Switch pop before. I'm not sure if we're going to see that.
I would expect brutal paid res corrupt, and then maybe pop or not, I would guess.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think either one of those would probably make a good bit of sense. Brutal does feel like it's so good on a map like Cool Tower. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see it before. But I guess we'll see now. No, and also obviously a good choice if they end up making a delay game. That's so good for like securing more stages. All right, so here we go. Deadman switch again. Agi.
Oh,
Interesting.
yeah, I was completely wrong. Oh.
Tendril and Unicorn Medallion also spawn bottom side, so they all spawn top. We're gonna quickly cycle through just so we can see their builds. There you go. All right, we did see a couple important things like Delhi being on Osaka and everything, but we'll see what Wispy can find. Oh, finds Osaka actually. There's that pallet super early. Just tries to get the fuck out of there. Oh, interesting. This is a good chase, assuming Wispy actually commits to it, though, but I don't know if they will. Oh, this looks like a clean place to get a hit.
I'm not sure why Osaka's like trying to get away from the top side. It's the corrupted side, but he's going back to it now.
Yeah, I was wondering if I think he might have been trying to put enough distance between them where maybe he wanted to make it like a less enticing chase to take or something.
Yeah.
Would be my guess, but I'm not sure. Not going to work, though. Instead, he's just going to stay topside and just accept the chase, I believe. Doing a really good job right now, though.
Movement, what?
Ooh, doesn't get that either, though. Osaka doing a really good job here. Wispy can't quite get the opening hit. He's got a pretty strong pallet here as well. Ooh.
No.
Actually, did have him in a bad position, but the swing puts him back in a good position. No way you mind game that.
No.
Takes the break, and again, this is so good. This is buying so much time.
Yep.
He won't make that window, but 3 different
He wants
gens
to
progressing.
go up. It's like this is the better way to play it on the top level.
Playing that window really well. He's gonna head back to this window too. I think he still has the pallet this tile too, doesn't he? I don't think he used it yet.
He does. This is a really good chase at this point.
Yeah.
And also one thing, they're not corping gens. They're 3 solo gens, I think.
Yeah.
Because no gen has popped yet, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be beautiful.
A lot of gens are gonna pop. Yeah. Like when they start popping. Yep. There's one. Another one should be popping pretty soon. Yep. And then the third one will be following shortly after. This chase is just brutal, though. Osaka's doing such a good job here. Taking the chase down to bottom side now. Has his pallet. Jaw was here, I think, with For the People, maybe? But gets hit away. Oh, Wispy still not quite able to get it. If I'm not mistaken, that tile, I think you can play it even post-throw if you, like, loop the small side and then dash to the big side, I believe.
Yeah, you can. This is not a very safe palette against Wesker. Ooh, this is unplayable. Oh, cannot.
Okay. Still can't quite get this. Osaka. Oh, the ballerina spin though. Who'd have thunk it? All that juicing, just to fall for the ballerina spin.
Ooh. Oh, they don't get it.
Close,
Yeah,
but not quite.
So at this point, you can't really kill anyone anymore. Like it's just about how many stages can you collect.
Yeah,
And as many fresh hooks as possible.
Yeah, I feel like especially with pain res too, even helps with that even more because you just want to get like the more pain reses you get, you might be able to squeeze out even more hooks as well. There is kind of a 3-gen top side, but it's still not very good and it doesn't really matter anyway because you'll never really be able to hold it. But it's at least something in terms of like a place to be. All right. God's actually gonna take the sun hook while injured. Yep, Wispy gonna go for the fresh hook. Oh, he's gonna get away with it. No.
Beautiful movement.
Played around that tree so well. If only Egg was in play, you know. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh no, such a good prediction, but then doesn't get the hit.
You hate to see it.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. Jodge is doing such a good job in this chase so far. Isn't gonna go down there either. And will go down here. It's going to get thrown into those tires. So you go. The down comes in, but that took a while. Very, very strong chase. Osaka gets the spray off. Ronnie's going to finish a gen. Zavis is going to finish a gen. All 5 gens are done. That's brutal, man. No Ed to fall back on either. No way out. Nothing way to fall back on here. Just honestly incredible play from the survivors. Wispy just couldn't quite get anything going. And that's really unfortunate, man. Very, very unfortunate. At this point, just I guess maybe protect this hook. Try to find another fresh hook. I guess maybe. I mean, anyone other than Osaka is going to be a fresh hook. So if you can get it down on anyone other than Osaka, you can maybe get some more stages out of it and some more freshes. Yeah, like at this point, I guess you probably just commit to this and just try to get it at least, because I feel like you don't want to just take 4 stages too fresh. That's a good start to the chase, though. Zappos is going to be, he's going to be dead. He doesn't make it that for sure. He's going to go down.
I feel like this is what Wesker players would understand and non-Wesker players don't. Where you like don't put yourself in a position where you want to tap.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you're throwing.
Yeah, like it's one of those weird things where like as a survivor, it's got to be hard to like keep that in mind. But yeah, like you don't want to be in a position where you can get yeeted into edge map, because then then you're just fucked. All right, third fresh hook comes in.
Okay, this is kind of feasible. This is where it gets into the territory of this one dies, where it's like playable, and you can actually. I mean, you need to outplay the Wesker really hard.
Yeah.
But achievable.
Yep. I mean, like what these survivors did to Wispy is not impossible for the X9 survivors to do to the other Wesker. Like it's definitely not unreasonable. Definitely hard, right? Like I definitely think Tremor's gonna be feeling good going into their going into their killer set and feeling like they have a pretty good chance, but definitely not impossible. Are they thinking about going for this?
Yeah, I think they are.
It looks like they
This
are.
is definitely possible. The gate is close.
They're all here. Body blocking out Zappos. Oh, eating them into the wall.
God.
Oh, no, that's Ronnie. Gonna eat him into the wall. But Jaw's there to body block. Hypotenuse bop. Oh!
Is that all you have?
Interesting.
All right.
And Ronnie is a fresh hook, right? That's another fresh hook. Gonna
So
carry him
now
to the hill.
we're looking at something that is close to an average result. So
Yeah, that greed ended up not paying off at all. This hook is way less reasonable to get down the hook on. With it being up on a
I
hill.
feel like this is also something that where like a very experienced comp killer has like an open mind. Even if you have like a bad result, Wispy understood. Okay, if I get this Nancy that I throw out somewhere, I can improve my result.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just leave.
Yeah, like that's a really good heads up play. Like honestly, Wispy really made a good result here out of like a bad one. I feel like that was looking really bad. Like it was looking like it could have been like 4 stages too fresh, right? And then we end up with 6 stages 4 fresh, which is honestly, like you said, not bad at all. Really not that bad at all. Like not that far off of expected, and definitely a reasonable one to be able to try to beat. So yeah, really managing to salvage that honestly and getting something okay. But again, I mean, still a good result for Tremor. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to like Tremor's still coming out of this looking really good, but not bad at all. Definitely not bad. Definitely managed to salvage that a good bit. So now we'll see. We're gonna flip flop. We're gonna get the killer from Tremor. I'm not sure who their Wesker player is gonna be, but we're gonna get the Wesker player from Tremor, and they're gonna have to just get 7 stages. The win condition is gonna be 7 stages. If they don't manage to get 7 stages, then X9 will be able to take it. And yeah, I think it's going to be a lot about how these chases go, especially the first chase. Again, Osaka that last game did such a good job in that first chase, man. It was so crazy. Like just played the loop so well. Used like that long window next to the window at main, and just used them both so well and prolonged that for so long, and it just made it so difficult to come back from after that. There was so much gen progress early. And I feel like if X9 can manage to replicate that themselves, then you know this definitely could be achievable. But they're gonna have to replicate that. Like I feel like if it doesn't go that way, if like the first chase ends up ending pretty quickly, I think it's gonna start to get out of hand pretty quick. So we'll see. Do I have to accept somebody again? I think I'm good, right?
What was kind of interesting, they did not actually duo a generator, which is absolutely something that you can do in this scenario. But this absolutely worked out because the first chase was incredibly long, and they all went for solo gens that couldn't be interrupted. And that's like the best possible thing, you know? Like, really worked out.
Yeah, like you literally can't get a more like god tier like textbook start than that. Than somebody like looping in the corrupt 3-gen while 3 different people are doing 3 different. Yeah, that's just so good. It's so good. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much the best start you could ask for. And again, X9 is going to need to be able to replicate that, I think, if they're going to want to have a chance here. Osaka's going to be on Wesker, so Osaka playing all 3 killers. We'll see what he can do. No, Maddie, I would never consider adding challenges like that. No, like that's the kind of stuff that's just for like silly tournaments like Into the Fog. But in like real comp, that would just be absurd to try to expect people to do things like that. That kind of takes away from the competitiveness of it and just kind of makes it like a silliness thing, right? Like I don't know. Oh fuck.
You holding up?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Coughing a lot, but I'll be okay. I'm not like feeling. I don't like really like feel bad or anything. Like my head's fine and everything. It's just coughing. I'm just trying to like. I'm trying my best to not like cough directly into the fucking microphone and like destroy everyone's ears. Basically, is all I'm trying to do. And I've been doing an okay job of that. So I think I'm doing all right. But it should be good. We're gonna have this game. Just a reminder too. After this best of 3 is over, we still have another set of this as well, which is Prism versus Murderer's Row. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is both of their first times playing at Scrim Nights. I don't think we've seen either one of these teams play. There are players from these teams that we've seen play. Like I think Prism's captain is Autumn Apocalypse, which I think we've seen them playing previously on like Overheated Academy, and I think even another team back in like King of the Hill days. So there's going to be like some players that we might that we might recognize, but as far as these teams as like, you know, full together teams, this will be their, I believe it'll be our first time seeing them. So that should be interesting. Should be a good set, and I'm excited to see how they actually play. It'll be Wesker and Nurse with a possible demo too. We haven't seen demo all day. So if we end up seeing the demo set, that could be sick too, because we've not seen that yet. No, I don't think we've seen Prism. You guys might be thinking of Schism. Because we have Prism and Schism, so like they're pretty easily confused. But I don't think we've seen Prism. Prism, I think, signed up semi-recently, and I don't... But again, I think they're like a similar... Like, I think like Cusica's on their team. I think Autumn's on their team. I think they're similar to... They might be similar. They might even be the same team as Overheated Academy, maybe. So, like, I think they're very similar. If they're not the same, they're like very similar. Like a lot of similar players. So, like, we've not seen them as Prism, but I think we've seen a lot of the players before. We're pretty close. All right, so here's my idea for a tournament. Let me know how you feel about it, all right? So I want to get a tournament. I wanted to try to get a prize pool going up somehow. I was hoping to get a sponsor for it. Like I want to get some sponsors for it, as opposed to being like community funded. I mean like doing like community funded is cool, and maybe I can do both. Maybe I can get like a community fund going and sponsor. But I hate like having to take from the community to sponsor or for prize pools. I would like to get a sponsor for it if I could. But I wanted to see if I can get a sponsor for it.
I think it's pretty hard though. Like,
yeah.
How do you do that? How do you DM people actually?
Yeah, you like reach out to brands and stuff. Like the problem is that you need a brand that like kind of fits it. Like I can't get like I don't know if I can get like a typical like Raid Shadow Legends, right? Because like they want people to see gameplay, right? But maybe like something like I don't know. I don't know if I want to name brands because like I feel like that's a little strange to do when I might reach out to them. But you know what I mean? Like non-gaming brands is what I'll say. You can probably use your head and think. Like okay, yeah, actually I could be vague. I could say VPN brands or like food delivery brands, right? I'll just say that. Like I'll be vague about it. Like brands like that might be willing to do it. You know what I mean? Ones where you don't really need to have like gameplay in order to advertise for them. But yeah, I don't know. I want to reach out and see if I can get something going there. And I want to basically invite the top like X amount of teams. I don't know how many. The top 4, the top 8. I don't know. Like I want to like invite them and they're basically in already, right? So I'd probably have to talk to people in the community and figure out who the top 4 to 8 teams are.
You would get everyone. You would get everyone.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Well, I want to like the reason why I say I want to invite them is because I basically want to fill the tournament with like around half is want to be is people that are pre-invited, and the other half I want to like let people play to get in through qualifiers. Like leading up to the tournament, I want to have like qualifier tournaments where like any team can sign up and any team can like have a chance to play in the tournament if they can win qualifiers. Good. Yeah, it's a really, really good way. I think it's a really good way to like hype up the tournament in advance, and it also gives anybody a chance to get into it, right? Like anybody that thinks that they can compete will be able to compete.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So I think that would be a really sick idea. And then once we get to the actual tournament, I mean, probably like double elim. I'd have to figure out the actual format of the tournament, like double elim, best of 3, maybe like the semis and the finals would be best of 5 or something. I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. I'm not. Like, I'd have to figure out all the logistics of the actual tournament, but I definitely want to do, like, the qualifiers and everything leading up to it, for sure. I think it could be really sick. I think we can get, like, a really big, hyped-up tournament going, honestly. I think it could be really cool. Like having, like, a couple months of qualifiers leading up to it, talk about it a lot, hype it up a lot, get a sponsor, hopefully get some good money on. Could be really cool. I got high hopes. I got high expectations and high hopes, and I'll probably be able to achieve none of them. But we'll see. All right, so here we go. Osaka on Wesker. Survivors here needing a pretty strong result. Oh, coup de grace. That's interesting. All right,
What?
I'm going to quickly cycle through again. Yeah, coup again. So weird. We saw this in the remember when we casted the fucking Eternal Elysium games? We saw we saw that there, didn't we? I'm pretty sure. Or no. I'm thinking of when I casted with Laser, I believe. I think I casted with Laser some Wesker games and we saw this too. There's been a lot of Weskers running coup, and it's just interesting, and we keep seeing it, and it's been very, very interesting.
I think it's a really strong park because it's really good on loops, whereas Past is not that useful.
Yeah, like
I
one
can definitely see it.
like one like this maybe, like after it's thrown. I mean, actually, your power
Yeah,
could
absolutely. This is the kind of loop where coup de grace makes it totally playable.
be. Yeah. Light going edge map here. Oh, slow vaults that. That's probably to keep his lithe up, but yeah, he will get his lithe off. Or no lithe. He was actually just trying to be sneaky. He's gonna make this pallet, but again, this chasing's to last a while. The Creed. He's gonna get away with this too. That's interesting. Punishes that respect from Osaka. Oh, whoa, what? What? Can we get a ping check on this guy? Can we get a ping check on this guy? That was interesting. It felt like he was over the pallet, but Light gets hit anyway, and that's definitely not what X9 wanted from this start for sure. They do manage to pop a gen before he goes on hook, but only one gen, and it was also a doubled up gen, so only one of their gen has progress. It got hit by pain res too, so it's going to be basically back to like 20. Oh, is Osaka West?
Yeah, he's West.
Oh, really? I never knew that. Damn, so you can't play in DBD League anymore?
Nope.
Shit. The only killer I really knew of that was West was Ultra. I didn't realize that Osaka was West either. Well, either way, regardless, finds Wispy. Not even going to stay on Light or anything. Just going to switch targets and go after Wispy here. Doesn't get that one, though. So, interesting.
He still has 2 cool stacks that he can use here. That's gonna be really on this, but I think they're gonna give him a hit. No, he leaps. What?
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like you could maybe even get a coup hit there before the pallet storm. Like if he loops it, I feel like coup is like that's where coup can maybe even just get a hit pre-throw, which is kind of nuts. Well, Lucky gonna go back. Yeah, like right here, coup. Well, maybe not. Okay. Oh, doesn't quite get that. Stubs his toe. Wispy's gonna be able to make it to this path pallet. Both rushes used too, so has to wait for the cooldown. It's gonna kick this pallet. Buying a lot of time though. So hey, I mean, was a little bit of a rough start for survivors, but now it's looking really good. Osaka kind of struggling to get a hit, and this mid game is looking good. They finished gen number 2. Ooh, pretty unfortunate hit there from Keeperly though. I'm gonna check on gen progress. Osaka stubbing his toe quite a bit. Coup de grace. Coup de
He can
grace.
play this with his power. Oh, nice.
Down goes Keeperly. This could be another pain res. Again, win condition is 7 stages. So this will be hook stage number 2. Gen number 3 pops though, I think from note. Wispy is currently working on this gen over on the left side. Gonna be getting pushed off.
It's looking pretty decent. The survivors need one more good chase, and then they can definitely get this. But
Yeah, it is honestly looking solid. Wispy's gonna get found and chased here. That's an okay setup here. Has his pallet and his long window. Needs to be careful here though. Doesn't get hit. Damn. Doesn't get slapped. Makes his long window. Gunhook comes in too. Again, this is quite a while. I'm sure a ton of gen progress is coming in. The reset happens on Keeperly as well. Osaka's still struggling to get anything going here. Ooh. Very late vault. Will make the window though. 5 stacks of coup.
he kind of needs to start using it now.
Coup. Gets the hit there.
Nice.
That's a situation where like that, like it's kind of a 50-50 where you pre-lunge or not, but that kind of stops it with Ku. I feel like that becomes less of a 50-50 because you can just make it with Ku no matter what. As God Palette though, oh man, the whole time this is happening, and both, yep, top gens being progressed too. We're about 10 seconds away from both gens popping. There's one. The other gen's gonna pop soon.
Very interesting that he doesn't want to play this with power. You can definitely outplay this.
Yeah. Even post throw, right? Like again, even here.
Yeah.
And even that, he kind of zoned him into the map there.
The amount of value he would have gotten out of Brutal would have been insane this game.
Yeah, I agree. Like there was a lot of situations where Brutal would have been huge. The thing is though, is that if he finds Note right now and hooks him, and then just like camps, especially if he can hook him near Noed, that would secure the tie at the very least. Ooh, somebody was here. Ghibli's got a gate. Lights on a gate. Note is down by mate. And I think they're gonna be able to just take the. They're absolutely just gonna take these outs if they can.
Yeah.
But can they? Osaka's looking around. Yeah, I mean, if Wispy dies here, it's 5 stages, 3 fresh, which is not enough. Damn, is X9
It's kind of
really
interesting
gonna...
that he's staying here though.
Yeah, like he can't.
That's not enough.
He can't. He needs more. Yeah, like I think staying.
Realize.
Yeah, I think staying here is not the play. Like based on the win condition, yeah, that's not gonna be it. X9's gonna take it, and there you go. X9, like I said, like we said, going into this game, it was looking like not too great because of how strong Tremor survivors were. But X9 came in here and said, you know what, we can too, and then they just fucking slayed it. It's so good, such a strong performance. Unfortunate, Osaka can't quite get the result he needs. I think it's 5 stages, 3 fresh, and X9's gonna take it. They're gonna take the 2-0, or sorry, the 2-1. And they take the set. That was such a good set, though. That was such a good set. So good. Like, such good games. But my lord. Down to 1 hook stage at the end. And GG's. I do think it's interesting because I feel like, kind of like you said, I think Brutal on this build could have been really good. I think Ku got value like maybe once. We saw it get pretty good value. Like, there was another situation where it kind of got value, but I think he would have got the down otherwise, like, regardless. So Ku, I feel like didn't do a whole lot. Whereas I feel like something safer like Brutal could have maybe done a lot more.
Yeah.
But regardless, we can like, you know, get all nitpicky about the build if we want. I think regardless, the survivors just kind of got the better of Osaka for a lot of the chases in this map. And just again, not quite able to get the result he needs. And damn, dude, X9 looking really good, man. Taking that win, taking the 2-1. And hey, they remain undefeated so far in Scrim Nights. So impressive, man. Very impressive. Very solid team. That was a good fucking set. Both those teams were so fucking good. That was so good. But GG's, we're gonna be moving on to the next set. Let me give you guys your payout. Let me also give you guys a new prediction and everything. There you go. And okay, so going into set 3, we're going to be seeing, again, I said this already, but Prism versus Murderer's Row. And again, Prism has a lot of players that we've seen already. We're at least a little bit familiar with them. Whereas Murderer's Row, I think it's their first ever showing in Scrim Nights, so I don't really know what to expect. As a matter of fact, who's even on their roster? Let me go look. I'm not sure if they're like people that already play comp or if they're like one of those like new teams that is like just getting into it. Okay, well, one of them has Crankstar before their name, so they probably play comp already.
Okay.
Yeah. I recognize someone else on their team too. So yeah, I think they're probably gonna know what they're doing already. All right. I just didn't know if I didn't know if we had one of those teams that was like, let me try comp for the first time, or if we had a team that like knew what they were doing already. But I think these guys know what they're doing already. So, this should be a pretty good matchup. Prism is like relatively newer to comp. But they've learned really fast. Again, we saw them before as Overheated Academy. They were kind of getting taught the game from Overheated, and they learned really fast. We saw them multiple weeks in a row as like a different team, Overheated Academy, and every week when they came back, I felt like they were so much stronger than the previous week. Like their improvement was very rapid. So they definitely are solid, and they're definitely not like a pushover team by any means. I don't know exactly how good Murderer's Row is going to be, but this should be probably a good matchup, I think. So here, let me give you guys a prediction on everything. In terms of like trying to sway your predictions, I don't know though. I really don't know. This is going to be a very like unknown set for me. we're starting out with okay. We're going from Wesker to Wesker, so we're actually getting more Wesker games. So
Let's go.
the last Wesker set of the night, though. Prism and Murderer's Row.
I personally love Wesker.
Same. He's really fun to watch. I enjoy him a lot. And he feels like one of those killers too, where like it's kind of like you said as well, like with like if you compare him to someone like Blight, where like on the survivor side with Blight, it's almost like you like look at the survivors, you just feel bad for them. You're like, man, there's like nothing you can even do here. He just dies, you know. Whereas like with Wesker, it feels like there's actually stuff you can do on both sides. And like when a Wesker gets like a good hit, you're like, damn, like he got that on somebody that actually had a pretty good chance of avoiding it, right? Which is like I don't know, it like makes me feel better about I guess the good plays that I see and everything. So yeah, I agree. I like these sets a lot as well. I think they're really, really good. You allow Xeno in matches. Let me explain how this works. For you and anybody else that might be new that doesn't really understand how this works. Basically, every week we take signups and we basically have a lineup of 5 killers. We basically announce the lineup of 5 killers every week and then people can sign up for it. And we only allow 5 killers each week. So like this week, if you look at the schedule, it's Nurse, Demo, Wesker, Spirit, Blight. Those are the 5 killers for this weekend. Basically, what we do is we have those 5 killers. People sign up, and then we have like a little bit of like a pick and a ban phase where we match teams up, and then both teams pick a killer, and then both teams ban a killer, and whoever's left over becomes a tiebreaker. So like for instance, this set Prism versus Murderer's Row, Prism chose Wesker, Murderer's Row chose Nurse. One of them banned Blight, one of them banned Spirit, and then that leaves Demo as the tiebreaker. So like both teams get to choose whichever killer that they want to like show off and that they feel the most confident in, and then they basically ban out whoever that they don't want to play, and then you get a leftover one. So yeah, you will only see 5 killers each week, but those 5 killers will change every week. Like for instance, Xeno will be in the rotation next week. So like if you're wanting to see Xenomorph, next weekend we'll have him. That's assuming people pick them and don't ban them. Like for instance, Spirit's in this rotation, but we have 1 game of her all weekend. So all because Xeno's in the rotation doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see him constantly, but there's at least a decent chance that we're going to see Xeno next weekend. But yeah, every weekend is just 5 killers. You're not going to see anyone outside of that. Dino, is everything good with these teams, by the way? I know we're a little bit early. We're like 15 minutes early. It's not like that early, but we're at least a little bit early, so I know they're scheduled for 10, so like if they're not ready yet or something, and we gotta like fill some time, maybe we could. But I don't know. Just want to make sure. That's a fun setup. Yeah, we like to do it that way too, because I feel like that kind of narrows down what you have to practice. Like back in the old days of scrims, we used to basically just let killers sign up with any killer they wanted to play, and then survivor teams wouldn't really have a good idea of who they'd play against, so they wouldn't really know how to prepare. And especially for like the newer teams that are still learning, it was like a bit crazy because it was like instead of like focusing in on one thing and trying to learn one thing, you would have to just try to like learn everything, right? Whereas like now, if you're like a newer learning team, you know like a week in advance what killers you're going to play, and you could just specifically practice those like 2 or 3 killers, right? Like you can specifically just get those killers down and like learn everything about them, and then next week you can learn another set of killers, right? And then eventually when multiple weeks pass, you end up knowing most of the killers, you know? But it really helps you like focus down your learning on one thing as opposed to being overwhelmed with fucking everything, you know?
It's so cool how this infrastructure kind of evolved over time.
Yeah. It's so much different than it was like early on. It's kind of wild.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see, man. And I think it's been really nice being able to like shed a light on the comp in like a interesting way that I think is like good for introducing people. Because I feel like it's such a, I don't know, comp is like such a cool, unique part of DBD that I think that I think does deserve more attention. Like it blows my mind that more people don't look into it already. Like I don't know how so many people can like just win all of their public games and not get bored, you know? Like it blows my fucking mind. Like I don't know. Like I think I've been saying this for years, but like anybody that makes fun of comp blows my mind because like how the fuck do people like how are people satisfied with just winning constantly? Like do people never want to feel challenged? Like I don't understand.
This is the entryway to compass is not very clear in this game, sadly.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's hard to get into it.
Oh shit! You just reminded me. I had a different idea that I wanted to run by you. I wanted to run it by you and other people in the comp scene.
Yeah.
I think I saw virtual in chat. Fuck, are there still people in chat from comp? I need people from chat and comp to give me. I need a really honest opinion on this. Okay, like dead honest. I need you to be brutally honest. And if it's like, so here, okay, I'll just say it. So I used to be a part of a similar comp scene from DBD. Okay, I used to play Left 4 Dead 2 comp, which you might not even know is a thing. Most people don't know it's a thing. But it's very, very similar to DBD in the sense that like the devs don't really support it at all. And it's all just like done by the community, right? The community runs like tournaments, they run everything. It's just like a little like niche community of like maybe like 100 or 200 people, kind of like DBD comp. It's like honestly like the same exact thing. And something that they did like when I first got into Left 4 Dead 2 comp like fucking like 10, 11 years ago, something they did that did so good for the community is they held a draft tournament. Okay, so what they did is they took like a bunch of the best players, right? And they made like 8 or 12 team captains, and every team captain was like a very high tier player, right? Like for this it would be like, I don't know, like Nightlight, Laser, Virtual, whatever the fuck, right? You would just take a bunch of really good players that know the game well, but also that like want to teach, right? Like you also have to make sure that like they want to do it. Obviously, like we're not going to force people, but you get really, really good players, and then you get a pool of players from to choose from. It's even better if you can like tier those players, right? If you can get like tier 1 players that are like experienced comp players, so that you at least have like 2 good players on each team, and then you get like other players that are like interested in comp but don't have a ton of experience, and you kind of like have like a draft tournament where you have like you hold a literal draft where the captains go in order and they pick a team of players that are just a bunch of like I don't want to call them randoms, but like kind of randoms, right? Like people that want to get into comp but don't like know how, or like don't really like aren't like in the community and don't really have a good way of learning. And you kind of like draft people into these teams, and then you hold a tournament with those teams. That's like kind of like it's like a not super serious but kind of serious tournament, right? Like kind of just like a low prize pool tournament where the whole idea is just to like teach people, right? To get people into the idea. Because dude, like that, like for me, I did that in Left 4 Dead 2, and it was insanely valuable, man. Like being able to play, like I got drafted by some dude that was like one of the best players in the game, and he taught me like I improved from that like a million times more than anything else I've ever done, and I was like, wow. And I feel like if that happened in DBD, it might be the same way, right? Like if somebody can be on a team with like Laser or like Nightlight or like, I don't know, Xeno or whoever the fuck, right? If someone can be on a team with someone like that and have them just like explain all the ins and outs of the game and help them get better, that would be insane, right? Like in terms of like getting people into the scene and improving and everything. Is that a good or a bad idea? And also, would people even be down for it? Would people in the comp scene even want to do that?
So one problem I see with that, like instantly, that picks out is that the inexperienced players would probably get told.
Yeah, true.
But
that's true. That's true.
I mean, the idea's not bad though. It could definitely work.
Yeah, that is true. In a game like Left 4 Dead 2, that wasn't really possible to like unallow somebody. So yeah, that is a pretty good point. Fuck.
I mean, the idea's not bad though. Like from a learning experience.
Yeah.
It's it will definitely lead to scenarios where people are like, okay, these 2 are the experienced players. I'm going to ignore them, and I'm just going to go for the other 2.
See, I was thinking the main thing about it is I really would only want to put like someone in chat just said it, like basically like draft like pub jukers. Like that was kind of my thing, because there's no way for me to say this without being kind of like a bit mean. So like I guess I'm just gonna say it however the fuck I can say it. Basically, there's a lot of teams that play in Scrim Nights even right now where like they do okay, their macro can be okay, but like if I'm just being real, like their chase is like really bad, and they just kind of like go down quickly and chase, and like no amount of like strategy and macro, like no amount of like having Nightlight tell you what to do is going to help you if you just can't loop, like it, right? Like if you just can't play chase, if you just can't loop, like it's also not something that can be taught really easily too. You can't teach someone that in like a week. Like that takes a lot of experience and time to learn. So like I don't know exactly how I would be able to manage that, but if the players that were entered into the draft were all at least just like, again, like like solid pub jukers at least, right? If people just generally like knew how to loop and all they really needed was like the macro and the rotations and like that kind of stuff, then I think it'd be reasonable. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like I do think
that is true. No,
but that's also so hard. Like, how do you do that, right? Do we test every player, and then if they're bad at looping, do we just like, no, you suck, you can't play? Like, how do you do that, right? Like, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. It sucks.
You're the one to tell them.
Yeah, I guess I gotta be the asshole. I don't know. It's It's tough though, because that is just the reality of it, right? Like I don't know, like as much as I hate to say it, like it's kind of mean, but at the same time it's true. Like if you're somebody that just can't loop very well, like you're gonna be a big detriment to like any team because you're just gonna get tunneled out, and if you don't play the chase well and you get tunneled out quickly, then your team just loses, you know? So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I'd have to work out some kinks, but anyway,
I think it has potential though.
yeah, I'll come back to it in a minute because I think there's some more I want to ask about it, but we'll see. I'm gonna cycle through the survivor builds real quick just so we get their perks down on record. No DS on the Dead Hard survivor, which is interesting. Looks like ooh, Jake rocking the Deli Unbreakable. A little bit of a window tackle on the Wesker. All right, so this build feels like a little bit more in line of what I feel like we were expecting.
Absolutely. And is that no? That misses them.
Yeah, I actually thought that would land, but not quite. So I was doing a really good job.
First chase is always good today.
Yeah,
Actually.
yeah, pretty consistently we've had good first chases. Looks like he's gonna find a couple people in this mid gen and chase him off. So solid, chasing them onto the bottom side too, where the gens are. So decent. Fix this with brutal. Decent tile though. Can try to transition as well if he wants to. Ooh, where's he heading to now? Slammed into shack. And he doesn't really have much here. He only has this window. I don't know if there's a filler palette between this or not. Oh, fast track.
That was an interesting attempt.
Oh, but that's not good. Jake's gonna go down. Yeah, he's kind of got zoned into this corner where there's nothing.
Expected more.
And yeah, that'll be a down onto Jake. They're gonna pop a gen though. They pop one, another one's being worked. Actually, two different ones are being worked. So yeah, they actually have two gens at about 50, 60-ish. That was not pain res, but pop will be coming in. Ooh. See some scratch marks here and wants to come back. Looks like the gen they got was maybe like the 1 o'clock gen, it looks like, I believe. Is that gen unblocked? That's surprising.
Actually.
Maybe they got the bottom left gen, actually. I don't know. Ooh. Long distance slap on a Jake. Gonna be trying to follow up this tunnel, I believe. Jake actually was I didn't even realize Jake was the Deli survivor, so that's pretty rough.
The thing is, because he got insta slapped, he's gonna be infected in like literally a moment.
Yeah, like any second now he's gonna be infected. Oh no, messes up both those dashes. But yeah, even here, like brutal strength mixed with this infection means he's not gonna get very far. Yeah. He was hoping to catch him off guard going around, but didn't quite do it. And that's going to be second down coming in pretty quickly. Second gen gets done. Third gen's being progressed. Could get pain res, though. Yep, there's the pain res. That's going to hit Trepidation's gen. Okay, has eyes on two survivors. Guess the pop there. Janet Main has a good bit of progress. They're unhooking pretty quickly here. I feel like they unhooked pretty quickly while the Wesker was honestly in a pretty good spot to come back to. I don't like that. I don't like that unhook. Like, I think that unhook could have been okay if he was like far away kicking a gen with pop and he was like right at the beginning of kicking it so that he could have got a good head start. But yeah, that felt like pretty bad timing on that unhook. Because yeah, Jake's just gonna die now.
He's not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, he's fucking dead. He's got nothing here. He's just gonna run bottom side and die there, so down he goes. But yeah, this wasn't that much. This honestly wasn't that much faster than just letting him die on hook, or sorry, it wasn't that much slower than letting him just die on hook as is. Honestly, as a matter of fact, it might have been faster for the killer. So yeah, pretty quick kill there. Still 2 gens left. Looks like he's in a pretty okay spot here. If he can manage to stop this gen, it's like a semi okay 3 gen. Oh. Gets the grab during the animation. He could drop him and hit it with pop too. He should drop him and hit it with pop. Drop him and hit him with pop. Is this pain res? Okay, this works too.
Oh.
Okay, that's pretty massive. That's pretty massive. Getting grabbed
No,
there.
he's in a good spot though.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot now. Knows where Trepidation is, also injured. The full survivor is behind main on the top left at like 11 o'clock. I just realized I don't have the map overlay up. Oopsie, my bad. The other survivor's at 11, so they're currently working this gen up here. They're gonna get it done, but it's still not looking good. The other gen that has the most progress is right under the hook and is currently regressing, so not really able to progress that.
Together.
Yeah, and it kind of has this tight clump of gens here too.
Okay, so now West can also where everyone is, and no one can really do anything. So
Yeah, the fact that like Trepidation's injured, and also the fact that Fast Track knows where everyone is, means that they're kind of fucked, right? Like they can't unhook without 1-for-1ing. If they try to heal up Trepidation, then Fast Track will know basically where they are and be able to just come interrupt the heal. So yep, he forces struggle, and now he's gonna go after Nia. It's a tag onto her, and they're still in a terrible spot. So what do they do here? I don't know. Trepidation's just gonna try to work this gen. Ooh. The vault, very close. Good fast vault, but not enough. Still gonna go down. The unhook comes in on the ace, but this could be a pain res. Definitely a pop coming up. Dude, this is tough, man. I'm not really sure how they get out of this. I think these guys need to... I don't like this. I mean, he's got off the record DS. He's got a ton of anti-tunnel, so I guess he was just...
Yeah.
That's a pretty fucking aggressive build, dude. That's a very aggressive build.
Like, chase me, chase me.
Yeah, seriously. I guess that's what I expect from someone who has Crankstar in their name, right? That's kind of what I expect. That's a very Crankstar build right there. Ooh. Yono happens, and then Trepidation gets put into deep wounds as well. This puts him in a spot where they could at least maybe get some progress done if Trepidation can stay alive. But this is kind of a dead zone. There's not really a whole lot here. Just this window. Ooh, Fast Track going for a really aggressive prediction.
Yeah, he didn't have to predict that. He could have just played out that on reaction.
Yeah, agreed. That was very risky for no reason. Does end up getting it down decently quickly anyway, though. And again, could be a pain res since the last one wasn't. But I think this is the same hook.
Has no pain res in this area at all.
Yeah, I think they're all like really far top side, I believe. Because yeah, he just keeps hooking them here. And they tried to progress. They tried to... Yeah, I guess they were hoping that the chase could last long enough that they could just double that gen, but not quite able to get it. It's going to get popped. And now the hook is close to it as well, so it's going to be really hard to progress it even more.
What they actually had to do is reset in that time. Then they maybe had a chance, but no, we're back to the same scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like a pretty greedy attempt there to try to get that gen. He's going to be dead. His DS is also gone because he was working on the gen, so he's going to be full dead now. Now it's going to be a 2v1, and assuming they don't, I don't know what, like double up and do that gen now, which they're not doing, there's really no way for them to make anything happen here. That's gonna be pain res too, just to add in insult to injury. Pain res as well goes off in that gen, so it's gonna be regress even more. And yeah, that's looking like it's pretty much over. This is definitely gonna be ending as a 4K with 1 gen left, unless maybe like a hatch play happens or something.
Interestingly enough, the survivors are aware enough that the fresh hook Nia is stealthing while the Zarina's playing aggressively.
Yeah.
So in case you somehow get someone out, it's the fresh hook.
Yeah. So that is definitely a good heads up play for them to try to like at least get the most health stages possible through a hatch if you can. Trap's actually gonna make it upstairs. Fast Track, bro, he goes for some pretty aggressive fucking flick dashes. Yes. Like he just fucking sends that shit. Like I kind of like it's risky and probably not like the correct thing to do, but I kind of respect it in a way. Like it's real big dick.
Actually, the fun way.
Yeah, for sure. This pallet's not the strongest. Ooh, kind of does the tech where he slides as he throws it.
Yeah.
Dude, imagine if he hug tech that afterwards. That would have been like a fucking Alran moment right there. That'd have been sick.
Yeah, I've never done that. It's so hard to get into a position where you can actually pull that off.
Yeah. I just recently got taught how to do it, and now I'm throwing every game in pubs trying to do that kind of shit. It's so dumb, but it's so fun. Trepidation gets found again. Has the window though. Nothing here, right? Or actually, I think there is a pallet here, maybe. No. Oh, fast track.
What are you doing?
Buddy.
Could have just what?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. He's got Wesker brain. And before they actually pop a gen doing this, no, they're not. They're still waiting. There's the down. There we go. He wants to get the flick. He wants to get like a crazy flick down. Put that bitch in the montage. Have our crazy reactions to it, but ain't happening.
Oh my god, fast track.
Holy shit, fast track's insane. Unfortunately, not getting it. Maybe next time. Gonna get this kill on the trep though, and this is interesting because the Shack's kind of far. Does he get there? I don't know if he does. Oh, it's on the inside though. I think if Hatch was on the outer side, I think Destroyer gets it. But I think because it's on the inner side, yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, if that was on the outer side, he would have got it. That's pretty unfortunate. There you go, 4K, 1 gen. Pretty good result. Pretty solid result from Fast Track. Not unbeatable. I mean, 4K 2 gens feels pretty. Actually, I would say not unbeatable, but pretty unlikely to be beat. If anything, hey, that was clean as fuck though.
He played really well. I think this guy has comp experience, so
Yeah, I agree. Like, definitely played this very, very solidly. Ends up getting a very, very strong result. This feels like one of those ones where it's likely going to end in either a tie or a win for Prism, because that was a very, very strong result. It seems it's not impossible, but it's pretty unlikely to get like a 4K2. Like, you would have to have a crazy strong performance, and the survivors would have to have a pretty bad performance. It is possible though. I mean, we've seen it. So it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility, but definitely unlikely. It feels like it's most likely going to be ending up in a tie or a win for Prism here. So very, very strong play from Fast Track. Good try from Murder's Row. We're going to be flip-flopping now. We're going to give it the old flip-flop. Playing killer for Murder's Row. All right, I gotta play some ads. So ads are gonna happen. You get hit by them, sorry. I'm playing them now because if I don't play them now, they're gonna play in 7 minutes. So trust me, I'm doing what's best. All right, playing them now so we don't get a mid game. All right. So next game, the win con is gonna be 4K2 is gonna be the win con for killer. The win con for survivors is just gonna be finishing all 5 gens. That's it. They don't have to get anybody out. Just gotta finish all 5 gens and that's it. By the way, guys, feel free to be sorry if this is awkward for you, but feel free to be shouting out Hens at any point if you guys want. Like, feel free to just keep shouting them out. I mean, I'm sure most of you guys know Hens, but if you don't, really, really cool dude. Probably streams way earlier than me. So if you guys are like, God damn, this motherfucker streams in the middle of the fucking night, why is there not somebody on during the day? Hens is your guy. Hens is your guy. Super good at the game. The one thing I usually say about you, Hens, I don't know if you've heard me say this or not, but the one thing that I usually say about you is that you're probably the person who I agree with the most on pretty much like every take. Like, if I open up Twitter and motherfucker are just like spewing out dumb takes, I feel like yours are always the ones where I'm like, okay, at least somebody gets it. Like, Hens is out here actually saying shit that makes sense. Everyone else is out here just puking out garbage, and I'm like, oh my god, please. But then I feel like you always come in and talk some sense, and I'm like, thank the fucking Lord, dude. So that's the one thing I usually say. Like, if people want to hear my opinion on things, just go check Hens' Twitter, and I probably agree with everything he says. Yes. So.
That's good,
bro. I honestly, I don't know how you'd have the patience for that shit, dude. Like, I
don't know.
Some of the fights, I say fights, some of like the debates, the arguments on Twitter, it's like arguing with a fucking brick wall, dude. It's
it absolutely is.
Yeah, I feel.
Like, I don't think Twitter is good. Like, I should actually. I think I thought about like last week. I think my life would be better without it. To be honest.
Yeah.
But like, I still go back to it. It's like, I don't know.
I mean, to be fair,
like a hate-love relationship.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. To be fair, for the sake of like your like I don't know, like your career or whatever, if you look at it from like a streamer point of view, it's probably good, right? Like, again, it's something I've definitely noticed. Like, I've noticed like you having good takes on there and actually making sense, which is nice. Like, I don't know. So I feel like there's probably other people that feel the same way. I'm sure there's other people that probably feel the opposite, that are like, oh my god, this guy is so dumb and says, you know, whatever the fuck, you know. I don't know. Some people are like, he said that Hag can't 4K every team no matter what. What do you mean? Hag's insane or whatever the fuck. I don't know. people just say the weirdest, dumbest shit. So it's like some people maybe are like will make it bad, but then again, as a streamer, any publicity is good publicity, right? Like even if people don't like what you're saying, if people are seeing what you're saying, that's good. So I wish, dude, like I wish I could do what you do. Trust me, I think it would be good for me to do, but I just can't.
I just wish you could actually like discuss with people on Twitter. That's like the one thing that I wish. Like you could actually have like an open-minded discussion with someone, and they would actually listen to you, and you would listen to them. You could listen to their points, but no, that doesn't happen. It's like I was like bashing their heads in.
Yeah.
Ow, you're bad.
Yep. They basically just say shit and then just like stop responding, and you're just like, okay.
Yeah.
You know? And you're like, okay. So there's actually no like talking this out with you. You just want to say whatever dumb shit and then end it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've said this a million times too before. I think a big thing that like poisons the mind of the DBD community, I've said this a million times, is the fact that like there is no like official ranked mode or anything. Which don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that DBD should add a ranked mode because that comes with a lot of baggage that might ruin the game. But the fact that there's no ranked mode and there's no way to know who's good or bad, right? Like I say this all the time. DBD like high MMR is like the equivalent in like if you were to play like Overwatch, it would be like the equivalent of everybody from like silver rank to like top 500 all playing together in one pool, right? So like okay, I was trying to not name names, but like say somebody that's like a plat level player, right? Which is just like above average, like pretty good, not like amazing, but pretty good. They will look really good to your average player. Like if you're like a new player to DBD, they'll look that like a player at that level will look really good because they're going to be winning most of their games, right? Like they'll be winning 89% of their games. And if they're speaking about a topic really confidently and saying their opinion really confidently, you might latch onto that and be like, oh, I heard this good player say this opinion, so now I believe it, right? When in reality, that player might suck, right? Like I feel like if people were actually able to identify who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't, then I think it would be a lot easier to like discuss things. But it's so hard because like even if you know what you're doing and you say something and it makes sense, if people disagree, they can just fall back into their little rabbit hole of like, oh, well, this person, like this community of people agrees with my bad take, so I'm just gonna fall back and say that we're right. And you know, we have like XYZ content creator to like back up our opinion too, you know?
I mean, in a lot of things also, it's like people are not wrong. It's like their own truth in a way when they are like, okay, MFT is not new strong, you know, like, okay, they're probably like they run snake lines, right? And if you're 3% faster, if you run snake lines, it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
It's like when someone starts pathing optimally and they're 3% faster, then it becomes unbearable. It's like, I don't know, it's their own truth. They can't really hate them for it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it's not like they're actively lying. It's just, you know, based on their own experiences. Yeah, which is, it's fair. I don't know. It still hurts me sometimes when people say things that are just clear, like in my opinion, I guess clearly wrong. I guess it's hard to say if something is like wrong in my opinion, but I guess I'm just trying to be nice about it. It is just wrong. When someone says something that's just clearly wrong, it's hard to just like, I don't know. It's hard not to just get frustrated and be like, what are you talking about? You know? So I don't know. It's
true.
It's a weird thing. And I think that's what makes like, to me, I think that's what makes discussing DBD just so difficult to do.
You know what's funny when you say rank mod? Every time someone brings that up to me, I refer to your video that you did like a year ago, maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I thought it was so good.
I actually can't remember all the points I brought up in that video because that's definitely been something I've been talking about for a long time. But
I mean, that was quite a lengthy video, no? That was like 12 minutes, I think,
Yeah.
somewhere around that. But like you listed the points extremely well of like the advantages and disadvantages.
yeah,
And on why it probably would lead to bad things, but
yeah. See, I wasn't sure if I touched base on all that long ago because I don't like. I know that my opinions evolve sometimes, but okay, that's good. It sounds like I probably talked about everything that I wanted to. But yeah, that's how I feel about it too. Like from like a personal point of view, I would like it, right? Like from my own personal experience, I would like it, but I feel like it would be unhealthy for the overall game, which sucks. Like it sucks that that's how it is, but that probably is how it is. So unfortunate.
it's like I think the most realistic view, well, it's never gonna happen, by the way, but like what you could do in theory is like make a second balancing of Dead by Daylight. That's like the most realistic thing probably, and then attach a rank queue to that. But that's never gonna happen because they don't want like to balance two games at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
yeah, it's hard enough to do one. It's like trying to manage both would be a nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, pretty unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right, so here we go. Back into the game. We got the second Wesker match coming up. This is the Survivors for Prism going up against the Killer from Murder's Row. He's gonna need a really, really good result here. The Survivors last game kind of got dunkoed on, so he's gonna have to dunko on these Survivors himself. He needs a 4K2 to win. A 4K1 would be a tie. The Survivors, again, just gotta finish all 5 gens. That's it. That's the win condition. 5 gens. Map's Cool Tower, or sorry, yeah, Map's Cool Tower. It can be swingy though, so this definitely isn't out of the realm of possibility for Killer. It's doable. It's just gonna be hard. We'll see how well the Survivors play, and we've seen a lot of good first chases this today, like in general in all of our games. We're definitely gonna need to see that again this map too, with a good follow up afterwards as well. The Killer, by the way, I don't think is somebody that we've seen play Killer yet. So I don't really know what to expect. I think I saw chat say that they're cracked. So I guess we'll see. That's exciting. I hope so. They are a Crankstar gamer, you know, so that's always good. All right. Cycle through the builds. DS Dead Hard is going to be on Quinton. A little bit of a mixed bag there. A little bit of a mixed bag here too, but pretty heavily objective. And Autumn's rocking Deli Unbreakable. Unicorn Medallion Tendril is the add-ons, and then the build is pretty similar, but instead of Pop, has Agi. So that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this palette, it's very easy to play with the power. You should never run around that. But I've seen this twice today already. But it's a throw.
Yeah, like
said, no.
Like you mean post throw that palette, right?
No, before. Like you can never read that as a survivor. You will die. You will definitely die there. Like, you have to leave that palette once he readies up his power. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's too long.
Yeah. He can dash one side and then you're basically done. So yeah. Yeah, this is interesting because it hasn't really been punished yet, so we haven't really seen it. So I don't know. I guess until they go against the Wesker that punishes it, they're probably not gonna learn. I guess they'll figure that eventually. Pretty fast down though, very, very fast down, which is exactly what he needs to get the result he wants here. That down was extremely quick. Pain Res came in too. There's not a lot of gen progress.
Oh, 5 gens that he can kind of control, but that's super good.
Yeah, that's
right. No, I mean, yeah.
Ooh, misses both of them. He's gonna eat a hit there. Quentin has all the anti-tunnel perks too, though. So this is, like, even though it was a pretty good start for Gray, definitely not the worst spot to be in for the Survivors, given that, you know, DS Dead Hard's on the Survivor. That being said, he's probably going to be max infection by the time that everything's done, like, said and done with anyway. So yeah, like, there's the down. Even once he DS's, he's going to be super slow out of it. So I don't know how much more time it'll buy. It might, maybe at least a little bit, though.
That palette is really good to force that on, though. That would be annoying to deal with.
Ooh.
Oh, they don't.
He's going to that car pallet at the front.
Why is that?
Ooh. What is...
What are we witnessing?
I don't know. I'm confused. I think Gray was a little confused too. Wasn't sure he wanted to go after. Should get Yui here. Nice, good patience. Does get this down.
Nice.
This will be a fresh hook though on the likely deliverance driver. Though I mean, we know it is Deli, but he should probably know it's Deli too. So that hook's not going to be a ton of pressure. She'll be able to unhook herself. Only one den.
That's really good info.
Yeah. Figuring out where the survivor is that was off hook. Knows exactly where to go. Ooh, greedy from Quentin. That's so unfortunate.
This is probably doable now for him.
Yeah. Yeah,
this
actually feels winnable. Gen number 2 pops. This one's getting progressed a bit. He's got balance, so he's going to be able to get away from this pretty well. And again, this top side has a lot of gens. He's kind of got like an L of gens here on like the top left.
Yeah.
So decently okay setup. Ooh, the unhook comes in as he double dashes away. So gives the Quentin a good bit of distance. They might maybe be able to heal him. Did they? No. Yes, they did. Yeah, so he's back to full health. He's full health with Dead Hard now. Unfortunately, though, he's still infected, so like that might slow him down at some point. Good stun. Good fake on the window. Quentin doing a good job in this chase so far. He's going to probably try to take the chase bottom, which he should. kick comes in. Yep, as long as he just bolts bottom side and tries to stay up here as long as he can, this could be pretty good for these guys.
Yeah.
Ooh, using these tiles really well to avoid the power.
He should have one here. Shouldn't use his power.
Yeah, like this is taking so much longer.
Does he want to wait? No.
There it is. Max Infection comes in. Dead Hard's still in play.
So the thing about this is, you need to recharge your power if you use it. So like M1ing and then double dashing with your power would probably keep him away from Shaq in this scenario. And now he can't use it. Oh, I don't think he should have done in this. He was literally dead.
Yeah, this is rough, man. Now it's
I mean,
looking.
it's kind of rough. Like everything is losing at this point. Like this chase just took too long.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. You are right though. I think like I think the power could be used as zone. So like hitting him with an M1 and then busting out your power afterwards, you can keep him from getting to Shaq. Whereas like he went for his power so long that he just got so much distance. Oh, good flick outwards. Almost got a almost got a throw edge map, but not quite. Hit the tree, unfortunately. Still in a good spot though. Can zone her out of this, or that'll happen.
What?
I think he could have pulled that up a little bit sooner. Let's get this down though. 3rd gen pops. Oh man. This is still really... this hook right on top of the gen that has so much progress though is so unfortunate. This is such a bad place to go down. Pain res as well. So yeah, that gen on the hill is going to be regressed a bunch. Survivor sitting right on top of it too is going to make it really easy to protect. Going to come up and kick main, which also has a good bit of progress. These guys were triple resetting.
Oh.
If they pop that gen bottom side, it secures the tie, at least. But they are in a position where they could definitely win, for sure.
Yeah.
You see some scratch marks on the left. Ooh, I'm just going to take a... Ooh, UE rotated around the back. There's a good spot to save. So it looks like... looks like I think Quentin is doing the gen bottom side, which is smart because he's death hook, so he's kind of staying out of the action. He's doing the gen that's kind of separated bottom side. Yui sneaked around the rotation around the back and got the save without getting spotted, which is pretty huge. She's gonna get slammed, but I think Ace was also doing the gen 1 o'clock as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So they have a pretty good split of people on gens. And this is looking tough, dude. Grays. Because if he leaves that gen at 11 too, that 11 gen on the hill is also decently progressed. Like it regressed a good bit for that pain res and everything, but it's definitely not at 0. It's got at least an okay of a start. Bottom gen pops, that secures the tie. And man, this was looking kind of good like early on, but I feel like it's kind of gone downhill. I think that chase on the Quentin especially was like really rough, and I think also leaving it afterwards was really rough too. Because like keeping this game before V1 has been kind of tough. Yeah. And now again, this chase happening bottom side, really far away from all the gens. He's gonna lose so much progress for this.
Oh, he doesn't hit it.
Yeah, it's taking even longer. It might not seem like much, but even just taking like an extra 5 seconds like that is such a big deal with these gens. They're currently doubled up on the so they're currently doubled up on the 11 gen, and then they have a single person on the 1 gen. So they're working on 1 and 11 right now, split, and he can only go to 1 after this hook. Could be a pain res though. It is a fresh hook. It is a pain res. So 1 o'clock gen gets hit by pain res. He's heading towards 11. So you know, actually he doesn't have. For some reason I thought he had pop, but he doesn't. Yeah, actually all he can do is dry kick that. Finds 2 survivors. The survivors are... Oh, doesn't get that.
If you would have hit that, that would have been great, but...
Yeah, I think he really needed to. This is looking pretty done. I don't really know how he's going to be able to stop these gens. As long as they just keep taking chases bottom like this. Like this Quentin, he's death hooked, but like as long as he just runs down here, even if he dies here, this is going to buy them enough time to get stuff done. Like they're currently cranking the number, or sorry, the gen at 1. He has to come back. That gen at 11 has so much progress too that if he chases away here at 1, as long as they have someone in position near 11, which Autumn's running over there now. That gen also has a ton of progress. So it's just so hard. Like, he can get tags all he wants, but he's not winning the long game, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh, for a wedge map is good.
Nice.
He'll get this down, but she's not death hook. Like, and he's going to lose the final gen, which is the win con. So it's not enough. It's just not enough. It's just too little too late. This gen's going to pop. There you go. Win condition met. Prism's going to take the Wesker set. So pretty unfortunate, man. Good try from Crankstar. He had a pretty good start. Like, it was looking doable. And, yeah, unfortunately, just the chase with Quentin was a little bit rough. I feel like there was a little bit of questionable decisions made in terms of, like, how he followed it up. And Survivors, though, did a pretty good job here.
Yeah, and the Prism Survivors played the macro pretty well.
Yeah, they definitely did a solid job. Like, in terms of, like, especially in comparison, like the Survivors definitely had a much cleaner macro than the Wesker did. And, like, it shows, ends up getting the result they need. Musica goes down. He's gonna come try to check on this gate, see if he can get a little bit more. Quentin's got the other gate open. He gets Autumn with a slam. She's just gonna run top left edge map. I think they're just leaving. I don't even know if they care. Yeah, they're just like, whatever. Go ahead and kill him. Who gives a shit? They're just gonna go ahead and take their 10 stages. So there you go. It's gonna be 2K 10 stages. Not quite enough to get the win, but close. And Prism looking pretty good. Takes the first win. So, like, where do you think this really went wrong? Like, I feel like, to me, I feel like it was the, like, do you think, like, maybe decommitting from that Quentin whenever he ran bottom?
Yeah. Honestly, I think he should have been by the Quentin after the second hook. And then he should have really... Like, he would have run into DS, but he couldn't have known that at that point.
Yeah.
I think he should have confirmed the kill on Quentin, and after he went on the hook again, I think also that was at high gens, right? Pretty sure, so...
Yeah.
Force the 3-1 while there's still 2 gens left, and then maybe you can play from there.
Yeah, I think that felt like the play to me, too. I think trying to hold down that, like, area of gens in a 4v1 scenario like that, to me, feels like you're just praying for the Survivors to throw, right? Like, I feel like,
Yeah,
I think knowing that your win conditions of 4K, especially, like, I don't know. Like, I think the only way you get a 4K out of that scenario is if the Survivors throw. So if you're just relying on that, that feels like a very not great strategy to have. So, yeah, unfortunate. I mean, in the heat of the moment, obviously it's hard to make these decisions. He might not have realized all these repercussions from his decision in the heat of the moment, but I definitely do think that that's when the match was really turned heavily. Because before that, I mean, he was looking really good, right? He got those downs really, really quick and early. He got the follow-ups pretty quick, too. Like, it was looking like he was in a good spot to maybe just secure the win. But yeah, I think that was the big momentum shift, and it was just a little too hard to come back from that. So there you go. Unfortunate. GG's, and Prism takes it. So there you go.
How common are 2-0s, the best of 3s?
Wait, what's up?
How common are 2-0s in the best of 3s?
Oh, it's decent, especially when we don't like for instance, this is like this is one of those matchups where we don't really know the like strength, because this is like Murder's Rose first time. So like I feel like when it's first time teams, it's like decently common, but I feel like when we know like the skill matchups, it's like honestly not as common as I think going to the third set. Like I think going to the third set's more common than 2-0s when we actually know the skills. Like I think Dino does a really good job with matchmaking, and we usually get games that go to the third set. Like I don't know, it's probably like 60-40 in terms of going to the third set and not like overall. For your draft Horty, you could 1v1 tryouts. You can include handicaps for bad RNG and penalties. Top X gets a spot in the draft. That way you at least know how good players are. Bonus, you can use that 1v1 info for draft stats. For draft stats. That's an interesting idea, because I was
not
talking
a bad idea, no.
Yeah, actually a good idea, because I was talking about putting people into tiers too, right? Like if you had like a pool of tier 1 players, a pool of tier 2 players, a pool of tier 3 players, or whatever. That's how it was done in Left 4 Dead, although I don't know if that's really necessary. You could also just have a pool and have people pick from it. But that was kind of a way for people to like know the tier of player they were getting, even if they didn't know them. Because again, a lot of the captains aren't going to know all the names, so they're going to have to just kind of wing it. So having them in tiers might be beneficial to make sure that the teams are relatively even. But yeah, it's kind of a good idea. Yeah, that way, like, guaranteed the people that get in are like good at chase, and it also kind of gives us an idea of where to tier them. Huh? Not a bad idea at all. Okay, so while we're on the topic, the main question that I wanted to ask, like, in terms of like people that know the comp scene well, is how do I say this? Obviously, in that kind of a setting, there would be people that are like obviously kind of bad playing because the whole thing is just like teaching people that are new, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that there would be enough people in the comp scene that are like good and experienced that are like are gonna be patient enough to like be okay with that and like be chill and not like you know get like toxic with people?
Dude, that's like, I am not sure about that.
Because like for
It's like,
instance,
that's like, so the problem with this is right in Dead by Daylight. So I don't know. It's just learning is like it's just not that fast generally.
yeah, it takes a while.
It's like I could see people getting frustrated. I don't know. That depends on the people you get.
That's
like,
what I'm saying. Yeah, I just don't know if there's enough like high level people. Because to be honest with you, if somebody told me like, yeah, that would frustrate me too much and I wouldn't want to do it, I would totally respect that. I'd be like, yeah, that's totally fine. Makes sense. Like, you don't have to do it. Like for instance, I think Laser could do it. Like after talking to Laser a bit,
absolutely.
I feel like he would totally be for it. Like I don't think he would care at all if his team was like bad and like got him killed and shit.
Laser's like very honest. He's gonna be like, okay, you're trash, and this is why, and this.
yeah, and
That's-
exactly. He'll be like, you suck because of this, and this is how you improve that. So work on this, and then we'll be fine. Which is good. I mean, that's exactly what you need. But he won't be rude about it, right? He'll just be honest and blunt.
No, he won't.
But like,
No,
for
absolutely
instance, like. I don't mean to call him out, but because like I love him, right? I think he's hilarious and I love him. But like, for example, someone like Nightlight, I don't know if he would handle it well, right? Maybe maybe he'd be fine with it. But I could totally see Nightlight just being like, "Bro, you're fucking thrash, bro," you know, or whatever the fuck, and just like shitting on his team. Like I could totally see it. I don't know. Maybe he'd be chill. Maybe he wouldn't mind. But I just don't know. And, like,
Honestly, I think Nightlight would probably be. Okay. I don't know.
like I feel like especially
it's just really frustrating.
Yeah.
It's like you can't do anything about it, you know, like you're playing the game, like especially on Survivor and Dead by Daylight, right? Like you're sitting there on your generator, you're telling the guy what to do. If that guy doesn't do what you told him to do, it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
It's like it depends who has the character to deal with that frustration well. And like Laser Virtual would be another one that would probably be really. I think Nightlight. I could also name you like 5 that probably wouldn't do well with that.
yeah, I think that's the thing is you would need people that would do well with that for sure.
Special type of character.
Exactly, and I would have to make sure that there's like enough of them in the comp scene, you know, because like again, I would totally respect people just being honest and being like, no, I wouldn't be able to handle that well, and be like, that's totally fine. Like you could sit this one out. But if people,
I think people. I mean, if you make them like hyper aware, I think like 99% of people would not be that guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if they knew going into it, like look, like this is gonna
like if
happen.
you're like, yo, you need to calm down. These are babies, and like the whole concept of this is like, you need to teach them. It's gonna be frustrating, and if they know they're going in, then like,
yeah. Especially considering like ideally, I mean, every team would be the same in that regard, right? It's not like you're going to be going against a god team yourself. You know what I mean? You'll have your team with all these sloppy players playing terribly, and then the other team is going to be like fucking, you know, like Elysium or Eternal or something and playing perfectly. Like the other team will have plenty of sloppy players too. So like it would be kind of sloppy all around, which is what I would hope would be the balance of it, right?
You know what I thought about? Okay, I'm not gonna do it anymore. But I thought about extensively about hosting a World Cup.
Oh, you mean like for nations? Like you mean like a nation cup or a
nations.
World Cup? I love that. I watch a game that fucking does Nations Cups, and it's so cool. I love that shit.
I don't know if the ping is a bit of an issue.
Yeah,
but like the idea, I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of a toughie, right? Because I feel like if you have like Russia versus like North America, or well, I should say like a Russia versus Canada, or Russia versus, or even like Russia versus like Argentina or something. Like imagine that shit. That'd be brutal.
That would be 300 ping. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I would love to do it, but I don't know if it's gonna be like good to get Dead by Daylight or like people getting it from like 5 miles away every match. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like hard to tell.
For sure. Yeah. Here, I'll give you guys your prediction. My bad. I got you. Hold on, I got you. Shit, what even is this set? I've kind of been too busy ranting. This is Nurse. Yeah, we're playing Nurse. I knew that. Let me again give you guys your new Gamba. I do think it's cool though. Like again, the ping might be an issue, but I don't know, man. Like there might be a way to do it. I do think having like that like representation of like your country and having people like be able to like I don't know. I think from like a spectator point of view, it's really really cool. Like being able to like root for your country and everything and have that like representation. I think people do like that a lot. And it's really cool to see. I think it's a cool idea. Okay, we're going to this Nurse set though. Wait, real quick, what country off the top of your head do you think would win? Like Russia, maybe? I think there's a lot of good Russians, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of good Russians. I feel like that would probably.
America also is pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I guess to be
US.
Yeah, to be fair, most people in NA are going to be US, so that's pretty fair. Anyway, here we go. Trepidation on Nurse. There we go. Growing Storehouse has No Way Out, Agi Pop, and Corrupt Intervention. Currently see some people running around. I'm going to quickly cycle through the builds just so we see them. Yui, Rockandeli, Unbreakable. We saw Overzealous on a Survivor too, which is interesting. But pretty fast final to Quentin, who's going to be in this, this like 1 o'clock pile. Ooh, misses that blink.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, the first blink positioning was actually really good, but then just kind of loses track of him. So unfortunate.
I feel like this kind of like almost tells how experienced the player is, because he figured out where the spawn was. They were running out of it. What a really experienced Nurse would have done is like go deep into that spawn, because the players with the non-aggressive builds are going to be hiding now.
True. Yeah, it's like one of those like baits, right? Where like the people with the aggressive builds run out and then the others stay. Yeah. Finds Nancy though. Does bail and find someone on a gen. It's Nancy. She's going to be staying in this deep 6 pocket. Let's get a hit there. Does she have one of the aggressive builds? Sorta. She has Lucky Break. Overcome, but gonna be in some trouble here. It's gonna go down. So there you go. First down happening in that 6 pocket decently quickly. They're currently doubled up on main gen. They're gonna try to get that done before the Pop Quiz the Weasel come in. And Autumn's gonna be stealthing up to the like top right corner, trying to see, or sorry, the bottom left corner, trying to see if she can get in the spot for the save. Oh, basement.
Ooh.
The hook is in basement. I don't think you can blink out of basement anymore. I think that's like bugged or something. You gotta go like a certain angle. So Trepidation finding that out. Gen and main gets done. I mean, Pop on this gen would not really do much of anything, but gonna use it anyway. This hook is kind of rough though. There's a lot of gens around this too. We'll see how they have to handle it. Has this hill too for vision. Ooh, Autumn managed to sneak in pretty good. Has sprint burst too. Can probably sprint burst down. Yep, gonna go ahead and sprint burst. Blink down comes in. Just gonna 1-for-1. Deli Unbreakable makes that not a terrible play. We'll see what Azure can do. How long he can stay up here. Built-in borrowed time gone.
You should have waited.
You mean the Nurse? Yeah. Like, probably should wait a little bit longer for that to go away. Ooh. Oh. Pretty big overblink. And Nancy's gonna be able to stay alive a little bit longer.
Can she escape the pocket?
Oh, lucky break. She stayed.
Bombs.
Okay, good prediction blink there. Getting it down.
Yeah.
Autumn does Unbreakable in time and gets out of basement, though, so gonna keep her up. Agi might end up taking this basement again, perhaps. Although, yeah, pallet, I was going to say, Autumn can stay by the pallet side and actually maybe deny it, which is what's going to happen. Trepidation is then going to opt for one of these middle of the map hooks, which is also totally fine. Pop is up. Wants to check on these gens. Not the ones being worked, though. Clinton's currently doing the gen at 1? That's at like, I think that's at like 5. 3. Or yeah, sorry. Oh, is that deep 3?
I think it's deep 3, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, deep 3 is done. So gen number 3 completing. Again, still kind of has this 3 gen 6. Like, not a super strong one, but okay. Decent setup here with this hill gen. The one in the deep 6 pocket, and then the one off to the side of, near Shack. Really protecting this hook. Really wants to force a 1v1 here. Not really pressuring the gens at all right now. They're going to try to get as much gen progress as they can. I think Quentin might run up and try to 1-for-1 here right before this goes through.
Prism is playing this really well.
Yeah.
Macros, good.
Yeah, it does feel like they're basically they're making all the right decisions here. I think this is really solid. As they're going to try to buy as much time as they can, running into a good area of the map. Again, just getting away from that 6 o'clock area where all the gens are. Getting far away. Oh, avoiding those hits too. And these gens are progressing quite a bit. These gens are so important too. And Azure staying up. Trep's still struggling to get this down. Needs to go for safer blinks, man. Like, that first blink setup was just not really ideal. You could just walk up to that.
Yeah.
I think you
This
can
is
just
like
walk up to that.
you're kind of falling behind, and then you like take riskier blinks, and then nothing works out anymore.
Yeah, and then you start to like panic, and then you start to freak out, and then you get riskier and riskier. Yeah, it's like, I think it's that nurse like mental snowball that happens, you know?
Yeah.
If Jake can get this done though, this will be no, my Jacob.
Okay, you just jinxed him.
Yeah, that was definitely a caster curse. That was absolutely. If the nurse makes it here with pop now, well. Oh, she's actually not going. That gen's gonna get done. Oh, there's a bunch of injured survivors here.
Oh, there are 2 injured survivors in their corner.
Oh, yeah, this feels not great. One of them's gonna go down. There's another survivor here. Just slug. Yep. And slug this. Quentin's here too. Oh, this is brutal. Oh, this is
I think
so
Unbreakable is already used.
Yeah, it is. It got used up in basement. Gets that hit. This is pretty much game ending here. That was the gen that had the most progress too. I mean, there is a gen way down there in Narnia, but like, if Trepidation gets any info ever on where this Jake is, it's done. Like, I don't
No.
know.
Fucking the Deliverance.
Yeah, I don't think picking here is the play. Like, Unbreakable is already used. You know that they got Deliverance. They're also kind of in the corner next to the hook survivor, so it's pretty easy to keep an eye on them and the hook survivor at the same time. If they get picked up, then you know where the Jake is. Like, I think just kind of using Autumn for information there, like just keeping them slugged and using them for info feels like the better play. Maybe they were worried about that gen down there, like being done or something. I don't know, but Jake actually is okay. He's down sticking by this gen though, so he's in no position to get an unhook at all. He's gonna cleanse this for overzealous, I guess. Huh?
All the time in the world.
Deliverance comes in.
Okay.
Okay.
You could actually... Okay, the nurse doesn't know this, but the nurse could have actually committed this. Quentin would still go second. And she would still be in a winning position. She's kind of still in a winning position.
Yeah.
They stopped doing much at all, to be fair.
Yeah, agreed. I also don't like blinking back here now. Like, he just went struggle. Like, you might as well just leave now, right? If they unhook now, it's good for you, because you could just catch him off anyway, being death hook. Yeah, I think at this point, kind of a strange time to blink back there.
I mean, I think the nurse is confused because Jake is not doing anything. Like,
Yeah.
Bargen was not getting progress, he was doing a totem. Now they're co-oping, okay.
Ooh, this Yeah, this actually ends up being the perfect time. Prism somehow ended up making this perfect based on what Trepidation's doing. Like, I don't necessarily think the way the way Prism handled this was like the best. I mean, to be fair, like once they both got down in that pocket, there was almost no good way to handle it, right? But like, definitely it was kind of weird, right? Jake was doing nothing, and I think that confused Trepidation. But now they ended up, yeah, it ends up being like the perfect scenario. They double up on the gen right as Trepidation decides to camp it, and now it's an awkward spot where, honestly, Trepidation's still looking pretty good. I mean, no way out. Having 3 stacks means that as long as this down comes in decently quickly, it's still looking like it's going to be a 4K. But I feel like it could have been a 4K1 instead of a 4K0. That's assuming it's even a 4K0. I don't want to count that as the result yet, right? We'll see what happens. No way out gets triggered. Down comes in. Jake's going to be stealthing. I don't know if I like the hiding in a locker right next to the gate that I got triggered on.
I mean, so no out is gonna be over way before she dies.
Yeah. So this is gonna be interesting because Trepidation's gonna have to worry about the gate. The gates are decently split too, like far from the hook. So yeah, Trep's like worried about these gates, but also so worried about the unhook too. And I'm curious to see how Jake handles this. Also, hatch, like the hatch potential as well for when Autumn dies. Like, there's multiple ways that he can get out here.
Yeah.
Most important thing is gotta not get found. Ooh. Ooh, no.
Oh god.
No way out's gone. He's heading to the other gate. He's gonna go work it. Oh man. And look at how far it's just to go to check this gate. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. He didn't commit.
What?
I think he took it to like where I think he took it to the red bar. Now he's just gonna like 50-50 it. But I think he could have just committed there. Because also Hatch is about to spawn, which means that like puts pressure on Shaq as well. Like there's so much pressure over on this side right now because of both the gate and Hatch. But I guess he wants her to check it one more time and then do it. Hatch closes. She has not checked on it.
Oh.
He could have opened it like 4 times now.
Oh my god.
Oh no. If he ends up getting found here, this is going to be so tragic.
Also, so these gates are too far. What you have to do as a killer, honestly, is 50-50 and like check really deep on one.
Yeah.
Because like a survivor can just open it. It just takes longer than 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Between gates.
Kind of looks like what's about to happen right here. Yep. Trepidation checking on the other gate. That should be enough time. Yep. That should be enough time. He gets out no matter what. Okay. Woo. That was. I was honestly getting a little stressed out there, though. I'm gonna be real. I was getting a little stressed out. I was a little worried. But he does get it. There you go. Fresh hook out of the gate. That's pretty big. That's pretty massive. 9 stages. 9 stages, 3 fresh. Pretty good result for Trepidation, but I definitely think could have gotten more. Pretty, like, again, very just odd play around that, like, final gen. I think, like, both sides played a little bit oddly, but Trepidation seemed to predict what they were doing incorrectly and kind of chose a bad time to camp the hook and gets punished for it, loses the final gen, ends up getting some stages out when I think it could have very easily been a 4K1. So a bit of a slip up there. That being said, still a pretty good result, though.
Yeah, Prism played this almost flawlessly on Survivor, but they decided to do that one gen injured in the corner. That was kind of like a massive blunder, but other than that, they were doing very well.
Yeah, unfortunately, like the one major mistake they made was a big, major punishing mistake. So like, yeah, like if it wasn't for that one mistake, yeah, they were playing it so clean. Like they were looking like they were gonna get a huge result, but yeah, that mistake ended up being a pretty massive one. But they managed to recover okay, and they still got a pretty good result. So they probably still feel pretty good about it, I would assume. That being said, this still could go either way. We've seen plenty of nurses get 4Ks on this map. But we've also seen plenty of people get out with stages as well, so it really could go either way. I guess we'll just have to see. Let me see if I could get some gamers in me, y'all. Is this one of those times where I'm like, I should be accepting invites? Am I missing people that I should be inviting? Am I just dumb? Okay, we're good. Yes, I am just missing people. I am just dumb. Okay, perfect. Sweet. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and preemptively play the last ads because I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. So I'll be back. We're a little bit early for ads. I'm just gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna get out of the way. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Give me a second and feel free to talk to chat and stuff while I'm gone. I'll be back in a sec. Your beat.
All right. Hello, chat. Okay, what are we looking at? Hi, Revan. Are you enjoying? It's pretty cool. Like, I don't have the pressure of streaming. I'm just chilling here. I'm not doing much. Pretty cool. What's your favorite color? Blue. Blue's the best color. The only correct answer to that question. Isn't it hella late? No, it's early. It's 5 a.m. Good morning. Okay. Wait, he's still on spec, no? Oh, don't ready up. Your favorite day of the week? I don't know. Do you need to have one? My favorite cheese, Gouda.
All right.
It turned into Q&A. Hello.
Oh, I never even held the lobby hostage. All right, it's fine. It's fine. They weren't ready anyway. We're good. We're good. Anyway, I'm back. Hello. How you guys doing?
Yo.
So this is exciting. That was a pretty interesting result out of the last match. And now, Prism being up 1-0 going into this makes this interesting because Murder's Row needs to take this. They need this. So on their survivor side, they're going to have to get some survivors out against this nurse and hopefully be able to beat the nine stages in terms of getting less stages, which is not going to be easy. This is one of those killer map combinations where I mean, really, I guess I could just say killers in general. Like, I don't even know if it's killer map combination, but it's one of those killers where I think mistakes can be punished really heavily, especially like positional mistakes. And so yeah, like if they're not really playing their macro like super solidly and super like tight, it's not crazy to see a 4K happen. So we will see. By the way, I've been ignoring most subs today because like I don't want to be sitting here thanking subs all day, especially since like I'm in a call with hens and I just don't want to be, I don't know, I just don't want to do that. But you know, thank you guys everybody for subbing, by the way. I saw a bunch of people today. I just know that I saw you all, okay? I've seen every single one of you guys. I appreciate you guys supporting. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Not trying to be a thank bot though. Not like while, you know, like not while we're chilling and we have people like co-star and everything. So know that I appreciate you guys. Thank you. This could potentially be our last match, though. It'll potentially be our last match of the night. If Key can get a good result here, if he can either get a 3K4, or sorry, if he can either get a 9-stage 4 fresh or 10 stages or more, then that's going to secure it for Prism. They're going to take the 2-0, and we have no more other sets for the day after that. So that could potentially be the end. Oh my god, fuck. In-game, where'd you get that info? Ultimate weapon making survivors scream in lockers is not a bug.
Someone accidentally said that on the forums. That has been debunked now. It is a bug.
I was gonna say, how's that not a bug? Like everything else that makes you scream doesn't work in lockers, so like that seems so
I mean, a community manager said on the forums it's not a bug, but they were wrong. They corrected themselves.
Got you. All right, well, yeah, so apparently it was false information. It was said that it was a bug, but it's actually wrong. So, yeah, it doesn't make any sense why that would be. Like, it's for the sake of consistency, it pretty much would make zero sense at all. Like Doctor Shocking and Infectious Fright, and like everything that makes you scream does not make you scream in lockers. So why would that perk randomly? Like, yeah, that'd be so weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty rough, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I think locker counterplay to Ultimate Weapon is not necessarily that viable anyway, so, like, to me, that's not, like, that game-breaking of a bug. I think that perk is fucking stupid no matter what. Like, regardless of whether lockers block it or not, that perk is insane. Alright, so here we go.
Sorry,
what's up?
Kampfsport is actually, people are actually running it now, just because of Ultimate Weapon.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've seen that. It's actually becoming like semi-meta. I really don't blame them too. Ultimate Weapon is so nuts. If people are actually catching on to it, see, That was my thing. Is like when I saw Ultimate Weapon, I was like, that's fucking ridiculous. Like that is so insane.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things where I was like, are people gonna know that it's insane though? Like, do people know that like the information you get from that is nuts, or like is that going to be one of those like I don't know? People are like, yeah, well, it's not as good as blank and blank. Like I wasn't really sure, but yeah, I think people are kind of recognizing it, and yeah, I don't really blame people honestly. If you're running commentary for it, don't even blame you. Don't even blame you. All right, here we go. Big important game. Destroyer's got DS dead hard. Deli is on Jake for the Peepo on Ace. And a little bit of a mixed bag on Trepidation. Trepidation has overcome and balance. That's interesting. He not rocking agitation. Instead has pop, eruption, and no way out with Pinecone and Dark Cincture. Dark Cincture is an interesting choice. That's the one that makes you like move a little bit faster in between blinks. It's like the loose crank of Nurse, which is an interesting choice. I mean, not a bad one, but just an interesting one.
Interesting that he's looking at that pocket. There's no way someone could have spawned there with spawn offerings.
Yeah, true. That is true. We're kind of looking in the wrong place. Kind of looking in the right place now, but we'll see. They're kind of just stealthing around.
Oh, they split them up really well, though. This is good for the survivors.
Yeah. Trepidation was heading into like that 6 pocket, it looked like. Destroyer's mid.
Like,
oh! Ooh. This is not ideal, though, at all. Deli gets found immediately. Gets hit immediately as well because the chase was so close. And this is pretty unfortunate because Deli's going to be going down pretty quickly here, I think. Assuming he hits his blinks. Oh, no! That was a good first blink, but he just didn't follow it up.
Unfortunate.
Good setup for the first blink. Follows it up that time. There you go. Gets the down. Still a pretty fast down, though. Like, even with that missed blink, still a pretty fast first down on the Deli Survivor. That's a pretty good start overall. That being said, the Survivors did get out of the map during that. And, oh!
No, there's a disconnect. Damn.
Oh. This feels... I mean, Dino? This feels like it's a little... Like, I feel like it's too late to restart this, right? I don't know.
It is very late. Like, Deli has been found.
They're all DCing. If we do restart this, I almost feel like it should be like a penalty or something. Like, that feels very... Yeah. Like, he found Deli, downed him, hooked him pretty quickly. Maybe we can talk it out with the teams and see what they want to do. Make them take off Deli. Just make them run no Deli for
That's funny.
That's actually
you know what
a funny
I find
way to handle
interesting? Why is no one... Okay, every sprint burst had Deli today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, pro tip. How about you, like, sprint burst and, like, fake the bad stealth and then yes and off the record on that guy? Yeah,
Dude,
work, no?
that actually could be interesting. Yeah, like you walk out into the open with sprint burst, and then when you get seen, you sprint burst away and be like, and then the killer like it's like rubbing his hands.
Oh my
together.
god, I found Deli.
Yeah. And then you end up being, and then you have like kinship, decisive strike, fucking off the record, you know? Dude, that would be giga brain, honestly. I'm surprised we've not seen anyone do that. I mean, that is a big thing. I think people see sprint burst and they immediately think Deli, so that would be some giga brain shit. I would love to see that. I'm gonna wait for Dino to say something because I feel like I'm down to let him decide, but I don't like that was a really funky situation because that was like pretty far into the game. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it feels bad because like if we reboot now and then Key gets like a bad start, that's gonna feel really shitty. I mean, again, these scrims are like there's no like money or anything on the line, so like I also would feel shitty just calling it and being like, oh well, you know, you lost that game because you had someone's internet died. Like, I'm not against replaying it either, but it's just that's a tough spot.
Rough.
His power went out? Shit. Is he even able to come back? My PC crashed. I'm on my phone. What happened? Basically, the killer found a chase. He found Deli, got the down, got the hook, and then like as the hook came in, one of the other survivors, their game crashed. It was like the first hook, But it was like a good find on Deli, and the hook came in, so it was like into the match, right? Like there was already a down and a hook happening, and then a survivor's game crashed, and then they all just kind of DC'd because the game crashed. So, yeah. That's a tough call. Yeah, I agree. I feel like I'm curious to hear. Like again, I want to see the game. I mean, I don't want to just call the match, right? Like I want to see the game, but like, what's fair? Would like giving like one hook stage penalty be fair or something, or like even like a half of a hook stage so that like a tie would not be a tie anymore or something like that? And like, if so, would like Prism be okay with that, right? Like, would Prism be okay with like a half a hook stage penalty and then just replaying? Like in my opinion, I think either one of those would be fine. Either a hook stage or a half a hook stage. Give him a half hook stage penalty, replay the match. Yeah, like I think that sounds okay. Again, it's really unfortunate because again, Key found like such a good chase early and got it down early. So like again, if we restart and then Key has like a worse start, it's gonna feel really bad. But a full stage is fair since I got the stage before DC. That's fair too. I'm also okay with that. I'm also okay with a full stage. Yeah, and again, I know that like, yeah, Gray, I know it wasn't on purpose. I know it's just a game crash. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's a hard balance between it's a hard balance between like finding something that's fair for them and also fair for you guys too. Yeah, let's just do a stage. Let's just do one stage off and then we replay. I think we just do that. Let's just do that. I mean, because again, like realistically, like okay, realistically, if this was like a tournament, right? Say this was like an actual tournament. Like say we were doing like that tournament thing that I was talking about. This would unfortunately probably just be game over. Like you would probably have to just play out the DC. Like if someone's like disconnecting like after like a hook or a down or something comes in, like after the game has started in like a significant way to the point where like people have been dying and shit. At that stage, if it was like a really competitive tournament type situation, you just be playing it out as a 3v1 at 5 gens, you know? So like I think regardless, even like restarting at all, I think is already like kind of generous from a competitive point of view. So I think just taking away hook stage and just restarting from there, it should be fine. You know what I mean? I think that's probably pretty much the fairest way to do it. We'll just do that. We'll just do that. I'm cool with that. Which means, that means Key needs 8 stages, 3 fresh then. He either needs 8 stages, 3 fresh, or 9 stages to win. So that's going to be the new win condition. Which, to be fair, is not that far off the other one, but, I mean, that could end up making a difference. We'll see. It might not end up mattering in the end anyway, so I guess we'll see. Delhi is way more significant than a hook stage. Yeah, but to be fair to the survivors as well, they did, like, spread out around the map and get... They had, like, decent gen progress, too, though, right? Like, even though he found Delhi and downed him, it's not like he, like, found Delhi and downed him in, like, a split second and when there was, like, no gen progress. Like, the survivors weren't in a awful spot, right? Like it definitely wasn't ideal, but they weren't in like the worst spot ever. So like I think like punishing them any harder than that feels a little unnecessary too. Like I think it's a tough I think one hook stage is just gonna be it. I think that's just gonna be it. That is a-okay with me. We'll just go forward with that. If anybody has any issues with
it, the survivors had a good split going. It's not really...
Yeah, they really did. Like, they split around the map. They were on 3 different gens all around the map. Like, yeah, the killer got the hook and he had pop or whatever, but then where was he going to go, right? Maybe to, like, 1 gen and kick it. Like, they were likely going to get 2 gens by the time that unhook came in. Like, they weren't in a horrible spot, right? So, yeah, like, I don't want to, like, punish them too hard. Like, I don't know. It's just it's just going to be one stage, and if anybody has an issue with it, then, too bad. Too fucking bad. Because it's happening. Yeah, so the fog rules has it, so there's a penalty, or sorry, there's less of a penalty if a DC occurs within 2 minutes of a match. Yeah, that's interesting. I actually am curious to see how like most leagues handle that kind of a thing, because it's a very odd situation, right? Like, there's got to be like a certain cutoff to where like DCing early can just be a restart, and there's a certain cutoff to where like you're like, shit, man, like too much has happened and like we can't just restart, you know?
I'm pretty sure it's a hook or Jen.
Yeah, that's what it seems like
Most-
to me. Because I feel like if either one of those gets done, then like that's significant progress, you know, towards the
And
game.
it's actually and they need to prove that it's not their fault. I think I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
That would make sense.
So that the
yeah.
game actually crashed.
How do you prove something like that?
The error message from Unreal Engine.
That's yeah.
I'm not even sure how they do it.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, Trap. No problem. No problem. No problem. I know you guys can't help it. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. This would be a good way to work out now. Well, well in advance of any tournament. Well, luckily for me, that if I do decide to run a tournament, there's plenty of people that run tournaments already, so I could just like have them help me with any things like that, right? Like, I feel like that's kind of the lucky thing. It's not like doing a tournament right now. I'd just be going in totally blind with no help. Like, I'm sure people would be willing to help share their ways of doing things that work and everything, you know. So I'm sure we could figure it out on the fly. Like, again, I don't really need to do it right here because it's kind of like we're kind of fine. We're kind of being chilling. We're just gonna do the one stage and move on. Our team is also pitching that we just don't play with Delhi and take no penalty. Okay, how does Prism feel about that? I kind of already decided on the one stage, but I'll say this much. If Prism agrees to that, then I'll say yes. Keep Delhi and do penalty. Okay, never mind. We're keeping Delhi and doing the penalty then. We're just going to go with that. They also allow the non-penalized team to change their build while having the penalized team keep their builds. Yeah, that's pretty interesting too. That's a pretty fair way to do it, I think. Rachel, the player, they're coming back. Their game / internet / power died. So, yeah. We require a full house tour in complete darkness. That's right. We need you to stream yourself from your phone in a dark house, walking around, turning on your light switches and having them not respond. That's the tech, dude. If you're in a tournament in the game and then you get a bad start, you just run down to your breaker box and fucking flip off all the breakers, you know? Easy peasy. Oh no. Oh no, what happened? All my breakers magically flipped off. Rip. Show the streets to confirm it's not just you. True. That's how we have to get around the breaker thing. Like shining a camera out into the street at your neighbor's houses. I feel like that's illegal. I feel like we're getting into illegal fucking territory here. We're getting into like Dr. Disrespect filming in fucking bathrooms territory, dude. This is getting not good. Call the power company, yeah. Oh shit. All right. Gray's coming back. We should be ready to go soon. They could have shut it off themselves. I mean, realistically, that's actually like a real thing, isn't it? Like, I guess they actually probably could. There's probably not actually a good way to like really, really secure that and make sure it's not like, and make sure it's genuine. I don't know. I guess you just have to hope, you know? If people are, but then again, I feel like if people do some sus shit like that, like I feel like it's gonna be pretty easy to like sniff them out if they're doing it often. But that is kind of weird. It's a weird situation. Just pray that people don't abuse it, I guess.
I had that happen in Community Cup actually. That was quite funny. So we played Community Cup and we honor code made it so we wanted to sync the ready up, but our opponents kind of played us because their survivors unreadied, so the killer match didn't start, and their killer had the wrong map selected, which means they got to see our builds for free.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Yeah, and there's no punishment for that. There was no punishment for that in Community Cup.
There was a lot of stuff like that in the Community Cups, where they just kind of like let people be sleazy without really punishing it. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people did that shit on purpose, which was fucking stupid. But you know, it is what it is. It's really a shame that the community cups were I don't know. I wish that they were better from the get go because I feel like that could have been something that was really cool. But
Yeah.
like it was still cool. Like I still did like it, but I feel like it could have like grown even more if there was like a little bit
I feel
more.
like if they would have asked streamers to like host more of it, I think that could have blown up.
Yeah, right. Like
honestly.
being able to cast it and shit would have been huge. Yeah, like I think
Yeah.
like we were able to cast like a few of the final ones. Like I know I casted one of them. I know Oz casted a few of them, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think just getting more eyes on it, getting more attention to it would have been huge. But you know, it is what it is. Unfortunate.
I think a lot of people would have said yes to casting the top 8.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like they could have had like different people casting each match, even if they wanted them going at the same time. You know.
Yeah.
That absolutely could have been viable. But unfortunate, man. They just didn't do it. All right, so here we go. 8 stages, 4 fresh is what's needed for the win. That or anything higher. So Prism, pretty set in stone win condition, has the same build as before. We'll quickly cycle through. Got our DS on Nia. Trup's got a bit of a mixed build. Jake's got Deli Unbreakable again. Ace is off the record for the Beebo. And we'll see what they up to do. What they up to do here. He heading into this deep 3 pocket.
They're doing the same thing. I don't think they know about spawn offerings.
Yeah, because he's checking 3 again instead of checking 6. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like normally if there's not spawn offerings, it does make sense that they would likely spawn there. But yeah,
Yeah.
but with the offerings, yeah. So that is interesting. Oh, check an edge map. I don't think anyone's here though.
It's like the thing is you're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage because like you want to race to their spawn to kind of spawn trap them as much as possible. And if you do not do that and you let them leave the spawn for free, they get a good split going pretty much for free. And they can escape the pocket.
Yeah, like the fact that for even just a moment you know where all 4 people are grouped up is fucking huge. Yeah, like that's massive.
It makes a massive difference. It makes killers way stronger.
Yeah, but he's kind of not taking advantage of it, which is unfortunate. Because yeah, these guys are going to be able to split up a good bit. Ooh, he does get spotted though.
Oh, strong blink.
Oh, doesn't follow up the second blink though. Yeah, both blinks were good. Just kind of lost track of him. It didn't actually follow up the second blink with a hit. Blink's a bit late. Firecracker's a bit early. Oh,
What the hell?
Nia, very unfortunate. She actually did a good job of getting enough distance, but then just kind of got stuck on the pallet. Needs a hit anyway. Ooh, good first blink. Good set of blinks. And down goes Nia. Pretty quick first down again. Chopade's just got a gen almost done though. No painters or anything, but Pop will be up, assuming Key can find the gen that's being progressed. There we go. These guys are currently working this gen down at the like little like 1-2 o'clock area a bit as well, I think. I think that's where that was. Yeah. Not gonna kick it. Okay. The gen at 10-11 pops. Is gonna have to kick it now.
Knows where everyone is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it knows that everybody is like kind of on this like main building side and no one's in like any of the deep pockets. Which gives them pretty good information in terms of where the rotations will be.
The survivors are not doing. Oh, I don't think this is a good idea. Like the survivors were not doing anything. Like just by standing there, he had so much pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Donut comes in. That's Deli. Aaron's will make it. Ooh, gets that second blink too. Very long second blink, but lands it. And this will be hook number 2, a second fresh hook. Does get some eruption information on that gen. Knows that they're currently working it too. We'll be able to make it back with Pop for sure. There's no way he doesn't. Survivor stealthing behind here for the unhook. Looks like that's Jake again. Who's gonna have will make it, so might be able to get that heal quickly. Pop eruption coming down again. So this gen, we're probably gonna be seeing this a lot. Like there's gonna be probably a back and forth here a lot with this 2 o'clock gen, and the killer getting downs and trying to come back to it, and them trying to get it done. These like center of the map gens are really, really important. And if you can get them done early, it makes like the late game gen setup so much better.
Yeah.
Oh, not opting to commit here. Just wants to chase him away and pressure it a bit. Nanook not coming in either. Let's check on the survivors. Everyone's currently doing gens except for the ace who is trying to pressure this 2 o'clock gen but keeps getting chased away. But Jake's not rushing the unhook. He's kind of hanging out. He's going to go grab it now, I think. But he's actually going to get caught off on rotation. He's going to have to eat a hit. Is he even going to make it? He doesn't even make this.
No.
Oh, but he doesn't go down either. But I think Trep's going to go struggle, which is still really good. Yeah, Trep's still going to go struggle. So that's still really, really good for Key. Oh, can't get his blinks, though. Jake kind of juicing.
Yes.
Gonna stay committed to this. No, gonna head back. Interesting. Ace has that gen at 2, progressed quite a bit. Nia's doing deep 3, I think. So Nia is way out of position for this unhook. So assuming that this chase gets committed to, it's gonna have to be Jake healing himself up and then rotating back in, which is definitely viable. It seems like Trep probably had kinship, right? Yeah, because that bar is not really moving at all. I was gonna say, I think something like that had to be in play. The trepidation kind of has all day on that hook. Like, it's not really a huge hurry. So Jake will have to get that heal and then rotate back in, but still, that's gonna take some time. Lithe, oh. Little impatient on the blinks there. Definitely could have gotten a hit there anyway. And these chases are going well enough for these guys that it's fine. They're getting some time. Like, they're at least getting some time out of this. Like, that was a decent chase. That down definitely did not happen incredibly fast.
Yeah.
That'll be another fresh hook. Nia's currently working that 2 o'clock gen. Again, it's going to get kicked again, though. Ooh. Unfortunate. More pop coming in. It's going to cause a ton of regression. Jake going to get found with sprint burst, too. He's going to get away as well. It feels like the survivors are okay positioning-wise here, though. Like, Jake's going to get chased here, and he's found, but he's got Deli. I believe the Nia is going to be in a good position to just rotate around and get that save. And as long as Trepidation stays hidden, who's the Death Hook survivor, and I think, yeah, Trepidation's currently doing the gen, like, inner 6. As long as Trepidation doesn't get found, they're honestly in an okay spot here. They're going to finish that inner 6 gen. This gen's going to get kicked again. More eruption getting put down. There's a couple survivors there. Oh, not committing to anything, though. This is a weird spot of the match. There's not really anything happening right now.
I think... Oh, that's going to be hard to hold. These gens are a little bit too far apart, I think.
Yeah.
To hold against Fossilize.
There is an injured ace here, though, so this actually could get a little risky if he gets found. Where did he go? Where did he go? Ooh. Oh, he's gonna get away. That ace getting away there is pretty fucking massive. Because, yeah, this is not really going to be very viable here. These guys are going to immediately pre-run it into deep 6.
Yeah.
A little double back
like
by
you
Jake.
can also tell that the survivors are really comfortable in this spot. Like, now they found the rhythm.
Yeah.
And, yeah, like, they're going to break this.
Oh, Jake got a sprint burst 99, and he's going to get away from that hit, too. Oh, it doesn't get hit by that either. Dude, Key struggling to hit Jake has been like a major story here, dude. Like, this Jake has just been not taking damage. My God. There he goes. Gets hit by that one. He's in this deep pocket corner, but he's got Deli. He's going to go down. Eruption's going to pop on that gen. He's got Deli, though. He'll be able to unhook himself. Gen number 4 pops. The gen number 5 is being worked now. This gen up here has a ton of progress. They're not going to put Trepidation on it since Trep is Death Hook. They're instead going to double up on it. To be honest, I think they maybe should have singled this gen and then doubled the other. Because this is most likely where the nurse is going to go, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they should have doubled the other and then maybe soloed this one just to have some pressure on it since it's got so much. But then, like, actually be, like, secretly doubling, like one off to the side. But instead, they both get chased off of this. Can't quite get that blink. Not going for very safe blinks here. Kind of going for risky ones. They're currently doubled up on this gen now. They're going to get chased off. Trep heading into his deep three pocket. Trep is Deathhook now, but I feel like this Deathhook matters much, much less now since the final gen's pretty much done. As a matter of fact, this makes Trepidation kind of the worst chase to have. The Ace is here too. Or not Ace, sorry, Jake. Jake's here too. He's going to go down. It'll be a rehook for him. This will likely cost him the last gen though, I assume. Yeah, they're currently cracking this gen here at like 7, 8 o'clock area. And this is most likely going to get done, although... It might show up right as it does. Nope, she's actually going to kick this close gen. So yeah, that gen's going to pop in the distance. And now this suddenly got interesting. 6 stages. Has 4 fresh. Just needs 2 more stages to win. Needs 2 more stages to win. But if they can't get... No Way Out's already been proc. Trepidation's only worth 1 stage. So the ideal targets for the survivors here is either Trepidation or Jake. And the nurse really needs to find either Ace or Nia. So committing to this, I don't know about it. I mean, No Way Out is in place, so you do have a long time, and if you can get this down quickly, then maybe you'll be okay. But you gotta get this down quickly, and so far,
well played from Zarina though.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Buying a lot of time here. Is gonna run away. I think had overcome as well too. So, still goes down. No Way Out, still up. Still up for a little bit longer. Actually, no, yeah, it did have overcome. This wasn't quite enough. And they're gonna be pressuring both gates here. But if anyone else takes a hook, they're gonna be donezo. So they need to make sure that everybody
get the gate open though.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think they do. Oh yeah, Key's currently going to the wrong gate too. Yeah, they're 100% gonna get this. Key was heading to the gate at 3, and they're doing the gate at 6. Yeah, they're all gonna get out. There you go. It's gonna be 7 stages. Not gonna be enough. Even with the penalty, not gonna be enough. And just like that, Murderers Row ties it up. Ties it up. 1-1. We're gonna be going to set 3. Interesting. Very interestingly played. Very, very solid from the survivors. They had very, very good macro. I think played that extremely well. I think there was definitely a big issue was a lot of the missed blinks too. Like I think if a lot of the missed blinks would have just landed, this could have been a whole different story too. It's obviously hard to say because like when blinks are landing constantly, it just makes everything happen so much faster. So the fact that like some of the chases just kind of took a little while to finish gave the survivors so much more room to like make the rotations, get the gens done. It just gave them so much room to get stuff done that they wouldn't have got done otherwise. So a little bit of a mix of everything, but Key just not quite able to get the result he needs, and Murderers Row taking that. Interesting. Very, very interesting. That's going to be 1-1. We're going to go into the final set, so we are going to see 2 more games. And it's going to be demo. We haven't seen a demo set all day. Demo is likely going to be on Wrecker's Yard, right? Well, maybe, actually. Because I think Spirit would be on Wrecker's Yard, right? We usually only put 1 killer on a map each week. So do we put Demo or Wrecker or Spirit on Wrecker's Yard? I have to go look. I think we put Demo on Wrecker's Yard, right? We might have put Spirit somewhere else. Gotta go check. Yeah, Demo's Wrecker's Yard. Where's Spirit now? I'm curious. Spirit's on Blood Lodge. Okay, so I think we did that just for this week. I think normally we have Spirit on Wrecker's Yard too, but we like to do different maps for each killer each week. So Blood Lodge this week for Spirit. So it will be Wrecker's Yard. And here we go. This will be interesting. All right. So in terms of bans, all we have banned for demo in terms of other than globals is Lepros, which honestly probably doesn't even need to be banned anymore since that item got nerfed so hard. But that's really the only additional ban. So other than that, pretty much just the global bans. And demo Wrecker's Yard. What's your thoughts?
really, okay, like always, depends on the first chase a little bit. Hit tanks can play a huge role if they're coordinated enough. I think that's like maybe 5 to 8 stages, somewhere around there. That can swing either way, honestly.
Yeah. Demo definitely does seem like to have a killer where like having organized hit takers could really draw out the first tunnel out by a lot, assuming there is like a tunnel out like that. Yeah, you can delay it a lot through stuff like that. So we could see stuff like that coming from these guys, maybe if they're organized enough. I guess we'll have to see. And it does just feel like the chases in general.
Wrecker's Yard is a bit RNG now. Like if you can connect loops or if you're zoned instantly. I feel like there's quite a bit of RNG to it. So that also depends how good the map is. Like you can easily run into a horrible first chase, and then you can't even kill anyone, and then you're gonna end up with 5 stages. And even if you played it relatively well, that can definitely happen. At the same time, though, you can also spawn trap people at like a bad loop, and you run into scenarios where you pretty much get your first down relatively free, and then you can play the match.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, and we'll have to see how it goes. Is there just more like dead zones now, or just like weaker tiles, or
yeah?
That's kind of interesting.
I think there's just more edge map palettes that is not that good.
And yeah,
like less really good pillar palettes, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because like the more edge map palettes that spawn, I think that takes away from the overall palette count from like the rest of the map. So like
didn't they remove a tile? They did, right? Like in 4, like, or am I tripping?
Oh, you mean like one of the maze
like
tiles?
where the car now is? Yeah.
I think they might have. Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure with like the difference between the setup because I can't remember. This map, like the map is so symmetrical that it's hard for me to like even remember where everything was in the old version of it because everything is so like I don't know, symmetrical to me. My brain doesn't function, I swear. But yeah, I mean we've seen both. Like we've seen so far out of the demo games we've seen on this map, we've seen kind of like both of those things happen. We've seen like a lot of like chases that just get zoned out into bad places where the hits and the downs come in pretty quickly, but we've also seen people have some really strong chases. It does feel like as long as like the first hit doesn't come in like a terrible spot to the point where you're just zoned out, it feels like usually you could use the speed boost to get into the map, and then once you make it into like towards like the center, it feels like there's typically going to be at least something to work with there. It does feel like the maze tiles that spawn matter a lot too. Like if you get a lot of jungle gyms compared to like, I don't know, like the T-walls or like the 2 window setups, it feels like those can matter a lot too, but I guess we'll have to just see. But we're gonna be having Kuzuka on Killer for Prism. So again, this is the 3rd matchup. We're all tied up now. So whoever takes this demo set is gonna take the entire set. Tiebreakers are not gonna be a thing anymore either. So if they tie, it's gonna be a pure tie. So this is gonna set the stage for this final set. How good Kuzuka can do here. And the survivors, just coming off a pretty good win on Nurse, is probably feeling pretty good. I imagine morale for the survivors are high. They should be feeling pretty good going into this. I think they kind of have the like mental momentum right now. So we'll see if that plays any kind of a role. Maybe Kuzuka can help put a stop to that a little, hopefully. And we'll see. I do think, isn't Jake like Russian or something? Is Jake playing from like Russia, I believe? I think that might be a thing. Yeah, I think he might be playing on really high ping if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because he did really well last game. Like really well. And if he's doing all that on high ping, that's even more impressive. That is quite good. Germany. Ah, I see. I thought it was Russia, but I guess I was wrong. All right, here we go. I would also expect to see the add-ons probably just like Blackheart and Barb's Glasses, right? I mean, I feel like there's probably not a lot of other add-ons you would see on demo these days.
No.
I don't know, like maybe Rat Liver, but even that probably not. I feel like that's not really that good anymore. And then for build, I mean, we really can't see anything, right? Everything's in play, but probably like Pain Res Pop. No-Wet is also definitely a possibility to be strong here. Things like Brutal aren't really necessary, but Bamboozle could be, maybe. So, decent bit of options.
Boss Pendants is also a thing. Like if you think like they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and the body blocks.
Will hit tank.
True. Okay. Yep. No ed pain res pop. Let's quickly quickly go through this. Looks like pretty similar builds. Jake's got the same deli setup. Ace has got DS. I think they're running pretty much the same builds as before. Yeah, it seems very, very similar. So we'll see what Kuzuka can do. Pretty much the build that I was expecting. Sets up some portals. Find some scratch marks. Ooh. Not the best tile, but I think he got enough distance that he should be okay. Greets it though. He's gonna get hit now for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Kuzuka kind of got stuck. He kind of got stuck and blinded.
Cracker.
Yeah. Is this car still car techable? Yes.
Yeah.
That answered my question. Yes. So pretty good hit. Pretty good hit there on the ace. Needs to be careful here. Should have that pallet. He's gonna throw it. He's gonna head down into this pocket to try to just die down here. I think that looked like a dead zone tile. No, it actually wasn't. There actually is a pallet here. It has something to work with. Although we'll likely just get zoned out. Oh, and he actually gets away with that vault too. Oh, wow.
What?
Cusack actually letting him get a good bit of distance here. Okay, but he's gonna stay. He's buying way more time here than he should be able to, though. He's actually gonna... Oh, he's gonna juke that as well. He might be able to use this edge map pallet. Yeah, he's gonna run to this edge map pallet. Dude, Gray is doing such a good job in this chase. Gonna zone him out there. He's still staying down on this corrupt side of the map as well. And he's gonna go down now, so there you go. Very good chase, though. Very, very good first chase.
Impressive.
Yeah, didn't even use a whole lot either. Just used what was in that corner. They managed to pop one gen. They have a good bit of progress on others. Nia's on another. I think they doubled up the first gen because Nia's got about half, and then Trep's on a gen that's pretty much fresh. And I believe Jake is going to be trying to get in a position possibly for the Sunhook.
Interesting. He uses his portal.
Yeah, portal's out. Heads towards Shack. Oh, does find the rotating Jake?
Actually... So he kind of baited the rescuer to go in. I like it.
Yeah, Jake's just going to bail. He does have all the time in the world to get that, right? He can bail and just come back for it later as long as he doesn't take a health state event.
I would have definitely committed this on the Jake.
Yeah, right? Because you know it's Deli, right?
Yeah.
He's still right
it's
there.
It's like if he trades now, then it's so early that's really good for him.
Looks like he's going to. This is one of those situations where he's close to not making it too, but I think if he wraps on the other side, he should be fine, unless he gets like the perfect angle of this. Yeah, he should make that. This is one of those scenarios where he could even just take the pain res real quick. But instead he goes for it. Ace, I believe, had what? DS, I think?
Whoa.
DS off the record.
Yeah,
Okay.
actually did. Whoa.
And he taps the Jan with it. Interesting. Huh. He does take the hook onto Jake. That's just gonna be the pain res. I feel like taking it now is a little bit weird. I feel like the second he won for one, it's not entirely unreasonable just to quickly take the pain res and then still follow up on the tunnel. But he kind of went for a shred and then went back and took the hook. And now I don't like this because now he's kind of just patrolling this area. But like this guy is Deli. Like patrolling this area is pointless, right? Like you're just kind of letting them get gen progress for free now.
Yeah.
So this feels really.
I mean,
really bad
this
for
is.
Kuzuka.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of wants to protect the gens in this area, I guess, but yeah, you're just giving away free gen progress, really.
Yeah, because they're just gonna progress everything else, and then fucking Deli guy's just gonna get out of the side, and then what do you do, right?
Yep.
So tough spot to be in. Yeah, here's Deli. He managed to get decently far away from the setup that he was at. Heading back though, has a pallet here. The 3 gen's done now. Ooh. that looked like a sandbag. It kind of was a sandbag. I feel like he didn't have to throw that pallet. I mean, trepidation being there meant that you didn't have to throw the pallet, but maybe he was just freaking out. And again, we gotta remember he's playing on high ping. Maybe he was just freaking out. Ooh, that's close enough for the pallet save. No, what the
Oh, Ali.
Unfortunate. Mistimed it by a little bit. That pallet save would have been massive. But doesn't quite get it. Second down comes in. It's kind of in that little like gen setup that he was protecting too, like you said. So I guess if there is a hope for this, I mean this is pretty much it, right? He's got it's kind of like a 4 gen. It's like a bit of a scuffed 4 gen, but kind of a 4 gen setup here. Honestly, not terrible. I mean, he's got pop as well. If you can get this Jig dead with this gen setup that he has here, this could be not terrible.
Yeah, I think he's in a relatively decent spot here.
Huh. I'm surprised he's not like...
They're just gonna...
I don't like how hard he's camping this, though. Like, he has pop. Like, he could have used the early part of this hook stage to go, like, pop a gen or something.
I mean, the thing... Camping in itself is not worth it on my killers anymore because, like, you don't get much out of it, really.
Yeah, like, anyone could just walk up and 1-for-1 for free, so, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, this feels...
Actually, let him die. That is really interesting.
Yeah, I think they just want to get these gens done. They're going to get gen number 4 done. This gen's got, like, 50, 60. He also didn't get a pop because that guy just died, right? So no, like, follow-up pop or anything with it. Ace is going to get hit. Ace has already been pain res, too, so no potential pain res coming in here. He's going to use his live, just head to the complete opposite corner. And I'm assuming the other two are going to go double up that gen. Yep, there they go. And has to go back now. Ooh!
What?
You saw both of them, though. You don't have to go check on it. Again, don't like that either. I feel like you just go for the tag there, right? You see them both. You know that nobody's doing the gen. You just get the tag, right? There's really no need. Like, if you want to check on it to see how much progress it has later, feel free. But you got to get that tag when it's there and for free. Instead, the tag happens on the complete opposite side, so really far away. Trap was pressuring the gen a little bit, but decides to pre-run away, which is probably smart. Doesn't want to take any chances. Ooh, Ace was here too. That's interesting. He pre-runs a bit. Are they going to get back on that gen? Yeah, they're going to get back on that gen to try to punish this. They can probably just finish it by the time this happens.
Yeah. He has Nod though, so he can definitely snowball.
Yeah, this is a little scary though because of no ed. True. Deli's already gone. So when this gen pops, they need to make sure, like, if he gets
that pop is in his face, it's a 4K.
Yeah.
Do they get it early enough?
Oh, he also backs up. Don't back up. Why are you backing up? You know they're both there.
Why?
Just go for it. Oh.
No, camping is horrible. Like, you should never camp this.
Yeah, this is really bad. You have no ed. Those are both fresh hooks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, please.
See some scratch
Why
marks
is
there.
there someone on that gate?
Yeah, just...
This is so weird.
Yeah, they should... Well, they should just open this gate and leave now. They get free 6 stages.
Like, this would have been a, like average to above average result if we got one more person for his nerd, but, like, I don't know why you were camping.
Yeah, especially right there. He saw scratch marks, right? He knew somebody was right there.
You could have even 4K'd. Like, you could have probably... Like, yeah, I mean... 4K probably not, but, like, at least get the fresh hook.
No, he honestly, with the way that they played it, I think he actually could have 4K. The fact that they actually pressured that gate, like, this whole area down here is a dead zone. This is where almost every chase went. If you would have just downed whoever went for that gate and then slugged them and then went for the other person, it could have happened for sure. Yeah. But yeah, like, it's kind of like you said. I think at the very least it would have been like 8 or 9 stages, with like 3 fresh at the very least. I think that was a very strange way to play that end game. So Kuzuka not quite able to get a strong enough result. I mean, 6 stages is not like terrible. I guess like at like super high level play, that's probably the expected. But I feel like with the way the survivors played this and the situations that Kuzuka found himself in, I think he definitely could have gotten more. It's a little unfortunate. I feel like decision making there was a little bit not on point, but does end up getting 6 stages with 2 fresh. And we'll see if that is enough of a result. And the survivors now are going to have to try to do a little bit better than that, which is going to be hard. That's going to be hard. That's a pretty solid result from the survivors, I'd say. So going to be pretty tough now. We're going to be flip-flopping, and the survivors from Prism are going to be going up against the killer of Murderer's Row. And we'll see how this plays out. And fuck. My goddamn lungs. As much as I'm enjoying these games, kind of glad that this is the last one, because my god, dude, my lungs are like barely holding on. They're like, Tofu, please, brother, we need rest. At least no one DC'd that round. Fucking true, dude. Fucking true. All right, so we'll wait and see who the killer is for for Murderer's Row. They're just gonna need 6 stages, 3 fresh, which is really not, again, that's not that crazy of a result. but it's also not unbeatable too. I think if the survivors end up playing really tight, especially if they're like early game chases are really, really good. But I think that's a big thing, right? Like for instance, like the way that last team played, how the first survivor got chased. Don't get me wrong, he did a really good job, right? Like he stayed on that one corner of the map and just kind of like stayed alive as long as he could down there, and he did buy a lot of time. But he did stay in that corner, right? He kind of like resigned himself to death and just said, you know what, I just want to die in this corner no matter what. And I'm going to buy as much time as I can, but I am going to die here, right? I almost feel like on this side, they need to not do that. Like, instead of just like resigning to death early game and being like, whatever, I'll just die in this corner and we'll secure some gens for it. I almost feel like they should maybe go a little bit riskier and like maybe loop into the map a bit. And as long as they can loop away from the gens, especially, like if they could find a way to loop into the map while staying away from the gens, I think that could be huge. Because I feel like they need like a pretty big result here. Like I think that like their first chase and everything is going to have to be really, really good. Otherwise, they might be in trouble.
I just realized you have a completely different clock for this map.
Oh yeah, that's what Laser said too. Yeah, so like the typical clock is like R12 is like 3 or something, right? And like 12 is like yeah 12 is like 9 for us or something.
That's the Oracle clock that you have there. That's called the Oracle clock because they used it.
Oh really?
They popularized it. But literally everyone else used the one that, and because Oracle doesn't exist anymore, this one is not popular anymore. Like only like really old school players know this one.
That's interesting. Like this one feels right to me because like the deep pockets feels like to me the most logical thing to put as like the top and bottom, right? But
yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe we'll have to change that up because I've heard that from like so many people that maybe we should just keep it consistent. If most people use the other clock, then maybe we should get that changed. I'm gonna have to hit up the boy Jane Andos that's been doing these maps for me and get him to change it up. Because yeah, that's probably gonna be confusing if we like teach that and learn that and everybody learns that, including myself, and then you know we end up like going other places where people use different maps. It's gonna be a little strange, a little strange. And yeah, guys, I'm drinking water. Don't worry about it, okay? You guys can't see my webcam, but I'm drinking water. Don't worry. I'm drinking plenty. You fucks. Drink louder. Yeah, I'll like press my mic into my throat as I drink, so that way you guys can hear the gulp gulp. Think that would work? Actually? Is there only one way to find out, huh? This might be the worst sounding thing ever. This might destroy your guys. This might be like one of those like ASMR sounds that everybody hates. So like I'm sorry in advance if it is. I think it might have came up on stream, but I don't think it came through Discord. You guys hear it? Were you able to hear anything? That was probably terrible. No? Oh, I thought I saw the mic moving on stream. Pain. Well, I guess I don't gulp loud enough, sorry. I'm not a loud gulper. Alright, so here we go. Gray's gonna be on Killer, playing demo. Doesn't need that strong of a result. Curious if his build's going to be probably the same. I feel like it probably will be again, especially considering that the win condition is just like a very set amount of stages and it's also like kind of a low amount. I feel like NOED here makes a ton of sense to run. So I would not be surprised to see that. I honestly expect to see pretty much the exact same build. Like maybe you can see like agitation thrown in there. I think we saw Gray running agitation in a previous match, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? So maybe agitation can be thrown in there. Yeah. Because agitation also can be really good on record shard clearly as well, right? Because basement being dead center in the middle means that that's always a threat. Although although demo doesn't necessarily have like a super threatening basement, but I mean it's still just strong no matter what. But we will see. A lot of options for him. It's good. But again, I think regardless of his build, a lot of it's just going to come down to these first chases and how they play. Prism's going to be feeling the pressure. They're definitely going to have to get this. I mean, this is the final match of the whole night, so they're going to have to win this. If they want to take the best of 3, this is really what it comes down to. They need a really, really good, strong result. And it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be really, really tough. So we'll see what they can do. What were we talking about before the last match started? I think you were talking about an idea you had or something, right? I remember I had something to say, but then the game started and I had to stop myself.
You mean World Cup? No.
Oh yeah, the World Cup. Yeah. That I still think World Cup is a really good idea. Again, logistically, I don't really know how reasonable it would be.
Like, I think it could get people really invested, but like, ping.
Yeah, DVD is such a rough game with ping, dude. It's so tough. Like, you might have to have like, I don't know. You might have to have like different like areas and do like separate little brackets for each area, right? Like get like an NA SA champion, and then get like a Europe champion, and then like an Asia Oceania champion or something, and then maybe like have them all play against each other in like a separate bracket to get like a world champion, even though those games would be kind of rough. I guess, but yeah, like imagine being like the Australia team versus like the Europe or NA team, right? Like that's oh, that would be fucking brutal. I don't know. Host the LAN. Yeah, there you go. Host the LAN. Invite everybody over to your house. That's a good idea. The clear solution to all this. All right, so here we go. Gray demo. Wrecker's Yard. 6 stages, 3 fresh. That's all I need. 6 stages, 3 fresh. Survivor's gonna need a lot here, so gonna quickly cycle through. I guess I did just cycle through, but I'm gonna cycle through again slowly, just so we can see everything. All right. Pretty good spread of like anti-tunnel and everything. Yeah, Gray does this. Has Bamboozle though, so yeah, pretty much the same build except replaced Hop Goes the Weasel with Bamboozle, which will help the chases a little bit more, especially in some of these rough areas like Bus and like some of these maze tiles that can get a little bit tricky.
He plays a Polydon at the start. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of that. Like, I don't know, like, you kind of let the survivors out of the spawn a little bit, and I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
He didn't really get anyone.
Yeah, that's a big thing that we keep saying, but it is really important. I agree. Like, I think taking advantage of that early game where you know where all 4 survivors are and putting pressure on that is so huge, for sure. And yeah, like, we've been seeing that a lot. Like, on the Nurse games it happened. This game and the last game, I think it happened. Does find a pretty quick hit on the Quentin, though. But not really with any anti-tunnel either. Has a pretty altruistic build. The Ada's gonna come in to take a hit. Ada does have a better build for being chased, but it looks like Gray's gonna stick to Quentin. Oh, and there you go. Pretty decently fast first down. Definitely not what Prism was wanting. Gray probably feels pretty good about it. Gonna take this hook in the middle. Maybe it's Pain Res. Yeah, Pain Res too before Jet even gets done. This is a really good start for Gray.
Yep.
Definitely not what Prism wanted for sure. Tons of gens over here. Like 3 gens and then also Shack gen, all kind of like stuck together. Finds Jake and gets a tag on him now too, so multiple people tagged. Autumn, the only full survivor, also most likely the person who got the unhook. Yeah, it does get the unhook for the peoples as well. It's going to be Deliverance activating on Autumn.
Honestly, I would not tunnel here.
Yeah,
like, you open yourself up to a scenario where you could honestly lose.
Yeah, like if the survivor also had
like
if the survivor also had off the record or something, like this would be a brutal chase for sure. Yeah, I feel like just taking that chase on that survivor that you had injured is fine. Everyone else is injured and basically needs to like reset except for the Quentin. Like, I feel like you're still in a pretty good spot pressure-wise, and you could still just get your Pain Res and fresh hooks and snowball off that. But, you know, ends up working out okay. Does get this down decently fast. 2 gens pop. But that's going to be hook number 2 for Quentin. And we'll see how they handle this. They're currently resetting. Yui is doing a gen off to the side. Still broken. We can't make another for the people play happen anytime soon. Oh, he finds their reset. That's big. That's really, really big. They were resetting right on the gen that they finished, and he found him. Oh, and that's massive. Gonna grab this hook on the Jake. Ada's gonna have to run over and get that unhook, but that's gonna be another fresh hook. No, I bugged him out. I'm an idiot. He'll unbug whenever he does something. Okay, he's not
That
actually.
fuck is so old.
I know. I hate that it's still there. He's not actually standing in front of the hook. He's somewhere on the map. He'll just be invisible to us until he like does something. If he like hits a survivor or like opens a locker or breaks a pallet, he'll unbug. You just need to wait for him to do something. Looks like Quentin's getting chased. He has to chase. So Quentin's getting chased by an invisible demo right now. Okay, we'll see him eventually. Eventually, right? Eventually we'll see him. But Quentin, death hook, being chased, running away from this ghost right now. He's doing a really good job. I think he's doing a good job. Seems to be doing a good job. Looks like the chase got left. Interesting. It actually didn't commit. But where is he going? Why did he not commit to that? Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. So he's unbugged now. I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like he left chase and Quentin started healing himself. And then he came back and then Quentin just died instantly to him, which is... I'm not sure how that happened, but that's really unfortunate because that's going to be a kill. Quentin's going to be dead, and that's not good for the survivors. That's going to be a 3v1, 2 gens left, 4 hook stages right now. And again, the killer only needs 6 with 3 fresh, so...
Yeah.
Looking in a pretty good spot to get there. Gonna check over here on this pocket of the map. I believe this should be 9 o'clock if we were following the correct clock, but we're not. Or no, maybe actually.
No, that's 3.
That's actually 3. See, this is why we got to do it. That way I can get it right. Oh, finds these guys also resetting. They do get the reset off though. But finds them both. Has Jake here. Jake was one that's already been hooked too, right?
Hooked again. Yeah, exactly. He's gonna be death hook.
Yeah, which is really tough in this.
I mean, you don't even need to go for that to win, but if you want a 4K, then that's definitely the way to go.
Yep, this definitely feels like a good way to get the 4K for sure. Whereas like the other survivors could still get you the win with like pain reses and everything, but it feels like there's not a lot of things that Gray could do wrong here in terms of decision making. I think no matter who he goes after, he's in a pretty good spot. Gets us down pretty quickly on the Jake. He's gonna carry him to that pain res hook, but it's not a pain res because he's already been hit by it. And they're progressing gens a bit. No pop or anything. But he does find this gen that does a ton of progress. I think Ada was on this. Ooh. And she's gonna take a tag before even getting out of the pocket. Has overcome. But Autumn has to get off the gen to go get the unhook. For the peoples again. Good solid play. Now the death hook Jake is not really in that much danger. Go, good juke there. But he still body blocks it. That was such a good juke. Honestly, she probably should have just ran around the car afterwards. I think maybe thought she can get the stun, but got body blocked out. This is gonna be hook number. Actually, this is gonna be the winning hook. That's hook number 6. That's the 3rd fresh hook too. So that's actually gonna be the game-ending hook. There you go. 6 hooks, 3 fresh, and interestingly enough, Murder's Row takes it. After Prism so Prism took the first set, went up 1-0, and then Murder's Row, very good comeback here. Won both the next 2 sets. Played very, very solidly, and manages to squeeze out the winner in this best of 3. That's interesting. After that first set, I was like, like Prism looks like they were like pretty like far ahead overall. Like I was wondering if it was going to be one of those like 2-0 blowout sets, but Murder's Row said hail to the hail no, and they came and played very, very well, dude. They did such a good job.
You know what's interesting? I think this is the first time this evening that someone played Deliverance and For the People.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right. Yeah. Like the
meta seems to be to play Deliverance with We'll Make It instead of For the People.
Yeah. We do see For the People a lot, though. It's usually one or the other. Because like you either get like We'll Make It and you try to like fast unhook and then like get the heal off while they're like doing with gens or whatever, or you just get For the People when you know use that to like delay. It does feel like We'll Make It is probably better if you're like organized enough to still make it For the People play later. Like I think we saw that from Tremor in the Blight game, I think it was, where they like got the unhook and then like later on in the chase they still managed to For the People the guy getting tunneled. So yeah, it's tough. Like both are obviously are good options. Good juke again, high ping too. That was like a fucking 200 ping demo juke. That's so impressive. I feel like even juking demo in like 50 ping is so hard. The motherfucker's hitbox is like a goddamn fridge. So very, very good from Jake.
He's very generous, yeah. You can even hit people and not even see them in demo.
Gets that down though. That's gonna be the death hook on the Jake. I know that one was fucky. That was the old demo hitbox that we know and love right there. Yeah, the old they're like 3 feet to the side, but you still land because why the fuck not? I think they're gonna be able to finish all 5 gens though. They both have these progressed a lot. That one's gonna pop. Yui's injured, but I think she'll get this one done before the demo gets there. So yeah, all 5 gens will pop. No Ed's activated though. No Ed's activated and Deli's not in play anymore, so this could still be a 4K. Unbreakable's in play though, so like if this Yui gets slugged, Unbreakable is still an option. But Ada, I was gonna say Ada might just hop on the other gate and get out, but not immediately anyway. Down comes in. What is Ada up to? Oh, she's running over towards the town. Wait, what? Now she's going to the gate. Wait, what?
Communication.
Yeah, that must have been some kind of miscomm, yeah, because she should have been on that other gate immediately, but instead kind of runs towards the chase. And I think Gray will be able to get there in time now. Yeah, Gray is going to be able to get there in time. Sees some scratch marks here. Might be able to sniff her out. Yep, and there you go. That's going to be the 4K. So that probably should have been like 3 stages out if Key would have got on that gate right away. But yeah, I think a little bit of miscommunication there. Headed the wrong way, wasted a lot of time, and then there you go. 4K from Gray. Again, it didn't really matter that much anyway. The game was already decided. The win condition had already been met, so it's not that big of a deal anyway. But, you know, just for the sake of nitpicking, definitely a little bit of a misplay there. And there you go. Murderer's Row takes it. Takes the 2-1 after being down 1-0. After being down 1-0 from the first set, comes back, wins the next 2, takes the overall best of 3. Very well played. Very, very well played.
I see. From the first set, I thought Prism looked really crisp. But the other 2 was definitely a bit of a comeback, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they definitely still played well. Don't get me wrong, but there was a little bit of there was a little bit of messy slip-ups on their Survivor side. I mean, honestly, on the Nurse set, both Survivor teams played really well. Both Nurses seemed to like struggle a bit. I mean, clearly, like I think the win con being 8 stages and that being met was very, very good. So both Survivor teams played well there. But it feels like this one was a little bit sloppier than their first set. And from the killer side too, there was also a bit of sloppiness as well, but that was also for both sides still too. But yeah, it looks like Murderer's Row just being a little bit tighter and a little bit cleaner in the overall best of 3, and they're actually going to take it. So there you go, really, really close set though, very close set, really good games, and that was a good one. That was a very good one to the night on. Very, very good set. And that's it. That's going to be it for Scrims. That was the final game of the night. Thank fuck. I gotta go. I gotta go rest my goddamn lungs, dude. I'm fucking dying over here. Hens, thank you, man. Thank you for joining.
Yo, thanks for having me. No problem.
And if you guys don't know, obviously Hens streams himself, makes very good YouTube content as well. He's all over the place in like the whole DBD sphere or whatever. Go check him out. Go follow him. Very, very good guy. Very good at the game. Cannot recommend enough. Go follow him. He's live way earlier than me. So if you guys are up like earlier in the day and you want someone to watch, Hens is definitely a good option. So go check him out. Hens, thank you for joining, man. If you're around Sunday and you want to hop in for the games then, let me know. Just shoot me a message.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right, have a good one, dude. Thanks for thanks for hanging. Have a good one. Take care, man. All right. All right. That's gonna be it for the games, guys. Thank you, guys. All right, Lungs, come on, just hang in there long enough for me to get this last fucking thing out. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for chilling as always. Again, I say this every time, but big shout out to the staff that runs this behind the scenes. I can't say this enough. I know I sound like a broken record, but I don't care. It's worth saying every time. They're literally volunteering their weekend, right? They're volunteering their Friday and their Sunday, multiple hours out of their night every weekend to come do these scrims for us. And without them running everything behind the scenes, none of this would be possible. So huge shout out to them. They are a big part of the reason that we're even able to do this at all. And you should all appreciate them. I appreciate them a ton. You guys should all appreciate them too. Go give them love, give them appreciation. If you guys are new and you're not already following the stream, feel free to follow. I'm live every day except for Saturday, so tomorrow will be my day off, but we will have more scrims on Sunday. So this is the current schedule. We just finished all three sets today, but on Sunday we're gonna have 3 sets. DC on first down versus RIP, which is going to be an interesting game because I think that's RIP's first set in scrims. Rats of RPD returning to go against Power Struggle Rangers, and then Nerf Self Care versus Chad should be 3 really good sets on Sunday. So should be solid games there. Feel free to stop back and watch them if you guys want. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. So don't go anywhere just yet. Okay, I'm gonna raid Rosé. Rosé is a part of Team Overheated. He played earlier in the night in scrims. It was kind of at the beginning of the night, so like it was a while back. You know, if you got short-term memory loss, you might not remember it. But it was earlier in the night. Rosé played with us, and he's a really chill dude, real good guy. I think he might currently be doing scrims, or he might just be messing around in pubs. I'm not sure. You guys can go chill with him, go hit him with a Get Ready to Nerd Debated, and hang out with him. Again, I'll be back on Sunday. I'm gonna take the rest of the night and tomorrow to chill. Oh yeah, pay the gamba. Yeah. I forgot that that's all you guys care about is gambas. That's right. I know, you fuckers. I know. No, here, I got you. I'm joking. I'm joking. I know. It's cool. I got you guys with a payout. There you go. Thank you guys for hanging out. Again, thank you everybody for subbing and everything today. I know I didn't thank any subs. I don't really like thanking subs when I'm like hanging out in a call with somebody. It just kind of feels awkward. So I didn't thank any subs today or anything, but I did see everybody for subbing. I did see everybody. Just know that I saw you and I appreciate you. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the support as always. And yeah, that's it for me. I'll be back on Sunday night. Thank you guys for hanging out. I love you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you Sunday. I'm out of here. See ya. I'll take care. See ya. See you later. See ya.